Hello and welcome to Gamers Without Borders. We've had a week to recover from the showdown that took place on our broadcast last week. And that was in the North America region. So it's time for some more Rocket League. My name is Banks and I am your host. And joining me in this amazing studio, he is back. And I feel like I can only really introduce Cole from now on as an iconic analyst. Is that right, mate?
I think, again, that is the nicest thing that anybody's ever said to me. I will weep with joy as soon as this broadcast is over. So thank you much, Banks.
I think that Shogun liked to kind of coin the term iconalist. So maybe we can roll with that.
You're saying all these things that I can't possibly top. You are decent too. You do the job. So
I'll take that. Kind of, maybe, right? Okay, so fantastic. Now, if you are new to Gamers Without Borders and you want, to see what this event is about and how this tournament is going to operate, rather than me babble on for a while with Cole by my side, we just made this handy video for you. Check it out. One of the most popular esports in the world is back at Gamers Without Borders, Rocket League. 16 teams across 2 regions will step onto the pitch in our double elimination bracket, each facing off in a best-of-5 battle until only one team remains. But you all know that we do things a bit differently here at Gamers Without Borders. Our $1.5 million prize pool will be donated by our winners to charities of their choice. But the journey does not stop there. If you place in the top 4 from your region, you will earn a spot at the world's largest esports and gaming festival this summer, with a total prize pool of $15 million. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. You have to make it past some of the best teams in the world first. Join us online with your friends as the top teams go head-to-head to kick off Rocket League. If I have to call you, right, the iconic analyst, right, can I be the iconic voice?
You are, what were you? That you were the powerfully voiced Banks. You were the, there was something that we said about, I'm going to have to write something down. So I got something up my sleeve to say that compliments you, because you are just throwing all these at me and I can't deal with the niceness anymore.
It's nice to know that you feel the same way about me, Cole. Thanks, buddy.
Of course I do.
Well, here at Gamers Without Borders, our main goal is to support various charities each year. And all of these charities typically share a common goal. And this year is no different. All of our winners are going to donate their prize money to charities of their choice. And all of these charities are providing humanitarian aid all over the world. And on your screen, you can see all the charities who are involved. But if you'd like to find out any further information, or even to donate to any of these causes yourself, just visit watch.gamerswithoutborders.com. Now, we've got a format to discuss here, Cole, because there's some spicy things that maybe aren't typically in the Rocket League community, or at least a lot of Rocket League tournaments. So, Cole, can you please take us through the structure of Gamers Without Borders?
It would be an absolute honor. So last week, we had some North American teams. We had 8 of them, 4 invited, 4 qualified, and 4 of those made it to the LAN in the summer. Now it's EU's turn, but the most important and exciting thing here is that it is crew battles. Now, if you didn't watch last week, you absolutely missed out. The way crew battles basically works is that within the team, 3 players, or even a 4th player might be coming in as well, which you may see. There's 3v3, and there's 2v2, and there's 1v1. So if you're feeling it, you can volunteer and say, yeah, I'll take the 1v1 pressure on myself. But if you're not, you can leave it to a teammate. All of those decisions have to be made, and it all comes down potentially to that 5th game in these best-of-5 still.
Ooh, I mean, if you're feeling particularly warmed up, then maybe... Would you take on the 1v1s, Cole?
Anybody watching this will probably know that I shouldn't take on the 1v1s. I've had some famous losses at Kaylee. If you're still watching, you'll never be forgiven for what you did to me. Yeah, let's not speak of that.
Oh dear, live and on air.
Yeah.
A call out just took place. Right, people need to know what's at stake as well. So we're going to talk you through the prize pools. Let's take a quick look at those and see what is up for grabs for our players. $250,000 if you come in first place here at Gamers Without Borders. Let's not forget, if you come in that top 4 position, as Cole has already mentioned, you get to go to the LAN event later in the year. But have no fear. If you come 7th or even last place, you still get to donate at least $32,500 to a charity of your choice, which is great. I mean, if you take part, you get to donate. That's exactly what we love to see. It's all inclusive, like a groovy hotel, Cole.
Yeah, is this an invite? Are we gonna sort of like, are you gonna pay for me and all my friends and yourself if you want to come to go to a nice hotel?
Oh, I mean, you know, if it's all inclusive, yeah.
We bring our dogs.
Oh, you do have it. I've got a dog as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think dog-friendly hotels are the best kind, aren't they?
Yeah, my dog also yapped just before we came live, so I'm hovering over the mute button. If he starts again, I'm just gonna do this.
It's all right.
And then come back.
Let him go for it. It's fine. Right, Cole, I need some education on this, okay? Because our teams are going to be coming up on your screen very, very shortly. And these are the teams that are going to be competing in the EU region, which is what we are covering today and tomorrow. Please take us through some of the more OP teams that you're expecting to see come out of this.
Ooh, some of the OP teams. I think the OPest out of these guys would be Guild Esports, when you bear in mind that you have to take the 3v3 and 2v2 into account as well. Dorito and CRR alongside Devo for the threes. Those two have risen the ranks themselves and both joined Guild individually. First it was CRR, he did brilliantly, then Dorito was brought in. So, you know, they're clearly a duo that trust each other a lot. I'd also say that you have to keep a close look at, so many of these players. Solary are an interesting team. They finished third recently. Semper Esports have Exotic, who'll be doing the 1v1s, and he can go up against the best of them there as well. So basically, everywhere you look, there are dangerous players. Na'Vi as well. Luis P, the best 1v1er out of these teams. They'll be dangerous for that reason as well.
Ooh, we're going to have a quick look at the schedule as well once we get that back up on your screen. The one thing to maybe, you know, take particular care of looking is look at that time zone. Those are all the times that all these teams are going to be competing. Reminder, it is all in CEST, so do your conversions if you like. And Solary will be going up against Aogiri first on the A stream, and then we'll have the B stream taking on Luminosity Gaming and Juicers. So Solary and Aogiri, Cole, what's the haps, you know? Fill me in.
What's the haps? Fill me in. So Solary, as I mentioned, they are recently third place team in the EU RLCS. Didn't quite do as well in the last event, but still very, very dangerous, and nobody would be surprised if they reach top 3 again in the next EU event. They will be represented in the 1v1s by Tho, who's been playing 1v1s for a very, very long time. Can be a little bit inconsistent, is known as a chasey old player as well when he does 3v3s. So expect a lot of goals when he's on the pitch. Up against Aogiri. Now, this is the team that features Ocelon, who will be their 1v1 player, and he has been in and around that sort of bubble scene for a very long time as Ocelon. He's been a top 1v1 player for about 3 or 4 years. So he's not the most mechanical, but his game sense is borderline second to none. He's joined by a couple of Spanish players, one of which has won events before in VK Salem for Team Queso. So danger all over the pitch. I'm expecting lots of goals in every single game.
Ooh, that's what we like to hear. Now, that is all the information that you need at home. It's almost time for our first match, and we have a total of 8 teams in the EU region. Like we've already mentioned, 4 who were invited and 4 who qualified over the weekend to make it this far, but there is still plenty of action en route. And we're going to hear right now from one of our charities here at Gamers Without Borders. Check it out.
My career at Direct Relief started about 12 years ago. I had previously been working at a healthcare facility in San Diego, California, and was contacted by Direct Relief after wildfires had happened throughout the county. And Direct Relief offered humanitarian assistance in the form of medicines and supplies to the organization I was working for. So that's how I was introduced to Direct Relief, and was quickly kind of excited about the organization and made a career transition to work there. So Direct Relief, as you said, is a humanitarian organization. We're based in California, but we provide medicines and medical supplies to all 50 US states, as well as to 100 countries around the world. We do this on an everyday basis, free of charge, just to make sure that people who are in vulnerable situations or in poverty or after disasters have access to healthcare services and resources that they need to stay healthy. We actually work very closely with a lot of the pharmaceutical companies, the healthcare companies that produce medicines around the world. Get those medical supplies to Direct Relief, and then we in turn provide those to hospitals, healthcare centers throughout the world. As I said, free of charge, just to make sure that people have the medicines that they need. So it's really just about partnerships. It's about partnering with companies to receive donations of goods and services, and then it's supplying those same items to people around the world. Yeah, so as we all know, people who especially have chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma or hypertension, they need medicines to stay healthy and to stay alive. So it's really, focusing on people who need those sort of resources. And after there's a disaster, we know that those people with chronic conditions very quickly go into acute crisis when they don't have their medications. So we always want to make sure that resource, that door is always open for people to receive, even if they can't afford to buy it, to make that available to them so they can just make sure to, keep living a healthy life. It's been such an incredible experience to be part of Gamers Without Borders. And for us, it's really about allowing people to participate. So having the participation of people around the world playing games and being part of Gamers Without Borders, it's opening those doors to be able to share the work and share the just the excitement of being able to help people with so many people through Gamers Without Borders. I think first of all, just being aware of what the situation is, being aware of how people are affected around the world, being part of direct relief. The financial contributions from Gamers Without Borders is wonderful, but really it's just about bringing along a community to be part of change and to be part of helping other people around the world. If people care about other people getting medicine and being healthy, that would be great to donate to direct relief. But really, I think it's more important for people to find what they're passionate about. There's other great charities that work on, animals or shelter or, cancer. And so it's really about people finding what they're passionate about and being able to lean in. And if direct relief is appealing, that's wonderful. But really, it's just about giving back and being part of a philanthropic community.
Now, we spoke about this last week a little bit. Some of our NA players, we had a chat with them, and the fact that they get to compete in a game and an industry that they love and give back to the community at the same time really is amazing. So, Cole, quick question. Have you ever done a marathon or something of that nature, for charity?
Okay, for charity. Yes, I have actually. I did a 5K for cancer research, and I managed it. I think I got 21 minutes, which I was pretty proud of at the time. So
nice.
I'd now manage it in 2 hours 10, so there you go.
I was thinking about it yesterday, because I would like to see if I could do a marathon without training. Do you reckon the body could cope with it?
No, don't.
Okay.
You will break yourself. I know that you've, damaged your body. Do not do that, you silly boy.
That's true. Feel like a 50-year-old.
Yes,
Right, 2 teams will enter the arena. 1 will leave with a much shorter path to that LAN event later in the summer. Solary and Aogiri are going to be going up first. Cole, what are your thoughts?
What are my thoughts? I think that Solary will be favourites in 3s here. Aogiri are qualifying for 3v3 events at the moment, but they're not exactly expected to pull up any trees, whereas Solary, as I mentioned earlier, that massive 3rd place in the first regional of this split could be huge. They do have a ready-made 1v1 in Ocelon, as I mentioned earlier, who has been in the 1v1 scene for a very long time, who is intelligent. You'll think you've got the up on him, and then suddenly he'll put a couple of goals past you with some clean 50-50. So it's going to be a really intriguing battle. I'd say Solary favourites maybe 60-40, maybe 65-35.
Ooh. We are waiting no longer. It is time to roll into our first match of Gamers Without Borders in the EU region. I'm going to hand you over to 2 Rocket League veterans. It is, of course, Johnny and Shogun. Take it away, guys. We're about to roller coaster ride through the floor.
Whoa!
Whoa. Okay.
I don't know how to come in after that one, Johnny. That was fantastic. I'll give them that for the very least. But yeah, here we are. We're back underground, and we are ready for the first matchup of the day in this crew battle format. As I previously mentioned, starting off at 3v3, and then we'll be moving into the loser's selection of either 2v2 or 1v1. And then after that, whatever's remaining will be used for game 3. We'll keep you up to date with how this all works as we go through the format. And a reminder as well that if you want to catch the other game currently happening, just copy-paste the Twitch link that we have for this one, add a B to the end. You'll be able to join Spaceman and Lawler over there for the other quarterfinal matchup in the upper bracket. Johnny, got our 2 teams here. Let's get a cheeky prediction, shall we?
This is a tough one. It's a really tough one. You know, usually I'd just pick the team with the better 1v1 player because it's such a free win if you've got a big advantage there. But I don't think either team has a massive advantage in that aspect, which makes this one difficult to predict. But I'm going to agree with Cole, though. I think Solary, they've got the edge in 3v3. 2v2, I think they'll also have the edge. I know Tho and Oli are a really great duo. I mean, any 2 of those are going to be phenomenal. But every single game mode in this particular matchup is difficult to call, which is strange. Usually there's one game mode that you can say this is the clear favorite here, but even 3v3, Aogiri are a really, really dangerous team. Look out for Stizzy, mechanical young gun coming out of Spain, and VK Salen really finding his form again recently.
Yeah, this is a format as well where you as an individual player can step up and really put the format on your back. There was a bit of a surprise package actually with that last week. We were harping so much about Daniel, and Daniel, yes, did perform reasonably well, but Razebull was the star of the entire week. Yeah, and
I'm really hoping that our European qualifier today, or this today and tomorrow, I should say, this bracelet days, we got to get someone like Razebull, someone who's not at all known for 1v1, just coming out and being a beast in the game mode. I don't know who that's going to be yet, but it'll probably be one of those where a team tries someone, doesn't work, tries someone else, maybe they don't work, try the 3rd player. Oh, this guy's insane. Who knows who it's going to be?
We'll get to all of that when we get to that. Here is Stizzy, player that a lot of people have been making a lot of noise about lately. Starting to at least get his name known around the scene. Only can't get the setup, and Fo's just going to have to try and bide his time over in the midfield. All these teams that we've got playing this week as well, only a couple of days removed from their last RLCS. Some of them, performances they'll be happy with. Others will be happy just to have another tournament to maybe put that previous experience behind them. Fo looking for the corner. VK Salen should have that on the half volley, and he does. They're lucky to just clip the ceiling though, so kind of takes the sting out of the original clear. And now Oli not able to get there just in time. Both teams just seem to be easing into this, but there's the worry you've got to take against Solary is they're not too fussed about trying to just sprint back into defense. They might leave a player behind you.
Yeah, they're just an exceptional team at chipping away at their opponents. They just win 50-50s, they beat their opponents to the ball, and eventually after all of these free touches, a goal goes in, though. Sniping the top corner there. I was wondering whether he was going to sneak that one on target or if we would need to see one more touch. But really great shot there with the air roll from Tho. No chance for the keeper.
And the Fo has just been reinventing himself ever since moving away from Guild, who are in this tournament as well. Looking forward to seeing what will happen over there for them. Now off the backboard, Fo does clear. Ocelot might have the infield. Nobody was available on his team. How much do Aogiri really want to start chasing these down? They've at least won the challenge against Fo. Follow up afterwards, though, just far too slow from them. Better spot now, though, Ocelot. Off the backboard, not able to get to it. It's far too easy at the moment. Solary playing out. Not even have to play that much for it.
Really good work there, though, by VK Salen in defense. He had to run away from the bump of Tho and also recover quickly to get a save, which he did. They're going to need a lot more than that. So midfield has been dominated by Solary in the matchup so far. So many clean wins on races to the ball. And even when they're not winning the race to the ball, they're adapting into 50-50s immediately. That's been their strong point so far since they came together as a team this split. They just don't really ever come out in a big loss in any position. Very risk averse. The Aogiri will need to go and force those mistakes if Solary aren't going to make them by themselves. Oli once again. Really great adaptation. Realized he was getting blocked if he went high, so he chips the ball underneath the opponent.
This has been one of the more, at least comfortable 1-0s that we've seen. Although that flick might just cause something to happen now for Aogiri. VK Salen didn't get anything from that touch, though. And the pinch back from Ocelot, happy to see it bounce off the backboard, but still, more time wasted. The Aogiri needed to keep a hold of. Stizzy now back in, and Foe does what he does best. Cut rotation, make sure he intercepts the play.
Yeah, bit of an accidental back pass there by Ocelot, but luckily for him, it didn't go on target. It's very rare for an accidental pinch to go on target from the exact halfway line. And he probably knew that when he went for the play. Just over a minute left now. Great control shown so far in the 3v3 by Solary. This is exactly what you need to be doing when you're the favorite in one of the matchups. Just don't take any unnecessary risks. This is essentially a best of one for the moment before we switch into the chosen matchup from Aogiri, should they indeed lose this first game, as it looks like they will.
That's important to note as well, is it's not a shock if we saw these two teams play against each other to see Aogiri maybe take game one. You typically say after that, all right, Surrey will figure them out after this and might even end like a 3-1, but so far Surrey have come in fully in control of this game as Mike Boy shrugs off the first challenge, and that was so disrespectful.
What patience from Mike Boyd. Manages to get away from Stizzy, which is, I think, the great play to start off this exchange. Would have been easy for him to panic in that situation, get demoed from behind or get bumped and make an early play on the ball, but he just took his time and made Ocelot look really silly in a little 1v1 position. So Ocelot, potentially the 1v1 player for Aogiri, not looking too hot in that play, although it was a difficult one for him to read. Mike Boy threatening the flick, of course.
Stizzy from the backboard. If they're going to make a game out of this, they need to score right now. The drop-down pass, and that will seal the deal. It will be Aogiri's selection up next, 2v2 or 1v1, and whatever's left after that will be played in game number 3. Nice simple 3-0 over here. Johnny, predictions. What's going to be the game mode, and who's going to be playing it?
Really, really interesting decision from Aogiri coming up. I think they're going to pick 2v2 because they want to get on the board early, and I think it's going to be the Spanish duo of Stizzy and VK Salen who play it. They do play a lot of 2v2 together, and they're very familiar with each other's play styles. I've actually seen them play in a 2 show match recently. They looked incredibly impressive. But I still think even with that synergy coming out from Stizzy and VK Salen, they will be the underdogs as any combination. But probably Tho and Oli, I would say, the Tholi combo, going to come out for 2v2 for Solary. And yeah, that's it confirmed. They have picked 2v2. Stizzy, the one who wrote that in.
Yeah, Ocelot was straight out. Ocelot was out almost within a matter of seconds with the actual 2s being announced. So no real surprise there that we got Salen and Stizzy playing in that one. And I believe we've just seen Oli leave the lobby as well. So it's Foe and Mike Boy that will, unless we're going to get a last-second change-up over here, which is looking reasonably unlikely. Quick update as well as to the other match that's currently going on. The freeze game between Na'Vi and Semper still ongoing, 2-2 as they enter the final minute. So big matchup over there, and I feel like the freeze game needs to be won by Na'Vi.
Maybe. Although
I'm scared of Exotic, man. Maybe every match I feel like I've been very selective with the matches I've seen of Exotic. I'm just very scared of him, all right?
He's a phenomenal player. I mean, the Semper versus Na'Vi series is another one that's really difficult to call. Luis is probably the best ones player in that lobby, so that's going to give Na'Vi the edge in the 1v1. But it really just depends what kind of 1v1 form Exotic is in, because Exotic's a player for Semper who's had great 1v1 showings in the past, and he might actually be a lot better than we're expecting him to be in that matchup. But when it comes to 2v2 and 3v3, I think Semper have got a clear advantage, so that's a really difficult one to call as well. I mean, every round one in EU, difficult to predict.
Is there anyone, because last week we had Daniel that we were sort of saying is the ace in the hole of this entire field. Is there any player that you're looking at that is the same sort of, okay, you might just have 2 games won every series because you've got this player?
I don't think so. Daniel, going in at least to the NA qualifier, was a level above all of the other competition. Even all of the other 1v1 mains and all of the other 1v1 players in the NA qualifier were a level below Daniel, whereas you know, I'm picking Luis as the #1 player in 1v1 in this EU bracket, but it's a smaller gap to players like CRR from Guild and players like Exotic from Semper than it was between Daniel and the next best player. It turned out to be Razebull. Oh, what a touch, though! Completely surprising VK Sale, and it's surprising us as well, actually. I didn't think this was going to go through. Usually, you'd go in a straight line with this, but though getting a very, very good angle change on the end of that air dribble to put it past the low boost VK Sale.
It's probably been the greatest asset that Foe has added over the last few months. He's disguising his plays so well. Last season, maybe one of the more easy to read players that were in the entire league, but they make him that much easier to actually play against. You could see that one. There was always the opportunity, up until the point that the shot was taken, that he might just go for the flip reset. And a defender, you have to respect that. Here we go yet again, goes for the player. And Foe likes to go direct.
Though warming up the 1v1 mechs already, air dribble bump onto Stizzy. And he made that one look extremely easy. Didn't even need to air dribble the ball, just popped it twice. And then had a low flight into the goalkeeper. Stizzy was trying to go underneath him there, so Though stayed low, puts it him and his team up by 2 goals. Though Mikeboy so far looking like the superior duo, even though we were initially surprised that Oli wasn't on the field. That's, like we mentioned, Solary, any combination of their 3 players is going to be difficult to beat in 2s.
This is the worst possible start, though. It might get a little better. Stizzy can't control the ball. Goes for the infield pass, but the player's gone. VK Sillen realizes it. He's got to back down. He's got a low boost. Mikeboy still loses the challenge in the pull shots. Saw one of these go in, but it's Foe hat-trick hero.
This is genius. Mikeboy had no boost, no momentum, so Though bumps him into a position to be relevant. That is one of the biggest brain plays I've seen in a while. Though giving some momentum to his teammate, who then runs on, pressures the goalkeeper, and gives a little bit of space for Though to flick it over the top of him. Huge brains in Solary. Great synergy as well coming out from the Dutch team.
And Foe may be the most important player on this squad from Solary to actually be playing well.
Definitely.
You can see that he's in form. That is just, it's compounding issues at the moment over for Aogiri. It keeps getting worse and worse. 3 goals down in their gameplay selection.
Yeah, they picked this and they're losing. So if they are bringing in Ocelon for the 1v1, which is guaranteed to happen in the next game, no matter what the outcome is of the 2v2 here, then he better be on form, because that would just be match point. Good save there by VK Still, and it's still all Solary in terms of pressure and chances. Ocelon has a chance to come back, to bring them back here. He's, you know, gonna need to step up to the level of his countrymen. He's the only Dutch player on Aogiri. All 3 are Solary. Harold from the Netherlands. They're just too fast. The synergy's too good, and you know, no doubt that they're going to be one of the best 2s teams in this tournament.
And what might be sticking in the back of Ocelon's mind as well is that even if he can win that matchup, it might not matter, because after that they've got to go over to 2s or 3s, both game modes that Solary have looked incredibly comfortable in. As we do now have the end of game 1 over in our B stream, as VK Salen, at least he's got 1 back over here, but it was Semper that took it in 4 minutes of overtime for their freeze matchup.
Wow, that's definitely an impressive 3s game there from Navi on the B stream to hold Semper that close. Now keep an eye on the kickoffs here. 2v2 a lot more volatile than 3s. Stizzy is the player who's first up on the ball here, decides to just play it standard. They're not going for anything too cheeky, which I am surprised by. You know, they've got some time left to work with here, but it's always nice to just get that 1 quick goal off the kickoff and make your job a lot easier from then on.
Yeah, 2 goals in a freeze game with about 100 seconds left. You consider that doable. 3s, it's a little bit more of a mountain.
Yeah.
As we now get Mikeboy chasing down VK Salen, just guides him away and takes the pass.
Oh,
I am loving the off-ball pathing over by Solary.
Mikeboy just chases VK Salen into the corner, though probably shouted at him to say, hey, hit this, it's on target, but he's going to save it, redirect. And if they can call that kind of thing early enough, then they're just going to easily slot it away. Great comms, great synergy again from Tho and Mikeboy. On a different level here compared to Stizzy and VK Salen. You've got acknowledge the greatness here, 'cause to make Stizzy and VK Salen look second best by this margin shows you that there are really quite a lot of levels to 2v2. Who knows with
This one's
1v1
done, man.
coming up next. Is this even going to be, are we even going to need to go back to one of these matchups? Those are definitely at the level of Ocelon in 1v1. I think it could be a 3-0 sweep here with how well Solary are playing.
You know, especially with how well Foe is playing. He's just stepped it up for this tournament and at least for this series. But the job should be done over here. As for Ocelon, he needs to make sure he's all warmed up now. He's taken the last 5 minutes out. Gonna get one back. All right, Johnny, this has to be, as you so keenly coined it, a cheeky kickoff. If this is basic, this is done.
Yeah, they've got to go for something special here, and they'll be hoping for a diagonal spawn, because that gives you the most options. They are going to get one. I'd like to see Stizzy just driving past the ball and demoing Mike Boy here, but that's not what we're going to see. They might be trying to save that for later. Should this 2v2 be ran back? That's the only reason I can think that they wouldn't want to reveal a kickoff strategy like that. Okay, hold on. You know, they've not gone for anything too cheeky on the kickoff, but that is a very aggressive challenge by Stizzy. He had no boost at all, decided to turn around anyway, and why not? You've got no time to work with. You have to challenge. You have to score goals, and that's what they've done.
Yeah, Foe's initial mistake off that backboard just sort of opened the door up and invited him to come in. So maybe a chance here. Still nothing too special from the kickoff. Becomes a question of, is it an unwillingness or just a lack of actual ability or knowledge to do it? Stizzy got a bad angle to work with, though. And 0 boost for VK Stella means that the clear does come through. Stizzy does need to score from this. He's got VK Salen's support. And Mike Boy far too strong on the goal line.
He ran all the way up on the back wall there to dodge the demo and still got goal side in a strong way to block Stizzy's air dribble. Solary up by 2 going into the 1v1. And like you mentioned, the fact that Tho is playing so well could be the catalyst to Solary's success here, because I expect to see him in the 1v1 coming up next, unless Oli's been secretly practicing 1v1 for this event. And I think it's going to be Tho. I've seen him beat Ocelon before in 1v1. I've seen him, you know, be a top 30, maybe top 20 1v1 player in EU at certain times. But yeah, this is definitely one of the interesting matchups, not just because of the ability of the players, but also the mentality of the players. We've seen Tho tilt out of his mind in 1v1s in the past as well. So that's something they're going to need to avoid.
For those of you that do love some 1v1, by the way, the Na'Vi and Semper match is currently going on. That's 1v1 at the moment, and that is 2-2. Also 2 minutes into that game. So, hey, you're going to get a 1v1 overload. Yeah, it's Exotic versus Luis.
Yep. So we thought a little bit of France versus Spain on the B stream. Luis should be winning that. He's had the, I think, the higher peak in 1v1 historically, and also the higher activity recently. But Exotic is very, very solid, and funnily enough, when we did a crew battle tournament in the past, albeit years ago, Exotic was undefeated in the 1v1 element of that, in the qualifier. I think he won 5 straight games in 5 different series to qualify for one of the only other crew battle events that's ever happened in Rocket League history.
So not too many surprises with who's taken to the field for this game. Foe, the hot hand over on Solary, takes the shot. Not really going to test Ocelon like that. Ocelon's been the player with the most experience in ones. There's no chance Foe is getting back for that. And Ocelon far too experienced to get caught out by the reverse challenge.
Look at the wheel choice from Ocelon. We might actually see simultaneous victories for these wheels. I expect these are what Luis is using on the B stream as well. The extremely thin wagon wheel here, which, you know, for me, it's a very interesting choice because it makes the car look so light. So maybe you feel a bit faster. Obviously, wheels in Rocket League don't actually make any difference to how fast a car moves or how strong a car is in a challenge. But when you're running with these tiny little wheels, it's a mental thing. It's a placebo. You feel faster, and sometimes that can make you actually play faster, react faster. That's clearly what Ocelon's going for. But they also look like paper, which hasn't caused any problems here. He has crushed the challenge in the paper wheels.
Look, mate, I've watched enough Robot Wars in my entire life to understand that you should never enter the field with anything wooden on it, all right? It never worked. But important here for Ocelon as well. Is I feel like he not only needs to win this, he needs to win this convincingly. He needs to just offset Foe to make that 2v2 game mode a bit easier for the rest of the squad. Obviously, free's always going to be difficult, but if they can just slow him down, which it looks like Ocelon is doing at the moment, this might have the knock-on effect.
That is genuinely a win condition. Tilt Tho. I mean, Tho knows that they don't need to win another 1v1. They don't even need to win this 1v1. They can win this series on the back of their next matchup choice, which I imagine would be 2v2 given how well it went. Or you know, they could go back to 3v3 just to flex on Aogiri and show them that there are just levels to this game. But Ocelon has to try and do everything he can to tilt Tho in this matchup, whether it be bumps, whether it be flip resets, mind games, whatever he decides is the most tilting way to beat Tho, he should be trying to do that. But this is a great 50-50 by Tho in this exchange. Always tough to control the challenge when you're air dribbling like this, but he's just got around the back of Ocelon's intended touch and completely denied it, had the boost advantage and scores the goal.
Yeah, for Ocelon, there will always be that lingering threat as well that Foe can be very rubber bandy when it comes to his comebacks. A player that is equally as likely to tilt you as he is himself. Just all over them at the moment, and Ocelon having to deal with the 30 boost. Almost got behind him, but Ocelon covers the angle well. Now needs to avoid being demoed. Did exactly that.
Yeah, Ocelon well aware of Tho's antics here. He knows what Tho's trying to do. Tho, so far in this game, has just tried to brute force his way through Ocelon, trying to outpace him, trying to take 50-50s whenever he can, trying to control the boost as much as possible. But he missed the spawn on that one. It was just a bit too early of a drive across the box from Tho. The boost was not there for him to steal, and now he's in a bit of trouble.
Oh, almost found the angle instead. Foe gets the block, gets a double tap off the post, and now he's on the counter-attack. Foe reset, secured, and couldn't do anything with it.
He had to give away the possession there because Ocelon was threatening a demo, so it looked like Tho just passed it to him, but really he was just trying to stay alive in the position. Any kind of demo in that range would result in a goal for Ocelon. So has to just take a defensive stand and hope for another possession at some point. Ocelon is always, and always has been, very happy to sit on a low goal lead. But it can be risky.
Okay.
All it takes is one goal, and then you're right back to the most volatile position in all of Rocket League. That is the 1v1 kickoff.
And Foe is clawing his way back into this game. Ocelon seeing it drift away from him here. And suddenly Operation Tilt Foe turns into Operation Don't Lose the Series. Here we go, from the kickoff. Good kickoff by Ocelon. He's got boost, he's got ball, and he's now got plenty of time to work with his Foe, forced to retreat all the way back into his own side of the field. Up to the air. Will he go the entire way? Of course he will. 2-goal lead re-established. And also a quick update for you, Johnny, and for everyone at home. Luis did manage to win the game, so I believe that is now, 1-1. Big result, big performance. It was a single goal, actually 2 goals by the end. That ended up being the difference.
Yeah, Luis doing what it says in the tin, winning the 1v1. He's supposed to do that. He's the top ones player in this tournament, or certainly one of them. And Exotic's inactivity, despite his experience in the matchup, really to be too big of a deficit to come back from. Now, Ocelon continuing to try and catch Tho off guard. He managed to, on the last play, he had Tho worried about an air dribble bump and then just went for a conventional air dribble. And Tho was defending the wrong thing. Looked like a bit of a lazy challenge, but that's because, he was trying to avoid being demoed. That's been a big part of Ocelon's game, just threatening demos and then not actually going for them. Just playing standard. But as long as the threat is there, Tho has to respect it. He has to reposition. And it's made his life quite difficult to survive in this matchup. That's a great save, though. And he recover quickly here. Ocelon will beat him to it, play it to a safe location. Just like we mentioned earlier, he is very happy to let the clock win the game for him from these kind of positions.
Yeah, and Foe seems to be playing into that right now as well. He's constantly looking for that one gotcha moment. Chasing down the demos, cutting in quite a lot. It's just not allowing him to really build up any sort of consistent positioning against an Ocelon who is incredibly good at just feathering out that boost. And doesn't need any real invite to play this back into his own corner. It is up to Foe to force the play, and force the play he will. Can he get the recovery just in time? No, not quite. Ocelon straight back in to take the ball back away. And now over the top. Is that the final play that will secure this for Ocelon? Foe had to go chasing, and Ocelon played that beautifully.
Yeah, he's done his job here. He's kept his team in this, assuming that Tho can't claw back from a couple kickoffs at the end of this game. But I think it's going to be a 2v2 choice now for Solary. And, you know, they're going to have the double choice, so they don't have to go back to 1v1 here. The fact that
I don't think they will. I think this has to be 2s and then 3s.
Yeah, they're going to pick 2s and 3s in some order. I could see them going 3s just because they, you know, there's always the incentive to keep everybody as warm as possible, give everybody as much, you know, competitive practice on the day as you can. And if they are extremely confident in their 2v2 to round out the series, then they might just go 3v3 first of all to get the practice into the game mode that would start off the very next series.
My question would then be, is if you are Aogiri, do you almost kind of want 2s next? Because if you can get the win in that, Foe's then coming in with 2 losses, and that might be the best chance to catch them out. But at the same time, I say all of this, we also remember what those 2s and 3s games look like. And we have got Foe saying 2v2. Stizzy, I don't think that's going to work, Stizzy, but do you want to explain what he's trying to do here?
Yeah, it's quite a funny interaction there in the game chat while the replay, or while the highlights are showing Stizzy not quite...
Oh wait, no, we actually just got it wrong.
Yeah, no,
okay.
Stizzy got it wrong. He thought that we were going back to 3v3, no matter what there, but actually, the loser of game number 3 gets to choose the matchup for game number 4. The only games that are guaranteed, like set in stone, nobody chooses, are in this format are games 1 and game 3. When you're talking about best of 5s, game 1 is always going to be 3v3. Game 3 will always be the game mode which has not been played yet in the first 2 games. But going into game 4, it's the loser of the previous match who chooses. The loser of the previous match was Solary, so they get to choose, and they've picked 2v2. But yeah, Stizzy has realized his mistake, and after saying no, it's 3v3 in reply to Tho picking 2s, he says, oh, never mind, my bad. So yeah, quick realization there from Stizzy, and yeah, they're gonna need to play that 2v2 whether they want to or not.
Yes, well, that is what is coming up next. So Foe and Mike Boy taking back to the field. So, hey, it wasn't a one-off there with the Foe and Oli combo not being utilized. VK Sail and Stizzy representing Aogiri, an Aogiri squad that need 2 more wins to complete the reverse sweep. And this was the worst of the game modes for them in the first go-around. Started to figure out a little bit, though. We're going to give them some credit. The last minute was significantly better, but that's only because the first minute was so tragic.
Yeah, they still look like they were struggling in the matchup, and if they don't go for any switch up in the kickoff strats, I'll be extremely surprised. They might have been saving it for the rematch after starting off so poorly in a 3-0 deficit pretty much immediately. The first time this matchup was played, they probably knew that they're going to need to play 2v2 again. They're going to need to play 3s again, so they might as well save that for later. Well, let's find out. I mean, so far, no goals conceded for Aogiri. Significant improvement on the first time that these 2 teams played, but the 50-50s are just so consistent. They're so solid. Oh, what save by Stizzy there. It looked like he almost a guaranteed goal, but he kept that one out from an impossible angle, and demo off the ball from VK Sailing removed the follow-up as well.
One question I have for you here, Johnny, as we do see another demo, that should be the first, and this might wipe away the question I was going to ask you all together. I was going to ask you here, Johnny, since Ocelon had the win in the last round, is there a part of you that maybe second guesses the 2s roster and maybe slots him in?
I don't think so. I like that they're sticking with Stizzy VK Sailing because I know that they've practiced this 2v2 a bunch. And, you know, one game is not, I wouldn't say it's a reason to remove that. You know, if somebody was really just not feeling like they're on their game on any given day, fair enough. But they're probably going to put that previous 2's loss down to just a bad start, being forced to take unnecessary risks from then on, and, you know, just accumulating in a lot of goals for Solary. You can't write off a combo with a big loss in 2s or 1s for that matter. You know, these are game modes that the scorelines can really get out of control if you're pushing yourself for a comeback.
You do see off the bump, Stizzy quite happy not to launch himself into the ball and potentially launch the ball beyond his teammates. 2 minutes in over here. A significantly improved start from Aogiri. They are up against some pressure, though, from Foe off the challenge. And Mike Boy's follow-up. Good save by Stizzy. Always had the feeling that he knew where it was going. It was just if he could get himself over to there in time. Now Foe to the ceiling. First touch not as high as he would have liked it. Couldn't recover the play afterwards. Back to the wall, and 0 boost. Good steal from Foe on his way back. Just cuts the legs out from under the play. As you previously mentioned, Johnny, how you can't really fully judge the squad from one match. The Aogiri look a lot better and look a lot more comfortable in this 2's game.
And they realized that Solary were just trying to beat them to the ball by reacting extremely quickly to 50s. Speaking of, there it is again. I mean, they're very good at forcing 50-50s to bounce into the middle of the pitch and to go into the center of the box where their teammate is often waiting to quickly follow up. And that was a bit of a risky play here. Brief 2v1, but though, as he's really messed up that first touch, wanted to start an air dribble and target, but the ball was behind him before he could even get any look at the goalkeeper.
Well, Mike Boy's going to keep going. He missed the boost from his own back corner, and the bump on Foe almost caught him out. He's happy just to land on the floor, though. VK Salen didn't get the flick. Foe still in his own corner. Stizzy's fake challenge didn't really affect him too much, but now it's Foe's opportunity off the backboard. Here's Mike Boy's chance. It's a difficult shot. Goes for the double. Oh. He's completely whiffed it. VK Salen also wastes his chance for a 1v1 against Foe.
That was a big opportunity, and Solary have had plenty. Their first touch has completely fallen apart in this game compared to the second game of the series, which was, of course, 2v2. Solary have not looked anywhere near as consistent. Maybe there was a little bit more to that 1v1 loss than meets the eye. Still, keeps his team only 1 goal in, or 1 goal behind. Mike Boy wants the backboard double, but VK Salen not going to give it to him. I think Mike Boy was missing anyway, so yeah. First touch not looking too good for Solary.
I mean, on that one, I feel like the first touch was better. It's just the angle he came from. There was no way he was going to correct it to be able to actually take it at a shootable angle. And now with 35 seconds left, it's a rare 1-0 as we go to the final few stages of this game. Stizzy looks for the backboard. Mike Boy will clear. But there's no way Foe can get over to it, and that just gives all of the incentive over to VK Salen. Mike Boy charging off the backboard. Is that all the players gone? Foe, he scuffed it. Instead, he can claim it in infield, and Mike Boy will finish off the play.
Oh, what a knock-on by Mike Boy. He decided to pass instead of shooting here, and that is such an intelligent decision. Stizzy expecting Mike Boy to shoot first time, blocked the goal side of the ball. Instead, it was a near post pass for Tho. Mike Boy has just saved Solary's game number 4.
And just like that, all the pressure back on Aogiri, or is it? They get it off the demo. VK Salen re-establishes the lead.
He demoed both Solary players for their first goal. He only needed to demo 1 for this one. These sneaky behind enemy lines plays from Aogiri kept them in the lead here. Now it's them who just trying to play as solidly as possible. And they've done so. We're going to get one last attack for Solary in regulation.
That was a pre-jump from VK Salen. Still wasn't good enough to get over to Mike Boy. Foe only got the demo. He got the car. Did not get the ball. Game 5 on the way. And Aogiri on the verge of a reverse sweep.
Oh my goodness. That was a terrifying last moment there for Aogiri with the demo coming through. But through the smoke, it was VK Salen who had control. And this game really was just controlled start to finish by his demos. We are going to get 3v3 for the ace match.
There's not a surprise there. There's no chance you're sending Foe back out of 2 losses to take on Ocelon for another game. So 3's pretty much the only option that you can really see over for Solary. But hey, I don't know anymore. Aogiri coming in against a fresh Solary. You don't expect him to win the Freeze game. Coming against a Solary that has now got losses to their name and a player that is still playing well. I don't want to just push this narrative that Foe's playing badly, but you've got a player now that is on the 2 losses on the trot against a team that has now all won their previous few matches.
Yeah, they definitely fell off a bit there. Aogiri stepped up, They were playing, I think, a little bit more prepared for those just lunging challenges that Solary were punishing them in Game 2. Punishing them with in Game 2, I should say. But they need to do a lot more in the 3v3 because now Solary can do that with backup. They're not leaving just one man at the back. They're leaving 2 men in the midfield most of the time. So even if you demo one of them, there's going to be a third to come in and save every single counterattack that you make. But they've managed to get themselves back into this. Really great work. It was win-alon, not loss-alon, that kept them in it with that big 1v1 win. And now running back 2s and 3s. These are the choices of Solary since they've lost games 3 and 4. I think smart decisions, but now they've got to prove they are the better team.
Yeah, and I don't think I have any disagreements with at least the game placement of Solary. They've now got this freeze in their back pocket. And Mike Boy, who at least gave them a lifeline back in the last game. That's so good. And it might look like a goal steal, but he's the one that did all the work. I think he deserves it.
Yeah, lovely little angle on the air roll assist. And Oli as well, slowing down the shot to shoot behind the pre-jumping defender. These are the kind of outplays that Solary became used to making in the first match of this series, first game of the series, I should say. I've got to also point out again, these setups for the double taps are not looking on point right now. Every single one of them going a little bit wayward. Same thing with the air dribbles. You know, Solary's first touch still needs a little bit of work here if they're going to easily win this.
But for all of that, if Aogiri are to take this, they need to find a way of being first after the 50. If that does not happen for them, none of this extra stuff matters because Solary will just score off a basic goal. These double taps, these flip resets are bonuses in a matchup like this. And if you're just winning every single challenge in the midfield, and that 1-goal lead might be all they need as Foe jumps on in. Oli's clear, not great though. Does need some help. Mike Boy also drifted out from the goal line. Very aggressive defending. Almost got caught for it, but landed just where the ball was going to.
Yeah, Mike Boy with a great reaction there to deny the incoming shot from Aogiri. So, you know, it's more just shoddy defending Solary in the setup to this. So just a complete whiff on a clear that led to Aogiri's offensive drive. But with that being said, Solary still look like the better team here. Even though they've dropped off a little bit in quality, their consistency is definitely not at the level it was at the start of this series. And it's not just a Tho thing. You know, we pointed out that maybe one of the win conditions for Aogiri is tilt the living daylights out of Tho and then hope that will cause Solary to fall off. But it's been just kind of a team effort overall. They've just kind of panicked a little bit and lost that control that they had earlier on.
Big criticism I will have, and it's been kind of consistent actually through all of the 3 game modes that we've seen, is Solary always want the defensive play done. They want it to be won right now, we can get the clear. There's never a thought of, let's settle here and wait for the play to come to us. And it is almost what got them caught out earlier. Mike Boy at least gets the demo, but through the smoke screen comes VK Salen. Now the previously demo player moves forward, not the best touch from Stizzy, no touch at all from Oli, and that puts his team right back under pressure. Well, for the first time though, VK Salen gets a little bit of an open spot and can't quite put the play together.
Yeah, both teams really looking a bit messy here.
Oh, yeah, punctuate your point.
Complete missed touches. I mean, it looks like they're driving around with flat tires or something here because complete whiffs and mishits, and whenever you see an air dribble takeoff that leads to a player turning sideways to try and get back to the ball, you know that something went wrong with the setup. You know that the first touch wasn't sent in the intended direction. But
I'm just gonna point out here, Johnny, if everyone does have flat tires, Ocelon should be the best player on the field.
Oh! You were saying?
Yeah. Wooden tires. Can't get a puncture on those.
Right. It can't be the flat tire theory. Because Ocelon definitely not the best player on the pitch. He just saved his teammates' open net shot.
Oh!
Oh no! A horrendous goal on the other end of the field. This is, I'm not even going to exaggerate here, this is probably the worst game I've ever seen from Solary and Aogiri. Not just as a collective, but individually. It's the worst I've ever seen Solary play, the worst I've ever seen Aogiri play. I have no idea what's happening here, but clearly the pressure has got to them in this game 5 with everything on the line. Everybody's trying to qualify for the huge LAN this summer, and both teams have looked horrendous while doing it.
I will counter you here with, yes, this might be the worst they've played, but it's also the best game that they've played. At least the most entertaining. Oh, dearie me. Well, still 1 minute left here. Aogiri, they've got to get something from this. All 3 players crowded around. Oh, dearie me.
Are we being pranked here, Shogun? Is this actually an OCE lobby? What is happening?
I'm not hinting anything here right now, but I will say Exotic and Luis are playing a 1v1 with 2 seconds left, and I've kind of got an eye on that at the moment. Yeah, all right, Semper are going to move through to the next round off 2 win, or actually no, an Exotic win in the second 1v1, so very well played by him to take down Luis. Off the infield, and that's a bit better.
What shot by Stizzy. They're back in the game. VK Sailing with the flick setup just got absolutely nothing, but luckily the 50-50 went middle, well forced by Ostalon there. And Stizzy bangs it into the top corner, no doubts on that play. 22 seconds left, still a chance for Aogiri to complete the reverse sweep.
It's a good kickoff to work with for Oli, but he was shut down. Ostalon from the corner. He's got the infield. Stizzy can't put it on net. It was under far too much pressure. Not the best clear, though, from Foe. Booming clear. Where's the midfield? Where's anybody? Aogiri, you've got to get over to the ball. They finally have. They've got it in a slightly workable position. It is all up to get that ball on the floor, and Solary have done it. Wasn't overly convincing, but the result is all that matters.
Yeah, they got the job done, and they have qualified or made it into that qualification round. They need one more win to secure their berth into the LAN, which is what everybody's really shooting for today. Today decides which teams go to the LAN and which teams don't, and the pressure you could see really got to both teams here, as they're both 1 game away from advancing. But if you lose here, you've got to win 2 straight to make the LAN. So huge marathon ahead of Aogiri now, whereas Solary, they've got 2 chances at it.
Absolutely so. And Solary will maybe want to try and put right a few wrongs from that game, but to always hear about something that's right. I want to speak to Cole and to Banks.
Ooh, that is one way to start off the region, Cole. Game 5.
I mean, I feel like you're somewhat overhyping the Game 5, because it was, as Johnny Boy said, the worst Game 5 we've perhaps ever seen at this level of Rocket League. If anybody's tuning into this esport for the first time, they'll be thinking, what's all the fuss about? Thankfully, winning ugly is a sign of champions, Banks, and Solary managed to do that and avoid a reverse sweep, so it doesn't matter how they got their win, they did it. Congratulations to them.
A win is a win, nevertheless, you got to say. So regarding our rankings, Solary are going to move into the upper bracket, and Aogiri will drop into that lower bracket where the long slog of matches awaits them, unfortunately. But let's be honest, it's worth it, because it's not only for a fantastic cause, it's for a chance at that $2 million prize pool, Cole.
Yeah, there's nothing better than winning a series and knowing that you're so close. Maybe there's nothing worse, actually, now I think about it, because that just amps up the pressure all over again. But yeah, Solary are going to be so very close. They're going to be refreshing where all these results are coming in, finding out who are we playing against. All they have to do is win one more series, and they will make it to our huge LAN.
Exactly. It's worth reinforcing what Johnny said as well before he dropped off, that all it takes is 2 best-of-5 wins from the start of this bracket, and you've already qualified for that LAN event. So yeah, looking at that upper bracket score right there, a 3-2 from Solary, and Semper taking on and defeating Na'Vi as well, Cole.
Yeah, great performance there from Exotic in particular. I was watching the end of that... Oh, just pulled out my headphones 1 second. I was watching the end of that game on the B stream, and right at the end, it was 4-all, and Exotic got a monstrous flip reset to win that series, an upset against Luis P, the player who is considered to be the best 1v1er at this point. And I tactically put my headphones back in without ruining everyone's ears, because there's an echo if I take them out. Anyway, we avoided that. It's all good. Good performance from Semper is what I'm saying.
A very good performance. So we are off to a flying start. Thank you so much, Cole. We have our second match of the day coming up very, very shortly. Our players are just getting prepped. So we sat down with a few of our players before we kicked off, but we'll see you right after this break.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. We are one match in, and if you've only just joined us, Solary did indeed come out on top and have moved on into that upper bracket, and Aogiri will have to claw their way back out of that lower bracket if they stand any chance of making that top 4 position in order to make it through to the LAN event later in the year. I'm also still joined by Cole in the studio. Initial reactions from you, my good sir, particularly that Game 5. I just want to hear you say it again.
It wasn't great, was it? The Game 5 wasn't the best standard of Rocket League we'll ever see, but that's okay. That is the beauty of what we're seeing before us. The pressure to make it to that LAN is sky high, so you will see those mistakes coming in, and whichever team deals with that better will end up winning, as we saw earlier on from Solary.
Well, we've definitely discussed pretty openly about the match itself, but we need to get into the nitty-gritty, a very English term, I know, but what were the fallouts? What needed to be done a little bit better by Aogiri?
I think that Aogiri, it's tough to say. I think that once that Game 5 started, everything that they'd planned went out the window. You know, as we saw from the gameplay, they might have got into it thinking, okay, let's be solid. Yeah, let's be more mechanical, more solo plays, whatever it was. It turned into a horrible scrap, and it just so happened to be Solary that won it out. Also, I'd say what Aogiri have to do differently is not save each other's shots at Ocelon. So maybe just, you know, jump over the ball if it's rolling in next time and you'll be fine.
Oh, dearie me. Well, you may have guessed it already, but Game 2 is on the way. We will have Luminosity Gaming going up against Juicers. Remember, the Open Qualifier, it was only merely days ago, wasn't it? So these teams are fresh off wins, the teams that had to qualify. So do you feel like they're more motivated, more positively charged, and, you know, potentially an upset could be on the cards for the people that were invited, Cole?
I think for a team like Juicers, they honestly will just be thrilled to be here. This is, you know, more pressure than they've ever experienced in their careers. The three of them, only a splattering of RLCS qualifications between them throughout all the online open era, so not exactly expected to be a top 16 team, all those levels individually. I'm also not sure who their 1v1 is out of Parker, Faris, and Juicy, so it's going to be pretty interesting all around to see how they play and approach. A challenge like Luminosity Gaming, a team that want to be easily in the top 5 of EU, they battle to get there. Occasionally they do. They've also got a ready-made 1v1 in EXO too. So Luminosity big favourites, but Juicers, maybe they can spring another surprise.
Exactly. Confidence is key when you're at this level, for sure. And I love that there is a player called Juicy who plays for Juicers. That just ticks all the right boxes for me, mate. So, we're about to step into the arena for our second match of EU. It's going to be Luminosity going up against Juicers. I'm going to throw you over to Shogun and Johnny. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much there, Barney Banks, and we get ourselves ready for our second matchup of the day in a freeze game that I still kind of get flashbacks to the previous freeze game that we watched there, Johnny. But I'm ready for this one, just to use as a palate cleanser of sorts.
I love that analogy. I really hope that that's what we get here, and I think it is going to be what we get, because how can you possibly get worse after that shocking display we just saw from Solary and Aogiri? Embarrassing, quite frankly. I'm not exaggerating. If you missed it and you want a good laugh, pro players completely missing the ball, but because they're under a lot of pressure, they're trying to qualify for a $2 million LAN. They're trying to progress in this tournament and be the top team in the EU closed quals. It's understandable, but still insane to watch. How much of a difference there can be between a game 1 3v3 and a game 5 3v3. It's Solary trying not to get reverse swept, and Aogiri just trying to figure out a way to win and accidentally getting in each other's way. I think we're going to see a more organized matchup here. But one thing that we mentioned, or that we noticed when we joined this lobby, is that there's a Moxie in here, and all of the 1v1 fans in the chat are going to love to hear that, because we're thinking, who's going to be favorite in the 1v1 here? Who's going to be winning the 1v1? Oh, the highest rated EU 1v1 players in the lobby. Well, that changes things here. Suddenly, we have got a favorite, and Luis no longer the best ones player in this tournament.
A quick shout as well over to our B stream Guild team, currently taking on Wolves Esports. There is a huge part of me kind of rooting for Guild over there, so that way we get the Nolly versus Foe matchup over in the upper semi-finals. So at least half a fingers crossed over here from me. But we are waiting to get our players in for our 3v3 game. Looks like they are about to take to the field. And yeah, big freeze game coming up next. Luminosity probably coming into this, well, as a distinct favorite over for the freeze game. But 2s and 1s, Johnny, how does that stack up?
I still think Luminosity will have to be the slight edge in 2v2. Atomic is an unbelievably good 2v2 player, so I expect to see him taken to the field there. But the 3v3, never a done deal. It is the most upsettable matchup in a best of one, I think. If you put two evenly matched teams, or rather two teams that are not evenly matched on the field together. One player that I'm very excited to see is that man who just had a couple of good touches on the ball, Juicy, in the back corner. Moist Joyo has pointed him out as one of the players who he thinks is going to be the next big thing in EU. I mean, he's got everything going for him. He's French, he's young, he's mechanical. Like, what can possibly go wrong?
Yeah, I mean, when you've got a team named after you as well, then you know you need to be great. You look at all of the great teams out there that were named after great players. The one that really springs to mind, the Randy Gibbons River Rats.
Yeah.
Truly, the GOAT. To get Parker taking the shot. Oh, there's Juicy. And I do like that. A little bit of the jump up and go. We've seen a lot more of that recently, Johnny. Just give your opponent something to think about. That one, however, actually had a distinct disadvantage of coming in from a blind spot. So the defenders aren't going to respect it too much because they don't know anything about it.
Yeah, very clean performance so far from the Juicers. One missed overhead clear in defense nearly led to a goal for Luminosity. But apart from that, they're playing a very fast tempo. They're fighting for the midfield. They're not stuck in their own half by any means. Aogiri earlier on against the favorite Solary really did struggle to get out of their own half for large periods of time. Juicers not having that issue. And here's Juicy, who fakes a wall shot, recovers quickly to shoot low, but that's easily dealt with by Ixo, who we expect to be seeing later on today in the 1v1 for Luminosity. But he's been very inactive. I wonder if it will be Ixo or maybe will Atomic try his hand at the ones.
Yeah, Ixo is one of the OGs when it comes to the 1v1 scene.
Yeah.
But really use that as well to springboard his position. He's a player for the longest time for threes we were expecting big things from. Never really happened. That is something that's happening though. Faris, booming shot, top bins.
Juicy in the setup, faked an air dribble, and then got down to the ground by jumping upside down to pop the ball into a 50-50, which Faris pounced on. Beat his top cornered the shot, and just about half of the game in, it's Juicers who take the lead. And this could really not just give them a chance in the series, but make them favorites for the series, and Luminosity come back.
Yeah, especially with suddenly an advantage over on the 1v1 side. If they can just take anything, the threes, the twos, they might be able to secure themselves two 1v1s out there as well. Juicy reset. Ixo and Atomic both go. The bump as well. It has to go in, and it does. I tell you what, this is quite the surprise.
This is phenomenal from Juicers. They're really taking the fight to Luminosity here. Luminosity, who just finished top 8 in the most recent EU RLCS event. They're shocked at the pace that Juicers are coming at them with, the aggression, the confidence that Juicers are coming at them with. They don't have long to figure out a way to win this. 2 goals a lot harder to come by in threes than any other game mode.
Togs off the clatter into the corner. They needed that first shot. Didn't come in. And that 2 minutes left suddenly looks very, very tempting if you're a Juicers player. First shot, Parker forces the players to move early, just threatened a little bit of a demo. Back into the midfield. The midfield control in general so far from Juicers has been exceptional. Ixo buys his team a little bit of space. Juicy, fake challenge. Catches Atomic, forced into the corner. That is, again, subtle but effective defending.
Yeah, we talked about Juicy earlier on. He has been extremely influential in this game so far. He's been very fast-paced and very efficient with his movement, but we've also got to give credit to Faris in particular. The opening goal of this match was a perfect shot by him that he had to get up quickly for as well. He was being challenged, to the ball, beat his man, top corner the shot with confidence. And, you know, Parka is actually the player with the most experience, I believe, when it comes to Juicers. So this really is looking like a great team.
Yeah, the team custom built for this format. You talk about the shot from Faris. You always wonder when you see players like this, players that we're maybe a little bit less familiar with. Are they going to have nerves? Well, when you shoot like that, you can already tell that is a player that is not nervous, but maybe not the same can be said for Luminosity. We're up against it right now. They are running very swiftly out of time. Atomic back to Parker. Didn't really need the ball to fall over there. More time wasted. And again, just to harp on it, how impressed have you been with the Juicers defense? They just look so unfazed by everything.
They look phenomenal. They look like the better team. This has not been a steal. This has not been, you know, one of those occasions where the underdog team just comes and surprises the opponents with a slight lead or you know, a sneaky win. No, they have just beaten Luminosity at Rocket League. They've just been better at the game by a significant margin. And it looks like as soon as Juicers hit them with that opening goal, Luminosity started to panic. They're thinking, wait a minute, this is the game mode that we're supposed to be winning. This is a game mode that we have to be winning. With Juicers looking so good in other matchups in the crew battle. But they've lost it, and suddenly control of the series is firmly in the hands of Juicers. If they can field a 2v2 team at the level of their 3v3 team they just showed us, they're going to be the favorites to win this whole thing, not just to beat Luminosity.
Certainly so. So for Luminosity, they've now got to select between 2v2 and 1v1, and yeah, probably not the biggest surprise ever. Coach Snasky says 2v2.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit of a change of plans have happened in the last few minutes for them. But for Juicers, here's your big question then, Johnny. Like, what is the roster going to look like? I can't wait to find out. But also, how are they going to play? Update as well over from the Wolves versus Guild game. Wolves smashed Guild in game 1, and I believe they're actually working on the perfect sweep. They got the lead over in game 2. So we'll see how that goes. Keeping a perfect sweep with a 1v1 involved for game 3, though, bit difficult. But hey, keep an eye on it.
Yeah, we mentioned CRR in the 1v1 for Guild, but Wolves have also got a great ones player on their roster, Hyder, one of the best ones players right now coming out of Italy. So that's not going to be an easy player for CRR to beat. And Guild, they're kind of relying on their 3s and 2s prowess to get through that matchup. And
all right, perfect sweep's done. Guild got the goal back.
Oh, they got one goal. Got it for Shogun. He always loves to.
No, I don't care about the perfect sweeps anymore. I tell you what, we ever get the binary sweep in a crew battle of all. See, that would be my luck, though, wouldn't it? I can't get one in a 3 series, but I can get something that involves 2v2 and 1v1.
You're never going to get binary sweep in a 1v1.
I know.
I don't know where you're thinking.
I know.
Imagining this is possible.
Listen, mate, we call it hopium.
Look at this. The 2 mechanical beasts. Well, I say this because Juicy has been called a mechanical monster by Joyo, so, no arguments there. But Faris in that first game is also extremely impressive. I really liked how these two are playing. Confident, they're aggressive, and they were effective as well. They weren't just diving around the field making random challenges and committing in bad positions. No, they played smart, but just really, really quickly, and pushed Luminosity to a place that they were not comfortable in.
So we saw Foe in the previous series be the player that had to step up for every single game mode. There's potential here that either he or Atomic might be that player. Good demo's gonna get some positioning. The player should be back in time. Atomic scrambles and does win the 50 challenge.
A good save there by Atomic on the respawn. You can clearly see that they are being forced to use a lot of their boosts to keep up with the pace that Juicers are playing at. Juicers bring in the exact same 3 strat into this matchup. They are not afraid of Luminosity, and this is wonderful to see from a team who haven't got the RLCS Spring Split to play for as a whole. They just haven't made events, so this is the biggest event of the year so far for them, and they're gunning for it. They're not just playing to consistently sneak out a few wins here and there. They're coming for one of the best teams in Europe.
Yeah, this is their World Championship, effectively, and a huge opportunity to set the pace for next season. Ixo off the wall, that is going to trickle towards net, but certainly not going to go in with Juicy covering. Not the best touch, though. And Ixo should be able to take over. I think Ixo would have actually liked that if it was a slight bit better. Meant that he couldn't get too much power on his clear. Faris past one. He's got Atomic. Oh, just didn't catch the ball on the way down. Has to take the 50. Does take the 50. Talk about improvising. And Faris has got the lead for his team.
What a monster. Faris fakes a wall clear, cuts in field, and then goes right through both Luminosity players with the Fennec, the king of the 50s. No matter who's playing it, it would seem. They are crushing Luminosity here. This is so impressive to see. We knew that they were going to be a threat, but they look like a different level. You know, earlier on, we're asking who's going to be the SSG of Europe. This is only, early stages yet, but oh my goodness, are they looking good? Atomic just missing as he ran out of boost in the worst possible moment. Luminosity, they don't know what to do against this team. They're completely stunned by the level that Juicers are coming out with.
And there's a reason why I do love this game. Just look at how quickly the whole narrative behind you can change when you step up to the freeze game like Juicers did, and now putting the performances together in twos, although Atomic, a quick reminder of the class he possesses.
Faris not getting enough on that. He, tried to force Atomic to lose control of the ball, but Atomic just walked right by him, and that wasn't enough of a challenge there for Faris, not enough presence on the play. Atomic just walked right past him and still had full control to shoot across the net. Really good play there by Atomic, the player we highlighted as the 2v2 king in this roster. Ixo's also a very high-rated twos player, but Atomic is often just sitting inside top 10 for long periods of time in the ranked leaderboard, and there's a reason for that. He is so consistent in this game mode. Now Luminosity with a breath of life.
Off the wall, Faris just has to walk through. Obstacle after obstacle. Now Ixo on the counter. Oh, he can't pick up the ball. And Faris is now back. Just mistimed the bounce, although it's still dangerous. Shot will just whistle wide of the goal. But Luminosity, why is it going wrong at the key moments?
Similar to Solary in some ways, where the first touch has just not been there. Atomic, backboard, denied by excellent defending out of Faris. You wonder, was that necessary to go backboard there? Would a direct shot have made more sense? Stay more active in the play, at the edge of the box, cover clears, pounce on any bad saves. I don't think the shooting is looking too confident for Luminosity at the moment. That's something we saw at Solary late on in the series that they just won. Their first touch went out the window, and their confidence with it, but Luminosity have got to trust themselves here. They're great players. They're at the top of the pile for EU in the upper echelon as well. Not the very top tier, but right below the very top tier that pretty much just consists of BDS and the rest right now.
Faris takes his time. Off the wall, Atomic under some immense pressure. Ixo's got a chance to turn, decides to take it to this wall. Reset, might go the whole way, although, again, wasn't initially that great. Atomic has a reset of his own, but it bounces away from him on the counter-attack. Overplayed, and they get punished.
Atomic wanted the triple tap with the reset in the middle, but he didn't understand that Ixo is going to be out of the game for a long time there. Ixo landed with no boost after his play, and while he was driving back into position, he got bumped, and that just prevented any kind of recovery from coming through. Suddenly a play that Atomic thought he had backup on ended up being completely all in. 20 seconds to go. We are on the road to a sweep unless Luminosity can do something and do it quickly.
And again, scrappy over in that back corner. Ixo finally reboosts. Atomic goes to the play down. Juicy already waiting for the backboard, as always. Nothing going wrong for Juicers when it comes to defense. They have yet to put any sort of foot wrong, and that will land down. Juicers on the verge of a sweep.
Really impressive stuff from Juicers. A couple of mistakes here and there from Luminosity, just like the first game. They don't look like they're peaking right now, but they're definitely, at a level where Juicers have to be impressive.
I have to point this out here, Johnny. So next game is 1v1. Not only did Morksy instantly ready up once this game was done, he's even like typing okay in the to the admin, just who's just confirming it is one's up next. There is also another ones game currently happening. CRR up against Hyder to try and keep Guild in that series up against Wolves Esports. And currently CRR is doing a good job of it. 3-1 with a minute and a half played.
That sounds about right. I think CRR has got the edge there, but it is a close matchup. It's a matchup that if it was a 5-game series, I wouldn't expect it to be a sweep. I'd expect probably 3-2 in favor of CRR, to be honest. So it's a close one, CRR versus Hyder, but it is a matchup where CRR should have the edge. Is that a reverse sweep being needed over there by Guild?
Yes, it is. They need off the back of CRR. So here's the problem for them is that it is all up to Wolves after that. You know, they can go back to 2s and 3s for games 4 and 5 if they don't feel comfortable with the Hyder versus CRR matchup. Over here, though, Luminosity and Juicers heading into game number 3. And as we have been alluding to throughout this series, it is Ixo against Morxy. And Tox being so helpful to his teammate, telling him, don't get nervous in the chat.
Tox is telling that to Moxie there. He's trying to get underneath Moxie's skin a little bit. He's trying to throw him off. But Moxie, we mentioned him at the start of the series. We loaded in, we saw him in the lobby, and suddenly everything changed. We realized that this is not just a contender, not just a dark horse, but maybe the favorite to win this entire event this day and tomorrow. Because Moxie is one of the absolute best 1v1 players in the world. You know, there's probably only 3 players in North America that I'd put on this guy's level. I think there's 1 guy in South America. There's probably 3 or 4 in Middle East that I'd say are around about his level. But in EU, you're looking at, it's a very short list. I think it's Riyadh, Jack, Moxie. That's your top 3. So one of the absolute best in the business. I just take it to the field against a player, like you mentioned earlier, Shogun, is a 1v1 legend. So one of the greatest of all time to come out of the region. But he's been inactive and it shows as he falls off the post. He tried to jump, but his stick wasn't centered. And he is flopped for 0-2.
Yeah, that one didn't work even back in 2018, and Ixo is now down by 2. Well, does one in that other game. Hyder is actually bringing it back 4-3 now with 2 minutes and 10 left in that game, so I'll keep bringing you some updates from over there. Morxy, look how quick that is. Ixo thought he could get some boost. He thought wrong.
Yeah, Moxie is not going to take any prisoners here. There is no point during this game that he is going to feel bad for Ixo and just start to ease up and dribble the ball around the field. That's not how this guy operates. He will just keep on scoring, and he will do it in whatever the fastest possible way is. Wave dash recovery kickoffs looking clean for Moxie as well. That's one aspect of the game removed for Ixo to try and dominate in. It's very difficult to get kickoff goals on someone who's using that wave dash after single jumping into the ball.
Okay, if Moxie keeps playing the way he is, and this lead keeps growing, I get the feeling Ixo might have some choice words for Tox after this series is done. Why did you encourage him? Why did you give him something to focus on? Best passage to play.
You might be asking Atomic, hey, do you want to play the 1v1 later today, or how's your farm?
Moxie doesn't get demoed. It does maintain some control despite losing out on the middle boost. Instead, chases down Ixo. Just a constant threat. A rabid dog with the permanent need to try and demo his opponent. Ixo just can't maintain any amount of this ball. It's been 2 touches at most. And then Moxie just takes back over. Fake challenge initially. Moxie isn't going to have to worry about getting back. Shot was not on target. But for the first time, I think Moxie misjudged that.
He did. He definitely did. He left his net open behind him. He didn't expect Ixo to accelerate the ball that quickly on net, as that's what Moxie's done right here. And Ixo also wasn't ready for it. You've always got to look out for the long shots in 1v1. These guys really know how to get the maximum power from any position in the field and to send the ball on target. If you're not close enough to your goal, or if you're not between the ball and your goal, you can't get back. The ball can move so much faster than the car can. And with the power these guys can generate, even from a dead ball, you have to be so careful. Look at Moxie with the mix-ups here, half flipping onto the boost on the kickoff, charging down Ixo immediately afterwards. This is something you need in 1v1 these days. You can't just come in with one normal kickoff and hope that you're going to compete with the best. You have to keep changing it up. You have to keep surprising your opponent. And even though Moxie's winning the game, he's the one who is making those changes.
Oh, that's so good! Moxie just has no indication on that car's body language that he can put it far side. But for Ixo, he thinks it's near post. Not even close. Other side for him. Moxie makes it 5, and Johnny, I'm going to ask you a question that you answered last week, because we're getting to that point now. What was the biggest lead you saw a comeback from?
7.
Yeah, I had a
7,
feeling it was.
Yeah, it was in a smaller time frame than this, but I don't see it happening. For a comeback that large to happen, the kickoffs have to be at least going decently well for the player who needs to make the comeback. And unfortunately for Ixo, he is getting destroyed in that aspect of the game, and I don't think he has the kickoff repertoire to even it out if he wanted to. But now's the time to practice. I mean, it all starts with which direction do you dodge. Ixo dodges the inside, and he does win this one. But he's got to score it, though. He needs to score with pretty much every attack, and he doesn't.
Oh, he just didn't believe in it. It was just
long.
a give up halfway through the play, despite the fact that the setup, to me, looked really good.
Yeah, it was a good try there from Ixo. I think he might not have had a dodge, actually, because it looked like he was trying to dodge, but he didn't at any point during that play. So probably missed a reset on that one. Otherwise, he had a good chance to score. But yeah, Ixo just learning that 1v1 has progressed a long, long way since he was at the pinnacle of it. Look at Moxie, meanwhile, just darting around the field. He knows exactly what to do in every position and, you know, proving, I think, to anyone who is not sure who this guy is. He's not the 3v3 player from RLCS. He's very much just a 1v1 main and a great streamer as well, so definitely check out his content. Oh my goodness, no way. He almost gets back to save Ixo's first goal of the game.
Get a feeling after every single goal, Moxie's just in the voice comms at the moment, negotiating the percentage he might get from the LAN. Hey, you know, does this look like it's worth maybe, you know, 30%, 40%? You know, just, you're going to be relying on me a lot. Speaking of relying on the ones player, CRR has come through to at least give Guild a lifeline.
They can come back there. I think they can come back. It's possible. You know, some matches, essentially, if you don't have the better ones matchup and you need to make a reverse sweep happen, you're in big, big trouble. The other team are just going to pick 1v1 and probably beat you. But I think Guild have got the edge there in 1v1. And it might be so much so that Wolves don't want to pick it again. And in 2v2, I think Guild can beat Wolves. They lost the first match. I think they can win that, though. And in 3v3, they definitely can. So reverse sweep could be on the B stream, but a long way back for Guild.
Look, I'm just saying that I'm not going to finish the sentence because you might know where I was going with that. Something, 7-goal lead, maybe.
Yeah. Well, it's 6.
Look, there was a minute and a half left here, and we needed something to go with, but Moxie just doesn't allow us or Ixo any hope.
Just enjoy Moxie's insane kickoff repertoire if you want something to watch from here on. A great standard kickoff, and by standard kickoff I mean a kickoff where you're flipping on the way to the ball and then you're flipping into the ball.
He's done this on purpose on you.
Recovery kickoff. I think he wants to go back and see more kickoffs probably.
Yeah, you know what that was? They were talking about the percentages. They said 35%, and Moxie said, "Oh no."
Yeah, he's saying, watch this. I've got another one. Standard kickoff to the outside. Won that. All right, let's see what he goes for this time. Maybe, look, I'm going to guess standard to the inside, which would mean flipping left here. Let's see. I mean, I really am just rolling the dice. Okay, wave dash instead. So single jump into the ball. It gives him the wave dash to get back to it. Very safe kickoff. It's less likely to get you goals, but it's less likely to concede goals as well.
I do love Johnny's little magic trick that he does. You know, when you get like the pack of cards, you put it to your head, and you just say, "Oh, this is your card." That is Johnny's version of kickoffs.
It's hard when Moxie's playing, though. It's really hard when Moxie's playing. He's got so many that he can go to. It's very difficult to predict what he's going to pull out next. It's when, you know, players are kind of stuck for what to go for that it's a bit easier to guess what they're going to do next. But yeah, Moxie really does just have a ridiculously big repertoire.
He's got like 6 or 7 that all worked.
Yeah. Now, you're going to see a lot of wave dash kickoffs on the straight spawn because it's very difficult for the opponent to generate much of an angle on the ball and force it through you. So there we go. Another wave dash recovery for Moxie into a well play. 45 seconds to go, up by 7 again.
All right, so there's only one question remaining here, which is, does Moxie say nothing to Tox when this game is done, or does he give him a little something on the way out? Oh, there we go. Moxie has put in the chat, "Are you nervous?"
Yes, before this game started, Tox asked Moxie if he was nervous, alluding to the fact that Moxie's the big favorite here and maybe facing an embarrassing defeat. But Moxie has destroyed Ixo and now replied in the same text chat with the exact same comment. towards Tox. I love Moxie's confidence in his trash talk as he tries to...
Oh my goodness, man.
Oh boy.
Well, everyone at home, if you hear about any Luminosity roster changes in the off-season, you might know why.
That's crazy. It didn't
Ixo didn't deserve this.
Didn't even bounce. He just slammed that one on target. Ixo replied extremely, by the way, when Moxie asked if he was nervous. He probably knew he was up against it here, but what a level Moxie.
Oh my god, the trash talk is going off.
Moxie just said that you could tell that Ixo's nervous.
Which Ixo, classy as always, he just laughs it off.
Yeah, Ixo knows there's really not much he can do here. If Moxie performs well, you're gonna lose. I mean, that's the difficulty with 1v1. If you are the underdog in a 1v1 matchup to this level, you're up against a top 10 player worldwide, and you're, maybe you've had top 10 at some point in 1v1 history, but definitely not now. You're just gonna lose. It's kind of up to them how you lose, not if you lose.
Right, well, this series has been done for a while now. Juicers came in, and when we saw Moxie, we thought, all right, maybe if you can steal a 3s or a 2s game, this is looking good. They didn't need to do that. They were by far the better team in every single game mode. And Moxie has just put the exclamation mark on this series for them. They're going to move on. Guild, though, still working on their reverse sweep. 2-0 up in a freeze game for Game 4 against Wolves. So that means that 2s game is potentially on the horizon. Ixo, what are we doing with this? So we're going to our nets. Yeah, let's go to our own net. And Ixo gives Moxie the 12. Nice
Some kind words, by the way, as not just trash talk. Not sure if you caught it in the chat. Tox saying well done to Moxie there, because I think they knew that they were up against it here, but they must be impressed with that one game performance from Moxie. Just absolutely no chinks in the armor, no weaknesses at all. And Juicer's sweet luminosity. But it wasn't just a 1v1 carry here. We saw all mid really getting carried in one of their series in NA by Chronic, the ones main, and then they stole that last game to go through in 5. But they took every game mode. They had Moxie for the 1v1, but they had Juicy and Faris dominating 2v2. Parka definitely up to level in 3v3 as well. They look great in every single game mode.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And Juicers go from one of the unheralded to potentially one of the most impressive and, yes, one of the favorites for this entire event. To take us back over, though, and to round out this series, Barney Banks and Cole, over to you.
Cole, my friend.
Hello there, big bad Barney Banks. How you doing, son?
Oi, oi. I thought I'd just quickly mention, would you like me to get you a serviette while you just eat your words?
Oh, my goodness.
We went into that match. Luminosity are the clear favourites, Banks.
Yeah, no, I did say that, didn't I, famously. But what I forgot, Banks, is that they're French. Is that Juicers are French. And every time you see a fully French roster on Liquipedia, just run and hide, because that is the team that are going to win. Moxie, I see you there in chat. We saw you there in that 1v1. That was cruelty. The series was over. It was over about 60 seconds in and you kept on scoring. That was utter dominance, man. And it was really good to watch. Please do it again next time. I loved it.
It was. Talk about letting another team know that you mean absolute business going to that. Moxie, I take my hat off to you. If I was wearing a hat, I might take my headphones off to you. I don't know, something like that. But for those of you at home wanting a quick rundown, we have 4 teams who qualified for Gamers Without Borders, and we have 4 who were invited. So we've got to say, these qualified teams, they're not just fighting for huge charity donations, but also the respect of some of the biggest orgs in the community. I've got to say, and Juicers definitely have eyes on them after that. And we have to say the best name in esports right now, Juicy for Juicers. Isn't that right, Cole?
It is. It's a brilliant name. Fair play. We were discussing behind the scenes of a Juicy invited Faris and Parker and said, yes, you can join my team, but I am the only Juicy one here. I am the juiciest of them all. That remains to be seen whether or not that's the case. But in Rocket League's history, as I said last week in North America, huge teams, household name teams in the Rocket League world started off with these sort of non-RLCS events. You think of the Muffin Men, and Cloud9. That's the most famous example, but it's happened as well. The Peeps winning a DreamHack and then signing for an org themselves in Pittsburgh Knights. So maybe that's what Juicers are thinking, that they're going to be able to use this as a foothold and get so much more in their careers.
Yeah, like Shogun already mentioned as well, we're still waiting to find out who is going to take the dub between Wolves and Guild Esports. So make sure you keep your eyes on that B stream if you want to keep up to date with everything that's going on, or you could just wait for us to tell you right after we come back from a break. So as that table now stands, we will have our next match being Solary going up against the winner of Wolves and Guild. But way more Rocket League coming up. It's going to be brilliant. So go make yourself a cuppa, grab some biscuits, and we'll see you in a few.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है, क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी, और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े हैं, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई, चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ पिलानी है। किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता, गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता वो बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये है कि भी हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना, कि हमारा अब लोकल जी में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज हम दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिला। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा।
The most important thing to have in Rocket League as a player is consistency and mental. The game is all about confidence and training. If you don't have any confidence, you can work as much as you want. You won't be efficient on it, and I think that's the most two important stuff. It's the mental part, the attitude, and then the training.
I think it's a mental thing, pretty, because you can always come back, and if you are tilted for no reason, you're not gonna achieve some results. So I think mental and training, of course, but mental first.
The community to me, and I think for everyone, means a lot. What we work for, it is for the viewer and for ourselves. If there were nobody to see what we are doing, then there would be no point of doing it, in my opinion. It is a motivator, and at the same time, sometimes it can demotivate us. If people are gonna have like a bad idea on us or thinking we're like bad or good, then it can go either way. It can motivate us to do well, or sometimes it can a little bit like put us down a little bit. So
it's a pretty big thing. We need to support a lot as a player, because when we lose a tournament, a big tournament, or we do a bad result, we can be affected to that. So if we have a community behind us, it's more easy to be focused for the next tournament.
I will tell them to play a lot of the game, and I would tell them as well, if they wouldn't be SSL at the moment, they would at least need 2 years of huge training to be there. So that takes a lot of time. If you don't have the time, then it's gonna be like extremely hard. And even if you have the time, then it's really elitist. And if you don't believe in yourself enough, then you won't ever be able to do it. And it is quite difficult. But everything is possible. And if you have the right mindset and you work enough, then you can maybe get it.
If I could give an advice to a new player, if you want to go pro at Rocket League, I think you need to watch some pro before on Twitch, maybe, to try to do like them and train in free play after, and watch a lot of stream.
what makes Rocket League such an awesome game for me, it is that it is a really unique game, it is really fast-paced, there is always it's always going fast and you need to react quickly. It is the best simulation of football in my opinion, as compared to FIFA, you need to place yourself, you need to shoot. It's not just you put on one button and you do it, and there is all the part on the football side where you need to beat enemies, you need to get on the right place, on the right timing, play as a team. And I think that's what makes Rocket League the best game, as it is really easy to watch as well and understand for everyone.
For me, Rocket League is such a good game because it's unique. There is no another Rocket League. There is FPS, but no other game like Rocket League, so we are unique and it's a good thing.
Coming up, we have our third match of the day. Which of our teams is going to hit the ground running and which will have to fight their way out of the lower bracket? Cole, the French are going at it. Semper versus Juicers. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are that I'm absolutely terrified of Juicers right now after what we have just seen from Moxie. That was just sublime Rocket League from one of the best 1v1ers in EU. But also we know about the fact that Semper, he can take out favourites in 1v1. Luis P, he beat him with a, with a lovely flip reset at the end of their first series. So he's a good player at just bringing other 1v1ers down to his level. So a really intriguing matchup in that regard. As for the threes, surely this time Juicers can't do it again. Semper, right?
I mean, time will tell. We're only 2 matches in, all right? We've got plenty to go. If you're only just joining us now, don't worry. We've still got plenty. As a friendly reminder, the winner of this region will get to donate $250,000 to a charity of their choice. An incredible way to give back to those less fortunate by doing what you love. Juicers versus Semper. I keep wanting to say SMPR. I'm very sorry. Semper. You know what? I just can't wait to see the 1v1. Moxie, you've got a new fan, mate. So it's time to show up again. Isn't that right, Cole?
I think 1v1 Rocket League has got a new fan in you as well, right? When you came into this, I bet you'd only ever seen 3v3. That's the case for a lot of people watching it as well, that 3v3 is the prevalent game mode by such a vast distance that as soon as we see 2s, as soon as we see 1s, suddenly we realise so much more about these players and their playstyles. It really opens it up. And yeah, this will be a battle of playstyles right now in that 1v1.
Yeah, a different dynamic, a different display of just mechanical skill is something that's just, it's refreshing to see on the stream. And for someone that, more of a casual viewer of Rocket League, it's something different. And I love that. So, match 3 of the EU region is close upon us. Cole, I mean, let's say one of these players comes up to you pre-match, okay? Or maybe you just get a cheeky tweet, a DM, and says, buddy, I'm freaking out. Can you can you sub in for me? Would you do it?
Would I do it? Do I get to keep the prize money after I make it so that we do qualify for the massive $2 million LAN in the summer?
Yeah, if you qualify, you get to play, or you can sub in Johnny or Shogun. Who'd you pick?
Oh, I'd go in above Johnny and Shogun for sure. Ooh. I don't play as much Rocket League as I'd like to nowadays, but I'm still better than them. Hashtag they're bad at Rocket League. Let's get the trend.
Well, this is the upper bracket on your screens right now. We're going to have Solary going up against Guild. Guild eventually managed to take the win over Wolves. And obviously, as you know, Juice is going to be going up against Semper. That lower bracket's going to be spicy. You're going to have Luminosity Gaming versus Na'Vi. Is that going to be a pretty big old match, isn't it, Cole?
That's going to be an absolute bloodbath, yeah. I mean, Na'Vi, as we've mentioned, one of the favourites in the 1v1 scene, Luis P, in this event. And they're a decent 3v3 team as well, regularly qualifying for the RLCS. Virtuoso, favourite of very many Rocket League viewers, going for his bumps and his demos, though his playstyle is a bit different now. So yeah, the lower bracket is going to be a bloodbath. No more chances for the teams down there. The ones that are about to watch still have a couple of chances to make it to that LAN.
Yeah, what a long slog it is. If you go down there to that lower bracket, you just make it so much harder on yourself. It's really annoying, isn't it? 2 wins straight off the bat, and you've already qualified for the LAN later in the year. Easy, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. So, Cole, I'm going to see you on the other side. Johnny and Shogun, it is time for you guys to take us into Game 3. Let's dive into this one. Let's go through the floor, into the dungeon where there's graffiti everywhere. Johnny, Shogun, take us away, guys.
About it, Rocket League. Get it trending.
Look at Cole, thinking he's so high and mighty up there. Well, guess what, Cole? Let's bring up some... I feel like I was bigger than this, Johnny. But let's bring up Cole versus Kaylee, shall we?
Yeah.
You wanna talk about how he's gonna step? Nah, not a chance. Cole is like very close to the bottom of the European caster list as to who should go for this.
He's got no ice. I mean, you know, he might be a nice guy and all that. He might be, you know, good vibes in the team comms. And, you know, good vibes are very important. You've got to have that, especially on a broadcast team. But the thing that Cole doesn't have is ice in his veins. You know, getting destroyed by Kaylee when they matched up 1v1. Compare that to our achievements. Shogun, you've probably got some. I'm a former Twitch Rivals champion. You know, we've got accolades. We've got prize money. We've got tournament winnings.
I have a scarf I won.
That's good. That's something.
Oh, wait. No. I beat Cole as well on that Xbox game during an Insomnia.
There we go. So
there we are.
Fraud confirmed. We all knew. We knew. It was just a matter
There's also that 1v1 that I'm never letting Gregan run back against me on your channel. He would absolutely annihilate me these days, but officially, it's 1-0. Right, we're getting our players all ready to go. We do have Juicers taking on Semper. And suddenly, from a very different position than how we might have started today, Semper's freeze game needs to be on point, because if they lose it, then that once game is horrifying. That being said, Exotic is... maybe, would you say, more up to the challenge than Ixo might have been?
I think playstyle-wise, yes. I was a bit unsure of Exotic's level coming into this tournament, same as we were for Ixo, because they've had high peaks in 1v1 in the past, but they were in the past, and the present, obviously, the present day 1v1 has become a whole different ballgame. But now that we've seen Exotic take a game off Luis in that round 1, in 1v1, that shows that he's at a good level today, because Luis is definitely an active and a very top-tier 1v1 player. He's not as high as Moxie, but you know, Moxie top 3 EU, I'd probably put Luis like in the top 8, top 10 range, so he's up there, and Exotic took him down, so this could be a winnable game, or winnable one game for Exotic. I wouldn't put him as a chance of having a series win against Moxie, but one game, sure, you know, just because Moxie won a massive scoreline earlier doesn't mean he's going to do it again.
Let's put it into context then. They play 10 games. Who wins how many?
Oh, that's a tough one. I think I'd maybe give Exotic 2 or 3 based on what we know so far, but we're going to learn more.
8-2 matchup.
Yeah.
Anyone who's played fighting games understands that's a bad matchup.
It's a very bad matchup, yeah. But it's a winnable match. I mean, it's a matchup where Exotic, if he goes into that on the back of a Semper 3v3 and 2v2 win, then he'll probably be playing a bit carefree, might surprise Moxie. But if he goes into that 2-0 down in the series like Ixo did, I think there's less of a chance, because then the pressure is really on. Remember that the winner of this does qualify for the LAN this summer in Saudi Arabia. So this is really one of the big moments and the big testing moments for both teams, but especially Juicers, who have, you know, come into this with nobody really talking about them. But now, all of a sudden, one series in, everybody's talking about them. So can they keep on surprising?
And what did we learn more than anything else? Do not talk to Moxie before the game starts. You upset him, and then he annihilates your 1v1 player. So, as we await getting all of our players into this, for Semper, this is just looking to try and continue what has been good form for them ever since they brought on their brand new player in the form of Exotic. Had big shoes to fill when he took over from Archie, but he's been doing an incredibly good job of it. And has also maybe offered a bit of a different look now for Semper when it comes to this sort of tournament. Because would you say they are a stronger team with Exotic in a crew battle format than they would have potentially been with Archie?
I think definitely. I think, you know, in terms of 3v3, you can't really doubt Archie and what he did for Semper as a team, but they were struggling, and any change on a struggling team is usually a good change. Gives you that fresh outlook, and they have looked rejuvenated with the Exotic on the threes roster. But like you mentioned, 2v2 and 1v1, I think they've gone up in both of those game modes with the addition of Exotic. He's one of the best 2v2 players in the world, and he has already beaten Luis in one 1v1 game today, so they're looking for Exotic to carry them here against a very, very dangerous Juicers team.
Well, they look to right now rely on good old faithful freeze to get them their first one on the board, and then they'll see what they can nab elsewhere. But Juicers really capable from what we've seen, at least when it comes to their freeze gameplay. They just rolled over their opponents in the very first round. As you mentioned, 1 round away, either here or in the lower bracket. Just don't lose 2 more times will be the thought process. There's Chaussette, who is reinventing his career. Oh my goodness! That is a Chaussette shot if I've ever seen one.
Chaussette from one end of the field to the other, just absolutely blitzing Juicers. He started this play off in defense with a great wall recovery, a solid 50-50 challenge, and then brilliant pass to himself before finishing off what he started on the goal line. That's just great stuff from one end of the field to the other from Chaussette.
I'm so happy to see Chaussette having the success that he has had this season, as we might see a little bit more success for them. Cassio off the challenge, needs some support. He's gonna get to it, and nobody else is around for quite a while.
What a save! That looked like an absolute guaranteed 2-0 lead for Semper, but great stuff on the goal line. Juicers had to follow up more quickly as well to clear the ball. They clearly don't look as comfortable in this matchup compared to the Luminosity game 1. Semper, much less predictable team today from what we can see already. Switching between the ground game and the aerial game with ease. Cassio looking confident, and that's a big part of their success as well. You know, no real questions about Exotic and what he could do for this team since he joined. If Cassio and Chaussette can be consistent, then they're a danger to anyone.
Yeah, and 2 players that there are always questions about. I think there's always going to be questions about the 2 players when you do sort of set up a team in this way that this squad has been put together, where you do always have that talisman. But they look comfortable, and they have been doing very well for themselves, resettled after losing Archie, bringing the Exotic, getting passes to Exotic, and almost scoring with that play over to him. But you did mention how this looks a lot less comfortable for Juicers. And that's just sort of something you expect to see when a team that you're playing against is better at threes. And I would say right now the level that we are getting from Semper is a fairly distinct step up compared to what Luminosity offered. It does make you look worse.
Yeah, it's all about consistency. Juicers clearly have a very high peak, and they were able to get an impressive win on Luminosity earlier on today in 3v3. But to play like that consistently, to have that same confidence consistently, is another thing entirely, and they haven't got that same confidence in this matchup here. But that being said, I think, you know, the 3v3 might not be looking as good for them. I think overall the series still remains in their favor. Until Semper go up 2-0, I don't think they're the favorite to win this. That is just how good Moxie is at 1v1. And, you know, a bit on top of the 1v1, they just have to win 1 out of 3 of the other matches. They're losing this one, Juicers, but they'll still have 2 more tries after this is done.
Yeah, you would imagine if things stay as they are, the 1v1's going to instantly get locked in. That would leave 2s for the 3rd game. And whoever loses that will be making selections.
And you have to.
So, either way, you've got to imagine you're going to see at least 2 1v1 games if Juicers are forced into that position where they've got to make that decision.
And they have to pick it immediately if they want to force 2 1v1 games, because if they pick 2v2 just to get it out of the way with, and they lose that one as well, then it's going to be a 1v1 game 3, of course. But that would also mean that Juicers would be winning game 3, which would actually result in Semper picking the game 4 matchup, and they wouldn't choose 1v1. So the only way that Juicers can have control of how many 1v1 matches are getting played in this series is by picking it in game 2 should they lose here. And we're talking about it as if it's going to happen, but it is only a 1-goal lead. It really goes to show how controlled and how comfortable Semper look at the moment, that we are talking about the next game before a 1-goal lead is converted.
For me, for the most part, I just love the theory crafting. I love... Yeah. Yes, it might be getting ahead of myself a little bit, but just let me have this. I'm loving this format. Oh, juicy! Very well played over to his teammate, if I'm going to give a compliment over to that one. We head into the final few seconds. And Semper just need to get the ball onto the floor, and they will get this game.
Okay.
Great recovery, though, from Faris. He's got his team still in it. Parker pops the ball, and yeah, nobody is going to be charitable enough to keep that one up. Semper, only a 1-goal win, but looked like they were pretty content with the way they were playing.
Yeah, and it could have easily been 2 or 3 here. They didn't, look like they're interested in conceding. at all, as you'd expect, but they didn't give any clear-cut chances to Juicers at all, and they had several of their own. So
this
even though it
pick's
was a
taking
one
too
game,
long.
Yeah, they're thinking.
Surely this is just an instant. Oh!
Whoa!
All right, well, you know exactly why we've said that. No shock, well, apart from maybe to us, as of now. Parker has announced that Juicers are going to take 2v2, which...
I disagree with that choice. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're thinking.
So, just to
I
break
have
this
no
down a
idea
little
why they
bit.
do that.
If they win this now, there is no way Semper are going over to ones, which would mean at maximum we would get... Oh, wait, no, they would have to go to ones.
Well, 1v1 is going to be game 3.
Yes,
We know
yes,
that
yes.
because you see every game one after another.
lost the
But the
format.
problem is game 4. Game 4, the format for game 4, or rather the game mode for game 4, is chosen by the team who lost game 3. Now, let's look ahead to game 4 just for a second. 2v2's up next.
Yep.
If Juicers fail to win this, they'll be 0-2 down, and that would bring in Moxie to save their series by winning game 3 in 1v1. But if he wins game 3 in 1v1, then Semper get to pick the game mode for game 4. So the choice of 2v2 here, this makes no sense at all. If they wanted to use the ace up their sleeve Moxie by letting him win twice in 1v1, they needed to pick 1v1 right now. Oh, I don't think Semper are picking 1v1 for game 4. They're going to pick probably 3v3 or maybe 2v2 depending how well this goes. So that I think is a big mistake. Small brain play there for Juicers unless they just dominate this 2v2 and make us look silly. But I don't think that's going to happen at all. You've got Exotic and Chaussette, who are a great 2v2 team up against it.
Yeah, Chaussette has always been... Oh, well, he's always been second best to this play. Parker from the reset.
Great play.
And yeah, all of this gets sorted out very easily by just winning, lol.
And interestingly, they're not running with the same 2v2 team as they did earlier. They ran with Juicy and Faris earlier, so Juicy deciding to take this one off, and or Parker says, put me in. I'm not sure which it is. But what we can confirm is that by Moxie's reaction in the chat, they did not realize the mistake that they made. But hey, so far it's working. They're actually winning. If they can win the 2v2, then that turns the series around anyway, because they're going to be winning. So they'll guarantee that they at least get to pick the game 5 matchup if we go there. So they can redeem themselves here, chat. Moxie's confirmed it was a small brain play to pick 2v2, but they can redeem themselves by just winning the 2v2.
Easy enough. As you're against Chaussette, who didn't get the block he quite wanted. Exotic's now got a bit of time to work with. Goes first time! And that might have been a bit of a shock to the defenders. You see Exotic coming on in. You think, all right, backboard, reset, what's it going to be? You just go, I'm just going to hit this.
Wow. That is so difficult to do. I mean, that's going to be an underrated shot by most players who see that. You show that shot to every player who's ever touched Rocket League worldwide. They're going to probably, most of them are probably going to say, yeah, and he hit the ball into the top corner, big deal. But those of you who have tried to parachute from that position will know that to generate that much power and to place it top corner is very, very difficult to do. From a ball with as little of a bounce as that, that was an excellent shot from Exotic. They do still trail by 1 though.
Very rare as well that we see a player power slide into the shot and generate that much power. Oh, that's on the line as Chaussette comes in second on the challenge. That means he's always got it won. And the defender couldn't do anything about it. Had to snatch it at first time, and Parker comes out second best.
Parker nearly got back to it. Decent attempt on the recovery there. Kind of fell off the post, but no beating Chaussette in that 50. Credit again to Exotic with perfect placement in his shot.
All right, we're back to small brain.
Do they know?
Brain is fluctuating in size.
I wonder if that's been communicated to them. Do Faris and Parker know how badly they need to win this in order to have the 2 1v1s from Moxie in the series? Would it help them to know at this point?
I mean, I get the feeling that the screaming would be heard in the background as the realization settled in. Oh, good bump though, but Exotic might just actually be quite happy with being down there. Instead, Chaussette decides to buy a bit of time. Didn't really play for the net. Instead, played for his teammates' positioning. And Faris back down the line, gets bumped. It's a bit of a slower play right now. Both teams looking just to try and get little nibbles at the other car. Oh, Chaussette's chance goes up at the top of him. It's just that little meta at the moment. No pace on the play. Just trying to find the good challenge. Here's Exotic's opportunity. Almost found the dunk. Played for it first time. And Chaussette maybe got a little greedy trying to steal the boost and the ball.
so far, decent for Parka and Faris. Exotic and Chaussette have definitely got the momentum on their side. That was a good save there. Good little pop by Chaussette to deny the follow-up shot. Parka still to really prove. Faris as well, they got to prove that this was a good idea and that picking 2v2 actually put the pressure onto Semper. Semper looked quite comfortable at the moment in the matchup, but that's going to be on target. Chaussette saves and crucially stays on the ball. Doesn't land in the goal out of the play.
Faris does get the ball back down to Parker off Exotic's first defensive play. They will be very happy though to see that Chaussette was on 0 boost, otherwise that could have been a lot more dangerous for them. Good flick, awkward angle, but Exotic does well, just guides it above his crossbar. And, well, despite the boost steals, Semper do have enough to play with here. Just over the top of the first challenge. Good bump though, means Parker can get back in. Chaussette happy to chase down. It will be up to Exotic to maybe solo play this. Something that he will try and do again. Looks for the dunk, almost dropped in.
Yeah, well disguised play there from Exotic. Faked the flip reset and decided it was probably better to just go for blocking touch. His flip reset would have exhausted all of his boosts and left him out of the game. There always seems to be someone back whenever Faris and Parka advance. They're not able to get the ball past that last man, and it's not even just about scoring, it's about just getting the ball past that last man. Force Semper to scramble, force them to land in awkward positions to set up boost steals, to set up follow-up shots. And Parka in a brief 1v1, but no boost to play with. Chaussette shuts him down.
And it has been something that they've done reasonably well at those boost steals. It just hasn't quite resulted in a play just yet because Semper are so good on low boost. They don't need 100 to be playing well defensively. They only need 20, 30. Heck, maybe sometimes not even that. Chaussette always taken out, but there's the support. You have to get the ball in a shootable position, take out the goalkeeper, and hope that your teammate's got the positioning and the boost to finish it all off. It's all as simple as that. Exotic now wants to try and go the entire way. Oh, fakes out the first, and the second doesn't stand a chance.
Exotic with the aerial mind games. He didn't actually have any boost here. He had no boost, but he pretended that he had some by just air rolling in a circle to make it look like he's going for a touch. Any air roll into the ball in the air is going to have more of an impact than just simply floating into it. So great fake there. There was nothing else he could do, but still such a convincing play. Finishing it off with a pinch as well. Nice little 1v2 from Exotic.
That was always the threat. Exotic's not exactly made it a quiet part of his game that he's going to try and go to the air and get the outplays. And this time, it ended up working. Parker has to get the play now. Or do they now have to rely on Morksy just to get the series back for them? Confirmed earlier on, 2v2 might not have been the original plan. It's dropped to the floor. Semper have triple match point.
Yeah, they're going to need to get it on the third try. They've lost the 3v3, they've lost the 2v2, and they're going to need to win actually twice in those game modes later on, because there's no way that Semper are picking 1v1. Again, let's look ahead, chat, to what's happening next. 1v1 is next, and it's a must-win game for Juicers, must-win game for Moxie. But if they do win it, that gives Semper the choice of the following game. They're going to pick 2v2 or 3v3, and even if Juicers get that one win in 2v2 or 3v3 for game 4, that would then give Semper the choice of game 5 as well. So again, we wouldn't see the 1v1. They had to pick 1v1 here if we were going to see it twice. They didn't. Now they have to win twice in other game modes. Not happening.
Man, am I glad I got you around here. My brain is very frazzled today, but Johnny explaining it very beautifully. What I can explain, though, very well is the current result happening over on the B stream. It's lower bracket, Wolves against Aogiri. Wolves did win the 3v3, so they are 1 up, but they are 3 down over in the 2v2 matchup. So be sure to check that out. That is for tournament survival, and a 1v1 match coming up very soon over there. But for now, we have a 1v1 match ready and waiting to go. Morksy versus Exotic. I spoke to you earlier on, Johnny. You said this was maybe a 7-3, 8-2 matchup around there for Morksy. We already know what Morksy can do. Let's see if he can provide yet another lifeline to his team.
Yeah, he needs to. He needs to keep them in it. I mean, he was supposed to win twice in this, but The least he could do is win once, remain undefeated in 1v1. But he's up against a player who has got a 1v1 win on his resume today already. He beat Luis the second time around when they played in the upper bracket round 1 matchup, Semper versus Navi. That was, I think, an upset win as well, at least in terms of 1v1 power rankings. But the way that Exotic plays 1v1 is very interesting to watch. I think it's a very good style for this format because he's very consistent, but he doesn't, when I say consistent, the first things that come to your mind are probably defensive, goalkeeping, you know, just all of the things that fall into that category. But actually, that's not what he does. What he does is he pressures the ball. He will very rarely back off and give Moxie a free play. Moxie's managed to fashion one for himself here to tie the game. But Exotic is going to just keep squeezing Moxie, to stay close to him, keep challenging at random intervals. Not random from his POV, but from Moxie's.
Yes, absolutely so. And I think, you know, at least from the layman's point of view coming from the outside, the way Ixo plays is very positioning focused. He wants that one big challenge that is going to at least give him some free air. For Exotic, though, because he's more active and more available to just keep that pressure on, it gives him more of a chance here. You're not going to get consistent big wins against Moxie. You have to work against him. You have to slowly chip away at his positioning and hope that you can eventually catch him out. As, well, Exotic's very caught out here, and the easiest defense to score against.
Yeah, Moxie POV there, just gunning straight for Exotic on the back wall. That wasn't an accidental demo. He wanted that play after centering the ball, and he got it. And Moxie starting to build himself into a comfortable position. It's so key that Exotic holds onto the ball for dear life, essentially. Every time he gets it, you've got to fight for every single possession.
Oh!
Like Moxie, oh, but a mistake from Moxie now. That was a heavy touch. That's not what he wanted at all. He had the boost advantage, but instead of controlling it, keeping it in the corner, he centers it. That's a big, big throw from the ones mate.
And for Exotic, the bravery just to stick around was so well rewarded. He missed the middle boost. He didn't get the back boost. He didn't have any control over the ball, but he just wanted to see. And see he did. Now he's got to defend off the back ball. Oh my goodness. Just, you can't. Unless you see into the future, unless Exotic plans on developing clairvoyance, he's not stopping this play.
Yeah, if that was a big challenge off the back wall there from Exotic, it wasn't convincing enough. He wanted a bit of a higher trajectory to come towards him, but Moxie stayed low, so it makes it quite awkward for Exotic to fly off the back wall and intersect the line of attack. That's what, you know, what Moxie does. He puts you in awkward positions, and he just continually progresses and advances, diminishing your boost total while adding to his constantly, as he's just done here.
Oh, not the best recovery, though, and a short amount of time here to work with for Exotic. Looks for the car, does get it. Now can he recover? Yes, he can. Exotic, a bit of a receipt for that earlier demo play. And for the second time, it's off Moxie, having a bit of a whoopsie.
That was just great play from Exotic, though. He turned off the ball cam, just went straight for Moxie, bumped him off the wall. Any kind of bump on a wall really does send the opponent flying. You need to immediately react with a dodge back onto the wall if you're going to have any chance of recovering, and Moxie wasn't able to do so that time. Exotic proving to be a tougher nut to crack. Moxie still in a good position. And he's noticed there that he decided not to go for a big outplay, just played for the 50-50. And again, just going for 50-50s here because he doesn't have an easy win, but he's left himself vulnerable. Exotic demos, can he center? He does, and he takes the lead.
Exotic, man, he's just always there. So quick, the recovery, he's just permanently supersonic. Just like he's got an on and off switch for it. After wiping out, there is nothing Moxie can do, but the kickoffs could very well be what helps Moxie out. We saw the Arsenal he has, but now Exotic showing us a little bit of something. Delays the kickoff. Easy win, easy goal.
That is so interesting to see from Exotic, and I think that is going to throw Moxie off his game. Moxie's been going for so many wave dash recovery kickoffs, and one of the things that you need your opponent to do when you're trying to play for the wave dash recovery is you need them to hit the ball into you. But if Exotic's delayed a kickoff, then suddenly the wave dash recovery is not going to work against that. So great mix up there from Exotic. Gets himself a goal as well as a constant threat. Moxie's got to be thinking about that every kickoff from here on.
I think this Exotic is so good at disguising as he does it on the way forward. There's no way for Moxie to really tell. As they do keep it out, Exotic still has solid boost, just instantly charges forward. No jump, no nothing. Just make sure that Moxie is aware of the potential threat. How's Moxie going to try and play around this one? Exotic keeps himself in motion. Moxie just playing, waiting to see whether or not there's a slight positioning mistake. More boost stolen. Exotic's going to have to start thrashing around a little bit here. This is getting worse and worse for him. Moxie almost wasted it. If Exotic almost got back to it. Oh, this is getting so horrible. How long can Exotic keep it out? He's still going, and it's a good enough save to escape.
Unreal defense from Exotic. Moxie knew that the first 2 or 3 shots in that attacking play were not going to result in goals. They were just to set up boost steals. Exotic hung on, though, brilliantly. He's conceded on a counter now, but it's a bit of a late realization that the boost play was a bit too greedy. Still, though, unreal boost management from Exotic when in that defensive stand, continually just forcing one more shot from Moxie, one more shot. Oh, you stole my boost, it's fine. I've managed to save 30 somehow from the last play.
Oh, wait a second, Exotic actually got the boost. Despite Moxie having a good recovery. Oh, the hook shot. Moxie not gonna have to worry about that one being on net. Seemed like he had it covered anyway. Now with his own chance, delay. Go and steal the boost. Moxie trying to play for the long game at the moment. But Exotic just far too good on the goal line. He's gonna have to be exactly that yet again.
It was just another brilliant defensive play from Exotic, not just to save the shot, but to realize that Moxie had no boost, because he saw Moxie dodge the boost just to keep ball control. It's usually a smart play to keep ball control instead of boost control, if you can only pick one of them. But for Exotic to notice that and to put Moxie on probably less than 20 boost there, and know that that flick is not a threat, just really great awareness, and shows why he is such a threat in ones, even against the favorite of this entire tournament. Moxie now, final 35 seconds, still needs a goal.
And that player's going behind him despite the fact that he did pick up the boost. So Exotic back to his own line, goes for the charge down. Moxie was trying to spot him, still didn't get enough of it. It's through for Exotic, 2-goal lead. And it's up to Moxie, who has got no real control over these kickoffs right now, to find a way to get these goals back.
Yeah, this is a massively winning position for Exotic now, a huge upset. And you gotta wonder, did that extra pressure on Moxie, that was not really necessary, put him in this position? He's tried to wave dash to get to the boost first. Neither player pick it up though. Exotic is in a great position. He can easily win the game from here if he plays carefully.
Yeah, plays to the bag, not gonna fall. Oh! Well, Moxie thought he had a little bit too much time, but just because Exotic's not going off the wall from the backboard doesn't mean he's not going to at least stick around. And for Moxie, the need to try and pick up the ball and actually play it afterwards leaves him far too slow. So, 11 seconds left, 3-goal lead, and Semper. What a statement, another delayed kickoff, just to really put it in the back of Moxie's mind. Semper are going to move through a sweep, wins in 3s, 2s, and 1s. And Exotic will be ecstatic with that performance.
It's a great game from Exotic. He played so intelligently. He knew that Moxie was the player under pressure there. Moxie's the player who needs to win. They're out if Moxie doesn't win this. So Exotic just played so patiently. And when he was backed up in his net there by the continual boost steals and shots from Moxie, he didn't panic. He just kept a hold of the 20, 30 boosts that he's left with in whichever play it is, and just stood his ground, just refused to concede for the longest possible time. You can see at the end there, Moxie started to realize that he was getting desperate, and he rushed a couple of touches, lost control of the ball, whereas otherwise he would definitely have it under control. So not the best performance from Moxie, but really great stuff from Exotic.
Yeah, fantastic play from Semper, and to break it all down, Barney Banks and Cool Cole.
Cool Cole. Oh, I like that.
No, that's not something that Sugar's just come up with. I was Cool Cole when I made this username when I was about 12, all right? Less said about that, the better.
And Cool Cole, you shall remain. Exotic closes the door on Juicers. Don't worry, they're going to have an opportunity later down the line to claw their way back into the limelight and into that top 4 to then make it into the LAN event later in the year. But wow, that was some match. A 3-0, Cole.
Yeah, brilliant performance there from Semper Esports. I think that we wanted them to come out and show these Juices boys who was in charge, and Semper Esports managed to do exactly that. From the beginning, not conceding a goal in the 3v3, and then a little bit closer in the 2s. And then at 1v1, we were all expecting the genius that is Moxie to come out on top. But, I mean, Exotic, he just has what I imagine when you are as mechanical and brilliant as Moxie, the most frustrating playstyle to go up against is somebody like Exotic, who can just read everything you're doing. And as Johnny and Shogun were saying, will refuse to concede for minutes on end and then just roll the ball home when you finally run out of boost. It's the sort of playstyle that gives us all hope that we can come up against somebody who on paper is better than us and still find a way to win.
Yeah, I think dictating the pace was the best element just then from Exotic. He dictated the pace of that entire 1v1. And yeah, like you said, leading to frustration from Moxie, maybe a few plays that he wouldn't have traditionally made. But congratulations to Exotic and to the Semper Esports guys. They'll be going forward and into that top 4, which is fantastic. So I got to ask you though, Cole, before we move on, which region has impressed you more so far? We had NA last week. EU is now pretty much out in full force. How are you feeling about them?
I think that overall, EU just about shade it, in my opinion. There are more high-level, like, you know, top level 1v1ers that I've seen so far today than we saw last week. But by far and away, the best individual team we've seen is Space Station Gaming. So it's going to be a real close battle. I think overall, I'd just about say EU, but I'm sure that Space Station and the lads would have something to say about that.
Well, I guess you see them compete so often, though, as well. But is it in a new setting like this, in a crew format? Have you seen new elements emerging?
Sorry, I was too busy admiring myself. It zoomed into me. Can you ask that again, please?
I was saying, you see them compete so often. In a new setting like this, though, in the crew battle format, do you feel like you see new elements emerging from each team?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think it makes it so different. Teams that are just incredibly hard to beat in 3v3 that we expect, oh yeah, they're going to win everything. Maybe they don't necessarily have the same fear factor when it comes to the 1v1s, to the 2v2s. Those stories remain to be seen right now. You know, there's a few 1v1ers out there that we're looking forward to seeing. For example, I really hope that we get to see First Killer playing in FaZe Clan at some point, but I'm not sure about that one. It's not yet locked in who will be. It's just different. It's entirely different, as you say, and Exotic is emerging as a star.
Well, there you go. The emerging stars making their presence known during Gamers Without Borders. Absolutely love it. Now, after the break, you are going to be graced with some different faces on your screen. Veracity will be taking the reins alongside Greg and Stax and Jorby for our remaining 3 matches of today. Cole, Johnny, and Shogun, thank you so much. You guys have been absolutely fantastic today, and the production team at ESL and Gamers Without Borders. Thank you so much for all of your hard work. We are going to see you guys tomorrow, but stick around for more Rocket League after the break.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science, in health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
I started as an aid worker. Actually, I was working for NGOs, and I spent many years in the field moving between war zones and disaster areas. And later on in my career, I joined the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. That's the entity that coordinates action on the ground. And from there, I moved to UNHCR 6 years ago. I mean, honestly, it started by coincidence. I wanted to do something else, and it didn't happen. Then a group of friends actually asked me to apply for a Danish organization in Egypt. I was based in Egypt at that time. I'm Egyptian originally. And I applied, they accepted me, and it all started from there. And then I realized that this is what I am really created to do. That's the field I love. And I never tried to do anything else. I started working in the development sector in '95, and from there I moved to international aid and relief, and until now. It's really something that requires passion, and it's something that is also very emotionally rewarding, despite the dangers and the difficulties and the miseries we see on a daily basis. UNHCR is the United Nations organization that looks after refugees, internally displaced people, and stateless people. And maybe I need to explain the difference between the three groups. Internally displaced people are people who are forced to leave one place inside of their own countries and move to another place because of security concerns, because their life is threatened, because of different humanitarian reasons. If you move outside your country and cross international borders, you become a refugee according to our definition. And stateless people are, imagine that in the 21st century, we have about 10 million people in the world without any nationality. And we call those stateless people because they do not have any nationality. The total number of all those groups, the three groups, is now reaching 90 million people worldwide. Yeah, between refugees, internally displaced, and stateless people. And UNHCR is the organization that is mandated by the international community to look after the three groups, and we were established in 1950. So the organization is almost 72 years old. It was established right after the Second World War. And when we were established, the world thought that we will finish our task in 3 years. But it actually continued because problems started to appear in other places in the world, in Africa and Asia and different parts of the world. And here we are 72 years later. And as I mentioned, we are now dealing with an unprecedented number of forcibly displaced people. And you can imagine that over the last 10 years, the number is increasing. We are not witnessing any decrease in the number of forcibly displaced people. And the large majority of those people are displaced because of armed conflicts, not because of natural disasters. They are not displaced because of earthquakes or floods. I mean, there is a small portion of the number that is displaced because of natural causes, but the large majority are displaced because of armed conflicts. The distribution of this number across the world is also not proportionate. We have a huge percentage in the Middle East. About 40% of this total is actually in the Middle East, but we are now witnessing an increase in Europe because of the Ukrainian crisis. Since February until now, we are talking about more than 10 million people who have been displaced within and outside Ukraine overnight. What I would like to say probably in this context is that nobody is immune to this type of problems. People can be displaced without even thinking of it. I think Ukrainians never imagined that overnight they will have to leave their homes and be refugees in other countries. They are now spread over 5 neighboring countries to Ukraine. And the same happened to Syrians, the same happened to Iraqis in the past, to many nationalities. So nobody is immune to such problems in the world, and we need the support of everybody because this is becoming a global problem, and the numbers are increasing not year by year, day by day. And that requires a very large number of supporters, and we are very grateful for Gamers Without Borders to partner with us on this initiative and this noble cause. And I think it was not for no reason that UNHCR won Nobel twice. We won Nobel in the mid-50s and in the early 80s. And that is because of the sacrifices and the great work our colleagues are doing in the field. Refugees are more vulnerable than the most vulnerable in any community. You know, we organized some studies to kind of measure the vulnerability levels amongst refugees compared to the most vulnerable in the communities where they live. And our statistics say that they are 4 times more vulnerable than the weakest people in any community. They need food, they need shelter, they need education, they need health. As I speak to you now, I actually, just before this interview, I received a study from our office in Jordan saying that 90%, and this is a very huge percentage, 90% of all Syrian refugees are cutting on their meals because they do not have enough to eat or support their children. And that's where the money goes. We support refugees financially to buy medicine, to send their kids to school, to put a roof over their heads. And this money that can come from Gamers Without Borders will make a huge, huge difference in the lives of thousands of people worldwide. If you speak about education, and I think this is an important issue for the gamers constituency, the refugees are not going to school because their parents cannot afford sending them to school, because their parents need them to work in order to support small children and the elderly, put food on the table. There is only 3% of all refugees worldwide who make it to higher education. And 3% of all refugees. It used to be actually 1% less than 5 years ago. And because of partnerships like the one we are talking about now, the percentage increased from 1 to 3%. And we are actually very, very happy with that. Any progress, whether big or small, is very, very appreciated. For many reasons. One is that we are all vulnerable, as I said. By helping others, we are actually helping ourselves. UNHCR is a very trustworthy organization that has access to millions of people in need worldwide. We are operating in 132 countries. We have 18,000 staff members who are putting their life on a daily basis in harm's way to assist others. We have 400 offices and we can reach people in need now. So if anybody would like to support the refugee cause, to support people in need, UNHCR can deliver this support in the front lines immediately. And I have to say that we need all the time to brutally prioritize assistance. And this is not an easy task because we do not get the full amount that we need to assist the people we need to assist. So we receive about 50% actually of the needs, which means we either assist 50% of the people or give 50% only of the needs to the total number, and both are not ideal. I cannot count the reasons why people should assist refugees. I think they are, as I said, the most vulnerable who amongst the weakest groups in the community who need assistance, and we are making a difference. So the picture is not doom and gloom. I think one good reason why we should consider assistance through UNHCR is that we are seeing progress. We are seeing some positive transformation and some positive changes in the lives of refugees. And this is heartwarming. We cannot, as I always say in my interviews, we do not have the luxury, we cannot afford the luxury of despair. Because if we give up, millions of people in the world will die because they will lack the assistance. And we count on people like gamers because they have massive outreach. And this is something good that you can give back to the community, you can give back to your fans, you can give back to your constituency, the people who like you and who believe in you worldwide. And you have better outreach than us, actually. You can influence people's hearts and minds maybe more than we do. So we are not only talking about money, we are also talking about influence. We need your support in advocacy. We need your support with messages. We need your support to tell people the story of refugees.
What is up, everybody? We are back once again right here, right now at Gamers Without Borders. This time around, though, it's the EU edition, and this is indeed the crew battle format. I gotta say, I'm a huge fan of it. My name is Jasmine, otherwise known as Veracity, and of course, all of our teams today are competing not only for a LAN qualification spot, but also prize money heading to their favourite charity as well. But I'm not the only person joining you folks on the desk today. I've also got the wonderful Gregan joining me as well. Gregan, what's up, man? How's it going?
Whoa. Yeah, I'm doing great, thank you very much, Jasmine. I'm excited for today. We've been seeing the European region doing amazing stuff in the ones department, as is always the case in the crew battle format. Ones is the game mode that brings the most interest, but the big one for me has been 2v2. Europe has a bunch of 2v2 grinders in it, and seeing them compete in a tournament setting has been amazing. So I've been thoroughly enjoying what we've seen so far, but we're just getting started now. We're about to see the teams qualifying for LAN in the second half of today's broadcast.
Yes, indeed. Of course, we do already have one of our teams that is already qualified to the LAN spot. Indeed, that is SMPR. Did you manage to catch any of that game, Gregan?
I did, yeah. I mean, they swept, which was surprising because we saw Juices in the first game and they looked amazing, especially with Morksy coming in for the ones. But they managed to sweep it, and it was down to Exotic, the star player for Semper now. He looked amazing in ones, twos, and threes. So Semper one to watch, and Chazette even stepping up, another great player from the past who's starting to come back into form now with a full French team.
And of course, this matchup that we have taking place right now is also going to be an upper bracket game. It is going to be Solari versus Guild. Gregan, I need you to dive into which of these teams you think might opt to kind of look to be a bit of a struggle for them this game.
So this is interesting, you know, I used to coach Guild, so coach Devo back in the day, and then Tho on the side of Solary, another player that I've coached. I know all these players and their playstyle super well, and one thing I'm really interested in is the 2v2. That's going to be the game that separates them here, because Tho and CRR in the 1v1 should be pretty evenly matched, depends on who turns up. You know, either of them could take it. I'd probably put it slightly in favor of CRR, but the 3s could go either way. The 2s is where I think Guild has the slight edge. I would put Dorito and CRR as one of the best 2s pair in this tournament, so I think they're the one to watch out for. But with Solary, all 3 of those players are solid, and so that's always the challenge for a team coming up against Solary is, can you outplay the solid team? They always set a standard, and you've got to go above it, and that's going to be the real question for Guild. Can they go above that level?
I'll be honest with you, Gregan, I heard Dorito and I'm immediately sold, okay? So if that's not taking it a step further, I don't know what is. But of course, we are not going to be the only members of talent right here today. We're also joined by the amazing Stax and Jorby. Boys, take it away.
You hear that, Jorby? The amazing Stax. And then some guy named Jorby. Welcome in, everybody.
Clip that soundbite, Stax, because you're never hearing that.
Oh, I will. Again. Absolutely. I'm going to take my wins anywhere I can get them. Both these teams looking for a win. One will get them into the LAN in Riyadh, the flagship esports event coming up in the summer. That's all it takes. Get into the top 3, top 4 officially. But now we're just waiting on Solary to get into the lobby and be ready to go. Solary against Guild. Going to be a fun one to watch, Jorby. I know you're excited about the potential 1v1 matchup we could see here.
I'm excited for 1v1, and I also echo Gregan's sentiments about 2v2, because I do think both of these teams have quite an even matchup in 2v2, probably slightly favoring Guild with CRR and Dorito, but you certainly can't count out CRR in the 1v1. I think likely, you know, it's Solary will go with Tho again, although I'd be interested to see, you know, if he's feeling it in this match, if they don't end up going to him, depending on how this 3v3 goes. But chances are it's going to be Tho versus CRR, and I think that Guild, I do think the Stacks, they have the edge in the smaller modes. 1v1 and 2v2, I do think Solary, they might struggle a little bit more there, but by struggle, I mean it's going to be a 1-goal game, and it's going to go to overtime. So you can't discount the synergy between both of these squads. It's so hard to pick one way or another.
Well, Guild in their previous matchup with Wolves, a very lengthy series, but they kind of mirrored the Moist Esports path to victory, where, you know, they get woefully outplayed in the first couple of games and then turn it around, and CRR kind of ignited that reverse sweep as Guild found their way into this second round matchup in the upper bracket. Outscored 6-1 in the first couple of games. CRR wins a tight 1v1, and then they go on to outscore Wolves 15-7 over the last 3 games, including a couple 6 spots in there, one of them from CRR in that ones matchup. So it's going to be very interesting to see if Guild is now warmed up or if they take a little more time to get started in this series. Again, winner qualifies for Riyadh and will face Semper tomorrow in the upper bracket finals. Loser goes down to face either Luminosity or Navi. We're underway now with game 1.
And just to give everyone an update on that lower bracket first round, which is currently going on the B stream, Aogiri and Wolves Esports went to 5 games, and Wolves Esports ended up taking game 5, 2-1 in the 3v3. So Wolves, that's again Tadpole, Rezi, and Hyder end up winning that. They had a crazy 1v1 match in game 3 where Hyder beat Ocelon 8-7. So that was a very tight match. We saw Aogiri earlier today on this stream, and they will be eliminated. Wolves getting another try. So back to this with Solary and Guild. Guild feeling a little bit of pressure here early. A quick shot from Tho is forced own goal. Tho gets credit.
Tho opening it up. Oli will get the assist. CRR and Dorito, expect that to be the duo when they square off later on. They're in the net, but not in the right spot. And in the first minute, it is Solary striking first. And then Oli looking for more off the kickoff. Double, he got up so quick for it. 2 goals, 4 seconds apart.
It's a good touch there from Oli. Mike Boy wins the kickoff cleanly. You see the wave landing from Oli to keep that speed going forward. He avoided the demo, used his wave landing to maintain speed on the recovery, and got the tap right off the back wall. That was an excellent progression there from Oli.
I want to go back to the update you were talking about earlier with the Algiri match. They go 5 games with, what was it, Moister BDS in the RLCS this weekend. And then they go 5 games with Solary today, 5 games with Wolves. They lost all of those matches that I talked about. And it's just, could you imagine a team having any worse luck? They could be legitimately in this match right here, taking on Guild, and instead, well, they just have to sit back and wonder what might have been, as Dorito will take over from his own back line. CRR trying to continue the play. Devo coming on. Not a lot behind the shot as Oli makes the stuff. And he's 1v1 with Dorito, and Dorito actually kind of faked him out. Oli got as much as he could out of the play, but Dorito recovers and makes the save.
That was actually a really smart play again from Oli. So he goes for that initial, or it's Dorito who goes for the fake, right? And then he pulls Oli off the ball. That was successful, but Oli doesn't quit. He stays right there with Dorito so he can't immediately turn back onto the ball. That was a good heads-up play there from Oli to keep Dorito off the play, give Tho a chance at the ball instead of just giving up possession and leaving the play after you got faked out on the challenge. Now, Oli feeling good here early on. He's now made really, I think, 2 standout decisions. 2-0 for Solary, pushed it back over to the corner. Guild are still left trying to get some offense going, only 2 shots on net.
So, and Oli almost had the team play working there. Mike Boy jumped in right in front of Devo, took the demo for his efforts, but possession remains with Solary for the moment as Tho intercepted midfield, and a big win against Devo. Mike Boy trying to win the race of that midfield boost as well. Now Oli with Tho rotating out, Mike Boy on the way in, and Dorito says no. He connects with CRR. Devo can go up for this, and another shot a little bit high that Tho sends away. Devo at times struggling on the offensive end over this weekend's RLCS action. There primarily for his defense now as Oli swatted one away from CRR. And there is Devo at the back, kind of avoiding traffic and shutting down Tho's effort.
Oh, Oli getting in the way again. Tho gonna carry this ball out. And Guild are having issues getting set up. You see Devo just kind of punching that ball downfield. Mike Boy's not gonna give that up. Dorito can't hang on to the ball in the neutral zone, and that's another goal. A 3-point passing play down the entire length of the pitch here for Solary.
Yeah, if you could give Mike Boy the secondary assist, you would. That is brilliant out of Tho. It's one that you could just kind of play towards the back wall. If it goes on target, cool. If not, he set up a teammate. Oli's got his second out of the 3 goals now for Solary. And Guild struggling early in a series again. Dorito, backboard for Devo. His shot sent away by Oli coming back from midfield. Devo trying desperately to keep the play alive. He can't. Oli looking for the reset. No, and Devo has to jump in front of Mike Boy to prevent a 4th goal out of Solary. Still yet to see Guild get many quality looks. That was a good position for CRR, but he didn't put it on target. And Oli can just play this out with Mike Boy coming in to try and salvage it. Dorito, decoy for Devo, and Tho made the save just barely. That's Guild's best look all game.
Yeah, and that one, I mean, that one has to be in, right, for the 3v3. And now, Stacks, all I'm thinking about is the 2v2 and the 1v1. I'm a lot like Shogun, okay? I like the theory crafting of this format. I'm in love with this format. And that's another ripper for Solary, and now you're absolutely thinking about game 2. For me, Solary, it's a no question, you go 2v2. I think that's the closest that they have in the matchup. You have 2 capable players in 1v1 with Tho and Oli. And I think Oli's been playing really well, but they went with Tho earlier for once. I don't think that's their strong suit in this matchup, though. CRR is going to have the advantage no matter who Solary put out on the field. And so you got to rely on 2v2. I don't think it matters what composition Solary have. They can have Tho, Oli. They can have. I think Mike Boy is always going to be solid in 2v2. His approaches on challenges and his decision making is, some of the best we've seen from him in a long time. It's part of what's helped him be so successful on this Solary team. So I anticipate a 2v2 and forcing Guild to have to use 1v1 to stay alive in the tournament. We saw it happen with Juicers not going with their strong suit pick early on, and it ended up putting him in too far of a hole to come out of. So this is a really good start for Solary, a strong 3v3 start for them as Guild left scoreless.
Yeah, they shut out Guild in game 1, so we'll see if Guild does indeed go with the combination of CRR and Dorito in 2s, or if they want to throw CRR for 1s to start things off. And while we await that pick, we look back at the highlights from game 1. A dominant performance out of especially Tho and Oli. I mean, they were phenomenal. A hat trick for Oli, a goal and an assist out of Tho, a couple of assists out of Mike Boy as well. And indeed, CRR has called it out. Guild is going to call for a 2v2 here. Have to imagine it will be Tho and Mike Boy up against CRR and Dorito. We've already seen Oli leave, so kind of similar to the matchup with Algiri earlier on. As soon as they called 2v2, Oli was out of there. He wanted nothing to do with it. Don't blame him. Let Tho and Mike Boy take over and see if they can get up a 2-0 lead here.
I had it backwards. I was saying Solary should pick 2v2.
I wasn't going to throw you under the bus.
Because it completely changes. I don't want Guild to pick 2v2. I think they should be picking 1v1 here. You try to even up the match early on. I think 2v2 is the closest between these two teams. It's very possible that Guild win this, but they put themselves in a position, again, where you think, okay, now if you lose this, you're relying on CRR just to keep you in the series. You got smacked in the first 3v3. You couldn't generate any offense against Solary. They were all over you. And so 2v2, I think, is going to be similarly close. I do think Guild hold the edge. CRR and Dorito are a nasty duo. But look at Tho, setting up Mike Boy and Solary get their 5th goal in a row in the series.
Yeah, right now it just feels like everything is downhill towards Guild's net. 8 seconds in. And well, if you're Oli, you're happy. You just kind of get to kick your feet up and maybe just chill in free play. Watch your teammates go to work. Mike Boy bumping CRR. Tho is right there, but CRR, good individual effort on the back wall. Of course, this game critically important because while hello. We'll get to that in a moment. CRR, big drive here as everybody's just kind of clustered up. Almost looked like they're just on a stock car track, racing down the other end. And then finally, CRR just takes a shot. The defense couldn't react in time.
Tho actually got chipped by Dorito on the back wall. Tho was sitting on the back wall, and Dorito was screening across, and he completely killed all of Tho's momentum and got ahead of him on the play. I was initially looking from CRR's perspective, and I was like, why is Dorito flying across the net like that? And then I realized that it's because he literally shuffled Tho off the ball and created that little gap for CRR to shoot through. So a nice job by Dorito. Tho throwing one back on the net, but Dorito just keeps it out.
So a reminder, if you're just joining us, this is the Crew Battles format. You're wondering why you're not seeing 3v3. Why are we not seeing 3v3 Rocket League? It's the only Rocket League that exists. Trust me, it's not.
Is anyone saying that? Is anyone saying that?
I
think every time I've seen someone comment, it's like, oh, this is different.
It is a 1-0 Solary lead in games right now as Mike Boy stuffed by Dorito there. The loser of each game gets to pick the format for the next. The only time that doesn't apply is in games 1 and 3 because we can't play the same format back to back. So you always start with 3v3 and then game 3 is whatever format wasn't picked for game 2. So Solary up 1-0 in the series. We will get that fixed on the overlay as quickly as we can here as CRR kind of corkscrewing his way through the air, but unable to get a shot off. Dorito will try now, but Mike Boy cuts him off. And then Dorito runs right through Tho on his way back, and an opportunity now for Guild to take their first lead of this series as Tho slams one off his own backboard. Dorito up, drop it down for CRR for the lead.
Beautiful pass. Nice weak touch in front to CRR. Tho, he's left with 13 boost, comes down to try to recover, and then he left for the corner boost for a wide open net. Tho feeling a little boost hungry there. I can understand wanting to leave. You're thinking Mike Boy is going to come back on that play, but he was still recovering, coming back, and Tho needed to buy a little bit more time. What was he supposed to do? Look, yeah, he didn't have a lot of boost on the play, but certainly leaving the net was not the option there for Tho.
I don't know if Mike Boy intended that ball to go there, but Tho will have it. And now Dorito coming up, dances around Tho. Only Mike Boy to beat, but he's up to the task. Now Tho intercepts a pass, and CRR is not going to catch up. A giveaway taken by Tho, and we're tied.
Yep, nice punish here by Solary. See Dorito opting for a pass to nobody. CRR was still hanging around really very north of the attacking third. That was going to be an easy goal for Tho. You can't get caught positioning like that. And really, it's on Dorito to recognize his teammates' positioning and that he has to protect that ball. A pass out the middle is not going to get it done. And if you don't know, then someone's got to speak up on Guild. You just put Solary right back in the game. And to me, Stacks, this is a must-win game for Guild. If they don't win this, then they have to win the 1v1 with CRR, which I do think they're favored to. But then they have to go back to, in all likelihood, 3v3. I wouldn't even be surprised if Solary picked 2v2, but I doubt they would. 3v3, they were very dominant. And so Guild have put themselves in this position now. This is a tight game. They have to find a way to win it. You can't give Solary free goals.
Oh, the other corner that Guild would be painting themselves into, as Dorito will give them another lead in this game, is if you drop the game, you're down 0-2 in the series, and then the only way you can come back is by giving Solary the choice every single game from there on out as to what format they play. So you're never going to get a favorable matchup. You're just going to get whatever Solary would want. And
there's no big brain tactics by picking a weaker mode that you're in. You should always be picking your strongest mode against the team. Exactly. Otherwise, you're just digging yourself a hole for no reason.
Yeah, the difference being if you win this game, then okay, whoever loses the 1v1 chooses the next format, but then you give yourself a shot at picking the format maybe for game 5, depending on how everything goes. So significantly better. Obviously, not to go on to match point after 2 games. Put my John Madden cap on here, as Mike Boy's gonna have to turn around. CRR trying to chase him away, and Dorito goes right through Mike Boy. Tho got the demolition. He's got to make a stop, and he does. And the player we expect to see play 1v1s for Solary coming up big in a 1v1 there.
Mike Boy winning a massive 50 as well. He's gonna put it in. Oh no, CRR got there in time. That was a great play by Mike Boy. That's what I'm saying. You always got to watch out for his 50s in particular. He's got such a good mind for it. But you know who's got great mechs? CRR. Look at this. Off the sidewall. Perfect catch. Tho has to respect it. Mike Boy's the whole way back. And he got the flip reset on his wheel. Puts it perfectly in the top. I mean, that was absolutely pretty, CRR.
Gearing up for a CRR and Tho showdown in the 1v1. If this doesn't whet your appetite, I don't know what will. Mike Boy, big bump though, makes it a 1-goal game, just over a minute to go. You can't have a much better answer than this.
Oh, Mike Boy ends up side flipping as soon as he jumps into the ball. Then as soon as he sees Dorito, he side flips over him. He's able to stay with the ball and then just has the mind to just go forward, bump CRR out of the play, and keep Solary in it, because it looked like Guild were starting to run away. But now Tho's got the return, and he can't get the second touch. Mike Boy coming across midfield. Gonna give Solary another chance at it. They don't want to give Guild a little too much. Mike Boy gonna be safe on his rotation. Again, played away from Dorito, hoping that he can get Dorito to bite on his initial jump so he can maybe get the edge on the 50-50. That extra dodge you have is so valuable especially in 1v1, but also in 2v2. Winning those 50s, but also just maintaining possession. That's a nice pop over CRR. He wants the bump. Mike Boy's not going to get it, but he's certainly hunting for that win.
So stuffed by Dorito with 15 seconds left. Solary's got to move. Mike Boy almost let that one get away from him. Good improv to salvage anything out of this. Pop a shot that Dorito has to send away. Tho now try to serve one up for Mike Boy, who got the boost. Goes there on the doorstep, and Dorito sledgehammers one away. And now playing away from Tho for the second time. Guild chooses 2v2, but this time they tie the series.
I literally sucked in my breath so hard I started coughing at that drop down. I thought CRR had a chance at it. And oh my goodness, that was a really close end for Solary. What a big win for Guild. And now Solary, they have to, I mean, we got to go to 1v1 for game 3. Yep. And I do think it's going to be Tho. I think Tho has looked very solid so far. I think it's a fine pick, but CRR also looking really good behind the ball. And I think it's going to be tough for Solary here. Guild, it's a big win. Again, talking about if they lose that 2v2, I think they would really be in stretch territory. So this was a big win. The gamble pays off, Stacks, in the 2v2.
So the players all vacate except for CRR and Tho. Not that they have to, mind you. That certainly wasn't the case with North America. We had players just kind of chilling in the lobby, watching everything go down. But it will, in fact, be CRR, and Oli, actually, has stepped in.
Oli, yeah, you're right.
Instead of Tho. So maybe Oli is feeling it. He did not partake in the 2v2 last round or the 1v1. But Oli wants some of CRR. Let's see how it works out for Solary as CRR looks to give Guild the lead in this series, trying to win this little slow slog with Oli. This is not the pace you typically see 1v1s at, but Oli very patient there, winning that corner boost, winning possession, and probably winning the first goal, but CRR is there.
Good save by CRR, good patience as well. Waiting for that ball to kick away from Oli's car to jump for it. Oli gonna protect his own side. Give himself a little bit of space, winding it up again. Shot's not gonna get it done, but he'll protect the boost. Force CRR to earn the clear. CRR's waiting to see how Oli's going to approach. Oli letting him back into the zone. Nicely cleared away here by Oli, so shut down a little early on. An interesting decision to go with Oli, Stacks. I do think Tho was kind of getting picked on, especially on that backboard in that 2v2. So maybe Tho just didn't have the confidence in himself against CRR. Maybe they think Oli matches better against CRR, although going for that boost, I would say Oli's quite lucky CRR just didn't put that ball on net. I think Oli gets away with one, but that's a good recovery. He got a great touch out of it and sneaks it into the right side post. Oli getting the first goal.
Yeah, this is great out of Oli. That first touch brings him downfield, and CRR almost gets there. But Oli, perfect placement. Is about the only place he could put that CRR wouldn't be able to catch up. 1-0 the lead early for Oli. I agree with you, Jorby. Very interesting choice going with Oli, but he's proved to hold his own here against CRR. Really slowed things down and not letting him get out in freedom the way he'd like. As Oli, big win here, trying to pick up pennies to turn around on one. Boost deal in the corner, and then he swats CRR, but CRR is going to recover, and the shot is just wide. Oh, he's going to want that one back.
Yeah, that's two opportunities for CRR. You had one where Oli left for CRR's corner boost, where he could have shot the ball right on target, probably went up 1-0. And then that one right there, that absolutely has to be in. Oli's now giving you a couple of gaps on those breakaway lanes. If he pulls a little too far to the side, he puts himself off the ball too far, it's very easy to just shoot that ball on target, score. But ooh, CRR is really struggling against Oli right now. Oli controlling the ball really well. And that last goal he had, a good recovery. Even when he gets deleted here, he wins the touch. He's going to be able to recover. I mean, early on, it's been really tight. Obviously, this can flip at any moment as CRR's got the dribble, can't get the bump, and Oli will pitch it up to the corner. Everything can switch, but Oli right now finally gets caught out, going for that corner boost. Didn't protect the edge, and CRR gets the goal.
Yeah, CRR recognizing the net is open there. Oli had done a great job previously of boost management. That time just got caught hanging around the corner. Halfway mark. One thing, though, you're not seeing very often on the top left side of your screen is that 0 for Oli. He's normally got a very high number there. He's managing his boost incredibly well, always grabbing a corner when CRR is contesting him on his half of the field, but Oli's got to get back here, and he does. And the race to that corner boost is won by CRR, so Oli's just got to throw one away. Now he's got the midfield boost, and that came out low, but CRR is ready for it. Now a quick counterattack. Oli's not going to catch up. Boost may be a bit too much of a concern as CRR is picking him apart.
I just think it was risky for Oli to go for that challenge in front of the box. There are not many ways that challenge is going to go in your favor when you are barreling towards the player that's in control of the ball or closer to the ball in front of their own box. You have to be in pristine position in the challenge because you got to force that ball straight up. Anything that goes out or around, you're going to lose. Oli gets the goal back with a nice little move off the side wall, and CRR are going to have to try again. It's a nice kickoff win from Oli. Gets the touch. CRR, I don't think it's a bad idea to go for that 50 there right off the kickoff. You win that, you neutralize the game, you can go get boost, but he was just a little slower.
High reward there on the risk from Oli. And now a race as Oli's got a, well, he I wonder if CRR kind of had the read that Oli was going to go back for his own corner boost and concede possession. It might have been surprised that he didn't. His shot there sent away by Oli. And CRR will just catch this. Round 2. CRR around him and in.
Nice flick here from CRR. Oli has to land. He's got 12 boosts picking up that small pad. That means CRR's got so much time, and Oli kind of cheats up a little bit. I don't think he expected the immediate control from CRR because he gets the catch, turns, and flicks on a dime. It was so quick from CRR from the catch to the flick. And Oli, I think he gets boost hungry sometimes. This time he wins off the kickoff. And that's been the most successful for Oli. What a move to tie the game, getting another kickoff goal.
That was so good, and then it was so bad, and then it was so good again. Oh, Oli ties it up. You know, we're so used to seeing like 8-7, 6-5 score lines. This is like watching chess while everybody else is playing checkers or some other weird game. This is just a mental game right now between Oli and CRR. This is the kind of 1v1 I absolutely love. CRR makes a save, strafe it across there. Oli threatening to turn on this, and he might have got caught, but he just gets back in time. And now watch out, CRR in a spot of trouble, as this will go to the backboard, and Oli's not going to be able to recover, but he will not concede possession, even though CRR is going to chase him down. Full tank of boost for both players, and now it's all about the mechanics and the decision-making as Oli and CRR go neutral at midfield, and Oli might finally have to give it up and play D.
Oh, Oli was waiting for the shot. This is a bad position for him, and yep, exactly. He's got the control. CRR knows he's got Oli beat. You see him leave, get that corner boost. As soon as he turns around here, CRR knows he's got his time and can just throw the ball right into Oli and then turn his car sideways, roll into it. You're going to win that 50 almost every time taking it that way. Excellent job by CRR to grab the lead with the 50 in front of the box.
You feel like maybe the next player to score 2 in a row is ultimately going to win this thing, as Oli coming through. Did not fake out CRR in the slightest. And important possession here. There's going to be one by CRR. Now he's just going to play keep away. Oli going to have to burn a lot of that boost that he just picked up in his own corner. And CRR can push this one out just a little bit. Down to 20 seconds as CRR had possession, but only briefly. Oli will have the midfield boost, but CRR will have his own. Almost the soul read there from Oli. High risk, high reward, but he's going to crash and burn here in game 3.
I think this is really what, this is kind of a microcosm of where Oli was struggling against CRR, is that he would be a little too risky, a little too aggressive in the attacking half of the field. And if you want to be that aggressive, that's fine. But you need 2 things going your way. You need the recovery, and you need available boost to be able to win it. Now, if he can score here, maybe that goes in. Okay, there's time. Oli's been most successful on the kickoff. So if you can win the kickoff, get control, this is more than possible to tie it up, Stacks.
CRR got to find a way to conserve as much boost as he can. You'd have to imagine off this kickoff so he doesn't get caught in that position again. Try and stay with this, and that's as good as it's going to get, as Oli's going to run out of time. CRR puts Guild on match point, on qualification point, trying to get into the top 4.
I really think Oli could have won this game. I just think he made a couple of questionable decisions in between the goalposts, if you will, on both sides of the pitch. Too willing to leave the ball out for boosts and take himself too far out of the play, and also too willing to take risky challenges in front of the net. I think that there was some, if Oli was just a little more patient, because he had the kickoff game. Like, the kickoff game went both ways for the most part, but Oli, he found the most success on those kickoffs. I mean, most of these highlights, I think, 2 out of his 3 goals, or 3 out of his 4 goals were on the kickoff. And I think that was definitely winnable for him. I think maybe he got into his own head. So it goes back into Solari's hands. I believe they have to pick 3v3. I can't imagine. Yeah, they do. Tho picks 3s. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I think Solari very strong, at least after that first 3v3.
So 3v3 chosen by Solari going into game number 3. And now that would make things very interesting for Guild if Solari does win. I know we're going to get way ahead of ourselves, but that's part of the beauty of this Crew Battles format, is there's so much thinking that goes on here. what does Guild go with? Because you've got that 2v2 combo of Dorito and CRR. You also just had CRR winning in the 1v1. So it would be Guild's choice in Game 5 between 1s and 2s. And by the way, they won both games by exactly 1 goal. I don't actually think there's a good answer for Guild here. They almost probably have to go with 1v1s because of CRR's strength. Or, you know, they could just take care of business right now and not have to worry about it here in our 3v3.
We'll see what Guild can do. Guild are a capable 3v3 team. Yeah, Solary beat them 4-0 in that first game, but look at CRR, that was a nasty redirect. Unfortunately, there wasn't really
Is that you?
for Devo. That was kind of nasty. Hang on a second. Mike Boy's got some more, and he's been loving those bumps lately, hasn't he? Only 2 touches taken away.
So we'll have to run back. Now, this is kind of the other odd bit about this format is if you don't have a dedicated ones in your sub spot like some teams in the past have done. We saw that happen with a few teams in North America. You got to go quickly from playing 1s to 3s. It's one thing to go from playing 1s to playing 2s. Like, that's not as big a mental jump, but going back into that 3s rotation could be very interesting for some of these guys, as Tho will kick one out towards Mike Boy. His shot easily sent away by Dorito, and more importantly, over to his 2s partner in CRR.
You know, I really think that varies on the player stacks. I think that some players might find 1v1 is, you know, refreshing and maybe even more of a warm-up when you go back into your 3s matchup. It might energize some players where it might take other players a little bit more time to adapt back to it. But you're absolutely right. There is a change that happens when you go from 1s to 3s, and I do think that the player response to that is varied depending on the playstyle and the personality. CRR is looking pretty solid early on. It looks like that 1v1 really energized him early on as Dorito puts that ball back up. And Solary aren't having nearly as easy of a time winning those challenges. I think Mike Boy has been a great disruptor. You see him still getting those bumps. He's had good carries as well. But other than that, they've kind of been stuffed in the neutral zone. Even though the offense on either side hasn't been the greatest, that's a great save from Dorito and a good follow-up from CRR to beat Mike Boy.
Something you touched on there a moment ago, Jorby. Yeah, it's CRR and the energy he brings to this Guild roster, regardless of the format. I think it is infectious. And once he gets going, they become a much different team, a much more difficult team to stop as well. As Dorito gets around, though, it's only Oli at the back as he'll turn on the goal line and send one up and away, but only as far as Devo, who, again, a great defender all around the field. He's back behind the play this time and called into action. Quickly up to the ceiling. Got a piece of Mike Boy. Dorito's shot trying to go behind Tholi. Caught the post. And there is Devo quickly back into the rotation again. Devo seems to have sped up a lot here in this particular game now. And he's a real threat that Solary don't have an answer for. Dorito's bump on Mike Boy opens it up for CRR.
What a heads-up play from Dorito here. Comes forward. It can be so easy to take the ball, but he turns ball cam off immediately. As soon as that 50 is won, to go take out Mike Boy on the play and rely on CRR to score the goal. That was a brilliant heads-up play from Dorito. Stacks, I guarantee you 7 out of 10 RLCS players go for that. Go for the ball every single time. Not Dorito. Beautiful field awareness. I'm impressed.
Only trying to get around CRR. 5 out of 6 players were all in that rectangle in front. And now CRR will just have all day to play this as everybody had to disperse and get boosted up. That favors Guild, of course, with the lead. And CRR had plenty to work with, but now here's Tho with Devo first to meet him. Underneath, there's the pinch with Oli, and CRR barely kept it out, rolling along the goal line and narrowly preserving a 1-0 lead, but for how much longer? Oli has Mike Boy across, and CRR read that like a book.
All over it on the pass. Solary have no command of the neutral zone. They're going to try again, but all they can do is pitch the ball away and hope Oli can create a splash opportunity. That's a good catch from Tho, but Mike Boy has to respect the defensive structure here of Guild. Dorito's left with no boost. He needs some help. He's going to get it, but he still has to back up CRR, or does he? As Tho has to kick that ball away, and CRR is all over the place in this match for Guild. Look, he's still got control of the ball. Mike Boy has to kick it away. Dorito, he's been playing third man this whole time, just picking up some pads. Now he's got the midfield boost, and look, all he had to do was wait for CRR to get the touch in the clear.
It really is that simple. Backboard, Mike Boy got to read this, and he doesn't, but he did force all of Guild back, thinking he did have the read. And Mike Boy with a laser set away by CRR. Tho was in front trying to interfere. And now Oli racing Dorito. Got there first, but Dorito still got a piece. And now Mike Boy to Oli for the tie.
Great pass from Solary. Implementing their own team play here. Look at the catch from Mike Boy. Swings off to the side and gets a perfect pass out to his teammate. And Oli, of course, is going to put that in. It's Mike Boy again, Stacks. This guy, everyone wants to talk about Oli. Everyone wants to talk about Tho. And some people giggled when Mike Boy joined this team and they think, oh, wow, Oli and Tho both get kicked off their former teams and they're playing with Mike Boy and winning, LOL. But it's not LOL. It's actually Mike Boy is really good at the game and he's showing you why. His passing, excellent. His 50s, excellent. Oli and Tho pushing the ball forward, but Mike Boy, an integral piece of this Solary roster.
He was an absolute monster during the Intel World Open. A great runner-up performance. And now we go to overtime in a game that Mike Boy and the Solary squad must win, but they got to make sure they don't concede off the kickoff. It's nearly happened. Dorito was there quickly, but now Tho. Launch one downfield. CRR is there. And Dorito looking in Devo's direction, but there's nobody else to follow that up. That ball goes to Devo, and you think, okay, great. Somebody else has to be there for him to pass to. There was nobody, so Devo's just trying to buy time at that point, and which is not where you want to be on a counterattack. This bounces harmlessly, but nobody had any boost to go, and still made the save. Dorito somehow stopping that effort. Now Tho playing through, and Dorito can finally get this out beyond midfield. Guild still need boost. They've got some, as Tho will send Dorito's effort away. And I like Solary here, not wasting any time at all. Go right back at them, as Mike Boy is going to have to launch one back in. Dorito needs this challenge, and he's got it.
Solary have completely changed up the play style in overtime, where a lot of the game in regulation, you saw them, again, going for the 50s. And they've lost it! Dorito pushes it in the back, and despite the adjustments from Solary, looking like they might take it, Mike Boy going out for that corner boost. He sees CRR and Dorito kind of fuse together on his camera, and it was hard to tell where that ball was going to go. He just had to dive and pray, and unfortunately the gods did not answer for Mike Boy. Instead, Guild end up winning in 4. An excellent job by Guild overall, Stacks.
I want to correct you on one thing. No, a god did answer. The problem is that god's name is CRR. Brilliant setup there as he just caught that wrong number. Dorito comes charging in. Defense didn't have any idea what to expect as we go back and we watch. Just the great tandem work here by CRR and Dorito. You saw that save there from CRR, and it is Guild moving through. They qualify for the LAN in Riyadh, and now we send things back to the desk with Veracity and Gregan.
Thank you very much, the wonderful Stacks and the wonderful Jorby. Jorby, I was listening and it broke my heart just a little bit to hear you say that I didn't call you amazing, but Gregan, how do you think that matchup went? Did it play out exactly how you expected it to?
Well, I thought the threes was a bit of a coin flip as to which way it went. Same thing with the ones, and both of them showed that to be the case, but it was twos that really separated them. It was close again. I think all three of those game modes could have gone either way, but it was Guild who just started to build that momentum after winning that 2v2, and in particular, CRR started looking amazing, and Dorito playing so well with him. When they went back to the threes, Devo just had to fill the gaps, and they pulled it off in 4. So fair play to Guild, you've made your way to the LAN.
And Gregan, if you were coaching Solary, what would you...
No, it's Solary. Solary. Let me teach you how to pronounce Solary.
So?
La. Re.
Okay.
Solary.
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 Cereal.
Well, you know, Solary have looked amazing. They've been one of the best teams out of this spring split. They've looked like one of the best teams online in threes, but when it came down to twos and ones, they struggled with the separation between the Spanish duo of Guild, and so that's why we saw Guild come out on top in the end, and it was Guild who moved on to face Semper now in the upper bracket finals, which we'll be seeing tomorrow.
It's amazing stuff. Obviously, Guild now qualified to the LAN finals in Riyadh. Do you think they'll feel comfortable enough in a LAN setting to kind of perform as well as they have done so far?
I think it's hard to know with a lot of these teams. You know, the scene has changed a lot since LANs were a very common thing, and now we've got RLCS with the majors. We're starting to see a lot of LAN rookies come through and show up, and so it's always hard to know whether a player is going to perform on LAN or not, and especially going out into the Middle East, where there's a lot of those players out there who've got a lot of experience on LAN because they have frequent LANs out there. So a lot of these players are going to have to step up under the pressure of a LAN environment, especially the younger players, but I'm sure they're all just excited to be a part of that amazing LAN.
Greg, and I don't know if you've kept an eye on the chat, but everyone is going absolutely crazy
I was trying to do the meme, but you know, it turns out you can't even meme on a live
It's okay.
broadcast,
It's okay. We were trolling you guys, basically. It's the TLDR of it. And you know what? If the bait works, the bait works. But I'm going to hope to bait all of you into the second half of the show. So do not go anywhere, because we'll be back with more Rocket League after the break.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है, क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी, और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई, चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ भी पिलानी है किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा वो हो जाता गांव में लोग रहते क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा क्या पता बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है तो हमारा ये है कि भी हम हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना कि हमारा अब लोकल टीम में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया वो तो हम क्या करते हैं जैसे 4 बजे तक आज यहाँ दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिलाए वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा
We're back, baby, once again right here at Gamers Without Borders, the EU side of things. My name is Jasmine, and I'm going to be taking you through all of the action we've had today. I have been keeping my eye on the Twitch chat and stuff like that throughout the break as well, and I've been peeking at some of the questions that you folks have had as well. So I'm going to break down the prize pool for you guys and explain a little bit as to how this is going to work. Basically, this tournament right here that is being played, the top 4 teams will qualify to the LAN finals in Riyadh, where they will be playing for a $2 million prize pool. But all of the other teams that are competing during today's stream and tomorrow as well are playing for charity money. That means if you finish up in first place, you get $250,000 to donate to a charity of your choosing. And you can see the full breakdown on your screens as well. I hope that clarifies things for the folks at home as well. And yeah, Greg, talk to me a little bit about how you think match number 2 is going to go today.
Well, we've been watching these teams before we came onto the broadcast, and they've been looking a bit up and down. You know, the 1s, 2s, and 3s format, the crew battle format, brings out different players at different moments. And really, this matchup is all about the 1v1. The 1v1 side for Juicers, you've got Morksy, one of the best 1v1 players in the world, and he's come in as the 4th player to come in and do that. I would say Wolves have got Hyder, who's one of the stronger 1v1 players in the tournament. If he can get the upset there, then I think this is in Wolves' favour. Otherwise, I do think the 1s and 2s of Juicers is going to be a bit too strong for Wolves, where I think Wolves have the slight edge in the 3v3. But again, any of these games could go either way. It's a best of 1 in each format. accumulating into a best of 5 in the crew battle format. So at any moment, if you can get the upset in the other team's preference, that's when you start winning the series. And I think here, 1's in favour of Juicers, 3's in favour of Wolves, 2v2 could go either way.
I've got to say, this crew battle format, I'm a huge fan of it. But as you did mention, this is the matchup of Juicers versus Wolves over in the lower bracket. So right now, it's a make or break situation for these teams right here. Do you think that Juicers might kind of struggle when it comes to really piling on the pressure now that we are in the lower bracket?
Well, they made a little bit of a mistake in the upper bracket. Well, they didn't choose to go with 1s as their preference in the second game, which kind of put them on the back foot because they had to win the 2s, they had to win the 1s, and in the end they got swept by Semper, who played super well. So maybe that's played into their mental game. You know, some of these players are a little less experienced in tournament setting, and you know, this is where you really start to see the mental fortitude come through in the lower bracket, especially when it comes to decision making in the crew battle format and which games you should pick, and also when it comes to that pressure in the 1v1.
Well, do let us know in the chat whether or not you guys are enjoying this crew battle format. I know I'm a huge fan of it, and I know our 2 amazing casters are as well. Stax and Jorby, you're both as fabulous as each other. Take it away.
That is an absolute lie, but you know what? We'll take it anyways. Jorby, I'm actually really excited about this.
The truest statement I've heard today, Stax. And, you know, I'm glowing now, and I know that you're just a little dimmer, and that makes me happy. But it's gonna be a fun one.
Yeah, this is one I'm really excited about. I'm especially excited to see this Wolves team, not just because, you know, I get to see Tadpole play again, which is always great, but I'm really excited about this Hyder kid. You know, there are some players that, you know, you see their name pop up every now and then, and you go, okay, all right, so they did something, that's cool. You'll probably never see him again if they're a bubble player. They just never qualify for anything, whatever. Hyder's name has been popping up consistently, time and time again lately, and, you know, now I get to really see what this guy's made of. And, of course, yes, there's this guy Moxie on the other side with Juicers, who he put on an absolute show in his first matchup. He's the sub officially for Juicers. He'll be the 1v1 specialist, and Wolves are going to have their hands full with him. He dropped 12 on, I think it was Ixo, in their first round matchup. It was a sight to behold. He did lose the other 1v1 when he went up against Exotic, but there's a lot to be excited about, of course. When there are French players on the field, you're kind of on the edge of your seat almost all the time.
And I think that, you know, yeah, Moxie definitely can't sleep, and he's not going to sleep on Hyder. Hyder is an excellent 1v1 player, and like you said, he's been in some tight ones today as well. He played a very high-scoring series against, or a very high-scoring game, if you will, against Ocelon. It went 8-7 in Hyder's favor. So that 1v1, when we get to it, you're definitely going to want to have your eyes on the screen for it, because it's either going to be a shootout or just a constant rally back both ways. Moxie obviously is going to be the favorite for my book. I would just say the edge, maybe not the favorite. But Moxie obviously is going to be a difficult out. He isn't 100% the win con for Juicers, though, because that loss to Exotic does kind of sting the reputation a little bit in this bracket. But Juicers are kind of pulling an all mid here, if you will, Stax.
Yeah, they are, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can translate that into qualifying for the LAN in Riyadh. The winner here guarantees top 4. They're done for the day. They'll come back tomorrow and play for an even bigger share of prizing for their charity. But of course, specifically for them, I know they've got their eyes on the event in Riyadh later on in the summer. A lot of pressure on this one match here as we wait for the players to ready up and get ready to go here with our opening game. A 3v3, of course, as always, in our first game, and then loser's choice until we, of course, can't play the same format back-to-back. So we may only get one shot at that Moxie versus Hyder matchup in ones. We will see. I have a feeling Wolves might want to avoid 2s as often as they can, though. So that's going to kind of paint them into a corner. Winning early is going to be more important than ever before. You've got a team of all Frenchmen up against kind of a mixed bag. You got a Welshman, an Italian, and an Englishman. Ooh. Here we go. Game 1 coming your way.
But they have been they've been being put on a couple people's radars lately. Wolves have, and it's I'll say it, it's still incredible to see Tadpole playing at an RLCS caliber level. Wolves, they've been in close qualifiers, and they only made, I think, the whole way back in RLCSX, think about Tadpole, he only made 2 main events in RLCSX, and then they didn't qualify for a single main event this season until the spring split. So to me, it's great to watch. Former famous for being on Triple Trouble, Tadpole, still playing and really put himself into a position with his team to potentially go to this LAN. And that would be pretty massive for him. His story as a player in Rocket League is as good as some get out there.
Within line of sight right now, I've got a Triple Trouble jersey still hanging. Juicy will score here in the first minute, and that's been a constant theme even in 3v3s. Early goals, we've seen one in just about every single game, and no different here.
That was nice from Juicy. Kind of feigns the pass a little bit because he had the option available, and his approach certainly looked like, at least from the defender's perspective, that a pass was on the table. But he takes the shot instead, and that's going to catch the defense out. A nice play, and I mean, like you said, Juicers, they really just, I wouldn't say surprised. Nah, I mean, it's a surprise. It's surprised as much as All Mid did last week with Chronic coming in, but it was the 3v3 from All Mid that ended up getting them the qualification. So if Juicers can find a way to prevent Wolves from tying this game up, which they can't now, then maybe they can really put themselves in a solid spot to win. Because I do think, Stacks, that they have the advantage in the smaller modes like we're talking about.
One thing that's been great about this event, both in North America and Europe, is it's an opportunity for a lot of players that are very much not household names yet to get under the spotlight and show what they are capable of. And we're seeing that now. I mean, these are players that very much fly under the radar, but we may very well be looking at the future of Rocket League esports, especially with a team like Juicers here. And then you look at all the opportunities that might be afforded to a player like Moxie, who you will see later on here. And I promise you, he is worth the wait. Here goes Rezi around Parka. Looking for teammates to come up and help out. Nobody did. And now Juicy will send one netward, just kind of a token offensive effort that Hyder easily repels. And Parka going right up against Hyder again. And this will go all the way across. Good defending so far out of Juicers on their half of the field, trying to turn it into offense. They have an opportunity. No Hyder on the pitch. Juicy had to go up over Tadpole, and that meant he couldn't play it out towards Parka. He had a lot of ground to cover. That didn't work out. Here goes Hyder, 2v1, and the 2 wins as Hyder scores.
That's a nice shot by Hyder. Had Juicy in a 1v1, and you see Juicy, he's got the boost. He turns off here to try to read Hyder on this play. And I feel like he could have gotten to that one, but his timing had to be absolutely perfect on that jump. He would have had to read Hyder as he jumped up for that ball. He was just a little slower than Hyder on that play, getting turned around. That was a nice flick by Hyder into the top shelf. But a quick turnaround here for Juicers. They just could not get a quality enough shot on net, in the neutral zone blown apart. As Faris going to try again from his own corner.
Hyder slows him down, but Faris has no problem being forward and trying to play disruptor to kind of launch a counterattack. Faris, good win. Parka looking for heads, not finding any. And now it's Tadpole against Juicy, trying to slow play him. Fortunately, Hyder's right there, but here come Juicers again. Rezi, gotta be careful. He does make the clearance without any hindrance. Now up to the ceiling. Faris gonna hold it. And Rezi out to meet Juicy. Remains only a 2-1 lead, but for how much longer? Tadpole out to Rezi. They've got Hyder downfield, but he's got to peel off.
Well, that touch from Faris is good to get it to Juicy, and he blows right through Hyder on the play. Nice soft touch on defense, instead of just immediately giving possession away. Wolves did get control of it again, but you like the awareness, at least from Juicers, keeping themselves in the game. Plenty of time left for them to tie it up. They are competitive in this match. I don't think anyone could have expected them not to be in the 3v3. Parka back out to the corner. And they are having difficulty getting those shots downfield. The only player, oh my gosh, Rezi, that was absolutely disgusting. Stacks, look at this. Perfect pop off the ceiling. Lands on the flip reset. What are you gonna do for Reese? Lose. GG, 3-1 Wolves.
That's a play of the day. Oh my gosh, that was disgusting. Are you kidding me? And these guys struggled for so long to get into a main event. Here goes Parka. Quick answer. Back within one.
Oh, Juicers definitely needed that goal. Good win here from Juicy. Parka wins the boost and then wins the next touch. And pretty much all you're right about that one. Tadpole couldn't recover. Tried to find his way back across the net, but it was all for naught. And just when you thought Wolves were pulling away, a kickoff goal really just puts them right back where they started. And they just
want
another one. Maybe
goal?
they get it. Oh! Forced own goal from Tadpole. Faris gets credit. And just like that, Stacks, we're tied up.
Tadpole trying to get back to this. He took the best line he could, and all he could do was hit the post. It's in. It's tied. Just like that. Brand new ball game with a minute to go. Rezi beaten by Faris. And Wolves right now just look a little snake bitten. Parka, full speed ahead, stopped by Rezi in the corner. And Juicy, not wasting any time either. That boost available in the corner. Tadpole will land on it. So Faris now trying to play one up and around that Hyder doesn't really control. And this last 90 seconds of the game has been owned right now by Juicers. Hyder to Tadpole, redirect just off the mark. Trying to recapture some of that 2018 magic as Faris to Parka. Tadpole with the save.
Juicy's right there. Wolves forced to go laterally, but that's a massive win from Hyder on the 50. Wolves able to maintain control for now. Tadpole also avoiding demos in the back end. And his Juicers looking for a way out right now. They still haven't found it. The end of regulation. Wolves have had the control. Tadpole, a nice catch. He's got tons of boost. He sees Parka in the air, and he drills through, but it's saved and taken away. Overtime. Tadpole almost delivering the zero-time banger.
Defense rearing its ugly head here for Wolves, showing why it's so important. 2 quick goals out of Juicers. They almost got another off the overtime kickoff. They scored twice in the span of about 5 seconds to erase a 3-1 deficit. That's going to be heartbreaking for Wolves now, and now they go back to work at their own defensive end. Parka just missed. It was available on the near side. Hyder's got to send that away with Parka right in his grill, and now Hyder cut off by Faris, but that's going to go right to Rezi. This could work out for Wolves. Hyder couldn't get up in time, so he can't take advantage of that opportunity. Tadpole's got to try and bang this away off the back wall, and that was just a little too awkward. Nobody there for the centering pass from Juicy. And our first minute of overtime has been neutral, but Juicers are on the doorstep yet again. Hyder popping one away. That fooled Faris. Tadpole out of the corner. He's got Hyder, but Juicy's in the way. Tadpole on his way back. Nobody to follow. Here comes Parka.
Oh, Parka's got the ceiling. He's also got a lead blocker, but it's taken away. And now Faris is forced back on defense, but it's no problem for Juicers, who have put 10 shots on net. Compare that to the Wolves' 7, and it's been pretty tight. Oh, Juicy just getting in the way of that, but left all by himself is Faris, and it's over his head and into the net. Rezi puts in the game winner in game 1.
Well, Rezi determined to make sure that highlight play from earlier in the game doesn't go to waste. Right place, right time, defense caught out, and the Wolves hang on. 4-3 in game 1. All that comeback for nothing, and now we wait to see, is it even a choice for Juicers? I have to imagine we're going to
you're bringing Moxie out.
Yes,
bringing
sir.
Moxie
Here
out.
we go.
This is exactly what you brought him into the tournament for. You put him in 1v1 after game 1, you tie up the series, and then you play on. It is a absolute no-brainer for Juicers. Now, Moxie versus Hyder. I think this is going to be really interesting. I thought Johnny really put it the best earlier on, talking about Moxie's gameplay and his seemingly limitless arsenal of different kickoffs to go for. Hyder definitely going to be difficult in that respect as well. I'm curious how the kickoff game goes in this 1v1 and whether that ends up being the true difference maker between these two players. But this is exciting. I don't know if we expected Exotic Moxie to be as close as it was, or even for Exotic to win that game, but that definitely has me looking at Hyder a lot more closely against Moxie here. I'm excited for this 1v1. Big for Juicers if they can take this.
Hyder had a goal in that last game. Moxie did not because he wasn't playing. Now we see Moxie take over. 1v1 coming at you. That means, of course, Game 3 will be a twos matchup, and we'll see what the matchups there are. But now all our eyes are on Moxie and Hyder. 1v1, and a critical moment here. Winner could be on match point if Hyder can pull it off.
And Moxie's got initial control. It's a hard flick. Keeping Hyder off that play. You see him kind of screen Hyder out, preventing that quick line back to the ball. That allowed Moxie to get back, grab the boost, and he's still in control as Hyder. Not the best first touch. He's going to get punished for it. And that one goes straight in. Hyder getting a little too saucy in the attacking third there, giving up that touch. He had 73, but then you saw him land awkwardly on the sidewall. Couldn't recover in a solid spot, get scored on.
A 12-5 winner earlier on today against Ixo, then dropping one 7-4 at the hands of Exotic. We know there is high score potential here with Moxie as Hyder gonna have to scramble back. This will bounce up and away. That's about as perfect a bounce as you could get. It lets Hyder catch this in stride, and Moxie with the save. Yeah, got caught between the two. Here goes Moxie right down the middle, 2-0.
And again, Hyder gets the ball ripped away from him. This time, just not a clean catch. If you're going to be aggressive in that corner, you better be clean with the mechs. And that was not clean from Hyder. He landed on the corner a little oddly. The ball kicks out away from him. Now he's all of a sudden out of position. These are easy punishes for Moxie. The two first goals kind of given up almost for free by Hyder. He's going to flick this one over on the kickoff and ends up winning Moxie wins the boost. Hyder also flipping towards it. And Moxie just going to kick that. He just beat Hyder out for the ball again. And Moxie, my goodness, absolutely destroying Hyder right now in the opening minute.
So there's a catch-22 here, right, Jorby? You see this going the way it's going right now with Moxie and Hyder. Wolves got obliterated by Algiri in the 2v2 last round twice. Outscored 19-7 over a pair of 2v2s. They had to get by on their 3v3 prowesses. Yes, Moxie adds another. There's no good
nasty
choice. That is sick. There's no good choice for Wolves if they get a choice here. I mean, obviously they're going to want to go back to 3v3s as quickly as possible, but you have to play 2v2 now for game 3. You lose that, sure, you can play 3s, but then you have to imagine Juicers would be favored potentially in either of the other formats.
That's why, with this kind of advantage,
this is an uphill climb.
Yeah, if Moxie wins this, and right now, I mean, Hyder doesn't even look. I mean, yeah, that's where I'm at. I mean, there's 3:41 on the clock.
He has to avoid scoring 20 because then he has to forfeit, right? That's the rule.
Exactly. Oh, he loses this one too. I just don't think you go for that challenge. You're not, you get that kickoff, you push it to the side. It's been standard kickoffs each time for Hyder. Why are you turning up and challenging that ball with barely any boost? I think it's better. You see Moxie up there, you gotta turn off that play. You gotta find a way to control the ball. Hyder's trying to dive into this ball. He's trying to control aggressively, and Moxie has punished him quite literally every single time. This time, Moxie not even gonna go for the kickoff. He's just gonna go for control. He's feeling utterly confident in this matchup right now, and Hyder picks up a save. Probably his first save. It's his second, but feels like his first.
Wolves will win the premiership by the time this game ends at this rate. Moxie tried to play through Hyder again. He does. 7-0. Hey, what? You know, there is just something about watching a player that is at the top of their craft go to work. You see it constantly in individual sports, and you're seeing it right now with Moxie. This is as good as it gets.
He's playing with his food, man. How many do you think he gets? We haven't even played half a game, and he's got 7.
That's a great question.
There was, what,
for
16 and 9 in a pair of 2v2s or whatever? Hyder gets the Brazil, as is the gentleman's agreement in Rocket League. Excellently done by Moxie, letting that one go in for Hyder.
Well, 7 is the best comeback that Johnny Boy has ever seen, so just throwing it out
I know.
there.
It's been mentioned several times now.
It has been mentioned. Hey,
Chad,
how many goals do you think Moxie scores, Chad? I want to hear, I want to read.
Oh, yeah. I'm
setting
the over
double digits.
I'll make it easier for chat. I'm setting the over-under at 12. All right, so say under if you think Moxie's going to get under 12. Say over if you think he's going to get over 12. I think that's a lot easier than everyone shouting random numbers.
I think I'd just rather see them shout random numbers. That's what they do.
You want to see random numbers? That's fair.
I do.
I don't think I understand true chat entertainment then.
You want to see some random numbers? Look at the scoreboard at the end of this game. Here goes Moxie. Again. Flip reset, down to ground. I mean, eventually maybe you just kind of get bored and then you run out of gas, right? This goes cross, Hyder.
Right, you just want to
get around him. There's 2 in a row.
All right. Moxie not able to get that goal, or not able to get that block, rather. He had to go for that corner boost. Hyder pulling off on that initial touch, and then the little pop-up freezing Moxie initially. Moxie couldn't get the timing on the jump, and Hyder got the goal. And I see a lot of overs in chat, and Hyder has scored. Hyder scored. Time's running out. I would say that, Moxie hasn't kept up at his current pace of 7 goals per 2 minutes. So, who knows? 12. I might have set the bar a little high, Stacks.
You might have.
I saw some unders in there.
Again, looking for another. And he could not pop by. Moxie did win the race to the corner boost, though, so Moxie could be in a spot of trouble. I know. That had a tough time keeping a straight face saying that. Here goes Moxie. Minute 45. Of course, he doesn't need to score anymore at this rate. He's got this game, it would feel like, well in hand, unless Hyder can start rapid firing towards Moxie's net. But that is not going to help matters. Hyder had to pump the brakes, and tough angle that Moxie would just send across. He's just sending Hyder on a wild goose chase at this point.
Yeah, Hyder on that last attempt thought he had more time. Didn't even get a chance to look at Moxie before he got control of the ball again. And yeah, Moxie wasting a lot of time now. This is another one. I tell you what, if Hyder puts this in with over a minute left, while definitely more improbable than not, it's definitely possible to come back 5, but that
my gosh.
Wow. See that perfect straight line bounce?
It was, yes.
Like, I don't think I've seen the ball bounce on a perfect straight line like that across the ramp off a pinch like that. That was funny. There's always some kind of unique bounce eventually after, tens of thousands of hours of watching this game. You're going to see something you haven't seen before. Eventually. Hyder getting in touch here. Moxie definitely slowing things down a little bit. And a really clean game for Moxie overall. Opened about as strong as you can, honestly, in the 1v1. And I did expect Hyder to play this a lot more closely, but I just feel like the early over-aggression, taking ill-advised 50s, it's kind of the same problem we saw with Oli against CRR, only to a greater extent, where he just couldn't get control of the ball. This time Moxie misses. Hyder's going to get a pick-me-up goal, although I don't know how much it's going to pick him up. They're going to be happy to move the 2v2 after this.
Oh, yeah, they're going to have... it's really telling that they're going to be happy to move to a format that in their last series they were outscored 19-7. But, yes,
they'll be happy.
They will be glad to...
Maybe less sad is the word I'm looking for.
Team together.
Yeah.
In that matchup last round, both times, it was Rezi and Hyder, by the way. It was Hyder, of course, winning the 1v1 against Ocelon that got Wolves on top. And then they had to win it in a 3v3 at the end. Hyder is at least going to get some here to make it look respectable. But make no mistake about it, Moxie dominated the first couple of minutes, and that was all he needed. As Hyder scores one more for the road, 7-4, maybe 7-5, if they can get one off the kickoff here. That will send us to a third game. 2's on the horizon between Juicers and Wolves. And we'll see the team of Rezi and Hyder, presumably, unless Tadpole is feeling antsy and wants to get
Tadpole,
involved.
You feeling saucy, Tadpole?
Yeah, maybe.
A saucy Tadpole 2v2. Look, if you got destroyed in previous 2v2s, you got to switch it up a little bit, right? Take the complexity route. Play your
has been
hand.
Parka and Faris. Every time they've played 2s so far. Granted, they've only played 2 because both their matches have been sweeps, one way or another. Juicers with the sweep over Luminosity in round 1, then swept into the lower bracket by Semper, as Semper Esports qualified for the LAN later in the summer. Hyder's in, Parka's in with Juicy this time, maybe.
Oh, nope, they're switching out.
Maybe. Maybe it's a fake out.
Little
5,000 IQ play. No, it's Parka, Juicy, and Hyder, Rezi. So the same duos for Wolves. Gonna run it back here, but it's Juicers changing things up. Faris out, Let's see how it works out.
Let's see how Hyder performs more in the 2v2. That kind of aggressive play style can work a lot better in this kind of format.
I wonder if Moxie kind of taking his foot off the gas there at the end and giving Hyder a few to get back is even more of a negative for Juicers going forward here, because Hyder now gets to go back-to-back. And instead of being, blown away like, 12 or 13 to 1, it's a 7-4. He scored the last 4 in a row,
Yeah, but I don't think Hyder has any disillusions as to how that game went. I don't know if there's any maybe Hyder can use it as a bit of a confidence booster, but I think that it was palpable that Moxie did let his foot off the gas, and so I don't know how much Hyder can take away from that series. From that game. I'll definitely give you, he's definitely warm. That's for sure. But as far as how much it's going to help him, I really don't know if it's going to help a whole lot. And if anything, it might hurt that you lost the opening 2 minutes that poorly. And it might have felt like you started to get control near the end. And Moxie isn't on the pitch now, so maybe you're onto something, Stacks, and maybe I'm just being a little too cynical about it. But Hyder going to catch this ball out in the corner.
Well, Hyder trying to dribble around, give Rezi time to get boosted up. And he's having a tough time finding much to work with, as Rezi still on virtually no boost. And he's going to have to try and use what little he's got to send this downfield. And Juicy right there marking him every step of the way. Parka is going to have free possession now. Hyder couldn't catch up to him. Parka against Rezi. Initially saved, slowed down so Hyder could get to it. Shot follow-up is high, and now Hyder pop it over Parka. Big break for Wolves there as they hold their ground. But now Rezi has to work all alone with Hyder taken off the pitch, and Rezi nearly did, but Juicy had him all the way.
Locked in the corner. Parka's got a good touch here. And a follow-up touch as well, but saw Hyder there, ready to play defense. Now they've re-kitted on the boost. Juicy's got nothing here. That midfield boost hasn't spawned for him. And Hyder's got to come in with only 20. His teammates got nothing. Rezi picking up that corner boost, but he's way out of the rotation here. Gonna have to wait for that touch to come in. But Juicy takes his time. Juicy actually gets more time, and Hyder takes it away.
Full tank of boost for Parka may go to waste, as he's got to use it all on the defensive end instead of starting a counterattack with it. Now he's taken off the field. Spawns in ball side right underneath Juicy. That's awkward for the Juicers defense, but it works out okay. And here goes Juicy now with Parka waiting way in the back. He'll have to come up now to challenge Rezi. Oh, he peels off. Hyder, no redirect.
That one was going to need some power. You did have a defender in net ready for it, but that could have been a saucy one for Hyder. He's now forced up for this. The Wolves are doing a good job. It's been a pretty stable game so far. They haven't let Juicers do too much with the ball in their own half. Oh, that's a nasty touch from Rezi. Can he get the bump as well? No, Juicy going to come right in, kick the ball away from Hyder. I feel like Wolves have done well enough, Stacks, despite getting outshot. Wolves are starting to count up in the shot category. It was 6-2 shots at one point in Juicers' favor, now 6-4. So things starting to swing in Wolves' favor.
Hyder multiple times has had to make great defensive stops on his way back to the net. Really at the last moment, more often than not. Juicy, lob one to the corner, has no teammate in support. And Hyder just kind of flutters to the ground. He doesn't have a lot, now he does. And Parka comes up to challenge him, but it's Rezi now. He's got a full tank, trying to corkscrew his way through. No, Hyder to follow. Big goal in the last minute.
Rezi sets it all up in front. Didn't get the cleanest catch on that air dribble. We saw him go off to the side, but it worked out. He got a poor touch out of Juicy and then chipped Parka just a little bit to affect his path on the ball, and that was enough for Wolves. One breakout play from Rezi, and they've got the lead.
Hyder trying to line up a pinch. We just saw a master do it a moment ago. And Rezi couldn't stop Juicy from tying the game with 45 to go.
Blew right through Hyder in the neutral zone. You see him come up, and Rezi is up there as well. He's thinking at least a 50, right? Rezi's gonna get a touch, and Juicy has no boost. So that's a very aggressive posture for Juicy to sit at with an attacker and Rezi on top of each other in the midfield. An interesting choice to just go up there on the 50. If Rezi does get that touch, maybe he can make a play on it, but it's really a low percentage position to be in because you can't really control where that 50 is going to go, and you don't have the boost to correct your position. So they kind of just let that one through, Hyder did. I kept saying Juicy, I meant Hyder on the positioning, as Wolves are the ones who conceded the goal. Now he's going to try to pass it out, but Parker wins the 50. Juicy's winning the race downfield, and there it is, a Juicers lead.
With only 18 seconds left, they've been caught out twice. Been a big change of pace here in this series. That wild shootout in game 1, the exhibition put on by Moxie, I guess is the best way to put it, in game 2. A low-scoring, grindy affair here in game 3. Rezi, torn between going for boost and turning on this. He doesn't have a lot of time. Parka with the clean win. That's gonna do it here in the 2v2. And I have to imagine we have a 3v3 coming when this clock hits 0.
We absolutely do, and that's why this is so good for Juicers to win. Yep. You thought Wolves would have taken it, and that would have been big for them, because then Juicers, they would have went straight back to the 1v1. That means game 5 would have been open for a 3v3, which favors Wolves just a little bit. But Juicers played Wolves close in the 3v3. That is not a gimme game at overtime as we go into game 4.
Yeah, they go to overtime in game 1 in the 3v3. There's no good answer for Wolves at this point. They have the choice of 3v3 or 1v1, and I don't think Hyder could have typed 3v3 quick enough. Yes, we will indeed go to 3s, where Wolves, hey, that's how they secured the series in their previous matchup over on our sister stream with the game 5 win over Algeria. So now
I think Moxie's just sitting in the stands, just like glaring menacingly.
Yeah.
Over at
Oh
Hyder.
yeah.
Do it. Pick it.
Yeah, you remember that look from Cookser at the Season 2 World Championship? That's probably Moxer right now, just like, yep. Don't worry.
Keep calling him Moxer, man. You're trying to fuse like Moxie and Hoxer together. You're trying to create like a superior.
Listen, it's a main thing, okay? Like we don't say soda. We always throw at the end of everything. So
you and
go
Pop,
get a
oh, you call it
soda.
soda. I forget. It's like right below main where they call it Pop.
So you got Moxer, you've got Juicer.
Juicier. Well, Juicier is a word, so you're right on that one.
Yeah, I got one.
Yeah.
Here's Tatter. Juicy, gonna have this one for Reese downfield already, needs the redirect, and Rezi shut the door on him, at least altered the angle. I don't know if he didn't get credit for his save, but he certainly should have, as Tadpole will pop it away. Hyder is there, but so is Faris.
I definitely think that the second touch from Faris would have kind of pinched the ball into the net had Rezi not been there. So while he doesn't get credit for the save, we certainly think it was. Already Juicers putting some early pressure here on Wolves. Rezi, he had a breakout moment earlier on. Maybe start looking at Rezi as the player that's got to be the breakout player for Wolves.
Loose ball, kind of deep in the Wolves' end, but sent away. You gotta wonder when the scoring's gonna start. Probably sooner rather than later. Here goes Juicy. Faris going after Tadpole. I think Tadpole put a nice little move on that, sent Faris away, and he's able to avoid the contact, got the stop, ate a demolition for his efforts, but that's a big-time stop from Tadpole and Wolves.
Tadpole sets this up for Rezi as well, but Park is not letting that one go. And a big miss in the neutral zone gives a wide open net to Faris and Parka. And Juicers get the first goal. We keep talking about how 3v3 needs to be where Wolves win the game, but they can't even hang on to the ball, and Juicers have the lead.
Just under 90 seconds gone by in a game that Wolves have to win or they are eliminated, and Juicers will qualify for the LAN, and of course they'll also come back tomorrow. Play for a big chunk change for the charity of their choice. That's what makes Gamers Without Borders such a special event. This is lobbed in front by Juicy. Faris can't get around Rezi. Tell you what, Rezi and Hyder defensively, they have had their work cut out for them, regardless of the format. They've answered the call quite often, but not often enough. And now I'm sure happy to see Tadpole back in the fray, though he comes in a little bit cold after watching the 1s and 2s matchups. Here goes Juicy now with Rezi there to meet him, and Rezi at least clipped him. If you can't get the ball, get the player. That was expertly done by Rezi.
Still trying to battle for the neutral zone as well. Rezi's up for this one, trying to keep that touch away from Juicy, and a hard shot taken off the bar and out. It was a decent opportunity. You did have defenders in net to avoid, but off the bar, Hyder gonna take control of this one. Hyder, 250s, back over to Rezi, and it's off the post and out again. Faris gets back there in time. Tadpole could not commit. There was no opening for him to. He bounces this one hard off the corner. Another hard hit from Hyder to set Wolves back up on offense, but it's just a hard hit right back down to Juicy. They need something more creative than that. Tadpole with no boost has to dump it into the corner, allow Rezi to come in, and while Wolves, they've held the neutral zone, it gets blown apart. Well, Tadpole just shuts it right back down with a hard clear, but they need that consistent pressure stacks. They need the quality opportunity. They got one, but then couldn't get another one as Rezi's gonna take the pass back down. Shot underneath, goal for Hyder, and they tie it up.
I was not expecting this out of Wolves. Oh, what a great three-point play. Over to the left, down in front, pinpoint precision, minute 53 to go. Hyder gives them some new life. And now in the kickoff, Rezi got slowed up just a little bit. Here goes Parka, patiently waiting. Lob one for Faris, and he just missed it high. And now Hyder's gonna have to chase this down against Juicy, who waiting in the net. He'll come out and stop that effort.
Oh, another clear, but taken away by Tadpole. Tadpole having the booming clear from his own corner where it looked like Wolves were about to be put under immense pressure. And now that play right there, a lot of the touches you see Tadpole making are the ones that buy his team time. And Juicy trying to force his way through Tadpole that time, not gonna happen. Hyder finding Rezi on the corner, and it bounces down for Parka. Nothing gonna do there for Rezi, but another win and a redirect. Oh, what a save! That was absolutely disgusting on both ends. I thought Rezi would have caught the defense off guard, but no, somehow they come up with the stop. He's trying to stay on it. Rezi gets down underneath, but a double commit from Wolves. They're able to get back to the 50. Hyder trying to pick this one back up and get around the defense. He's done, but no touch from him, and Parka trying to take the ball back out. Taken away by Tadpole Stacks. It looked like Wolves might have had the counter after a crazy back and forth, but look at the net. It's all Juicy all day for Juicers.
Wolves just watching this after that demo by Parka, hoping against all hope that when Juicy put it off the post, he wouldn't have the follow. Good luck with that. 39 seconds left. Parka with the demo that might knock Wolves out of it. Rezi's got other plans, nothing in the tank. Tadpole to follow. It's his first goal of the series, and it ties up game 4.
Not over just yet. This the follow-up. Was that Juicy that just went flung right off the ball to the ceiling, got a little too high on his 50, and as a result, it's a Wolves tying goal right off the kickoff. Just when you thought Juicers were gonna start pushing it against Wolves, they've come right back, and Tadpole puts it across, and Faris is there for the save.
Game 1 went to overtime after Juicers blew up a 3-1 lead. Wolves let it go by with 2 goals in about 5 seconds. Tadpole coming off the side here, trying to meet Faris. Rezi gonna have to wait for Parka's effort with a full take of boost. He's around 1. No time on the clock. Hyder got a piece. That threw off Faris. Wolves have got to let this go to ground. Surely they do. We go to overtime again in a 3v3 between Juicers and Wolves.
Look, if Wolves win this, they still got to go play Moxie. Like,
yep.
This overtime could be as exciting as you can make it, but you still got to go play Moxie. Parka sets this one up. Faris says, how about not? And just misses the redirect. Cleared out by Wolves, the start of overtime.
Juicy served one up. Rezi looking for Hyder. That's how they scored their first goal. Not to be this time. Rezi beaten by Faris. Now Rezi looking to stop Juicy from coming out of the goal. He was just marking him the whole way. Tadpole now in front, and Parka sends it away.
It's right over Hyder's head in the neutral zone. Oh, Juicy's there. That was so weak. That was the chance for Juicy, Stacks.
It was, but it's turned aside. Wolves have pretty much dominated overtime here. They deserve a goal, and they're not going to get it. Juicy with the save. Rezi on his way back, not trying to do too much. As Parka sends one out and away, Rezi now can drop one for Tadpole for the win, and it's just wide.
So many of these shots are so close, but they're not strong enough. They're not in areas where the defense has to work for the save. How many shots have been hit right into Juicy? Here's Faris now, but it's taken away by Hyder. And then that last shot from Tadpole, it was off the post. It wasn't even on target. They have to find a way to get quality opportunities at the net. Simple pot shots are not going to get it done right now. Faris pops that one across. Juicy going to keep this ball in control. He's using the ceiling to get the reset. He gets bumped off the play, and Wolves have done enough to survive on defense. They've even done a little bit more to create some pressure on offense, but they need more than they've done so far in the blue half. There, Rezi gets deleted, and Wolves got to try again as Hyder pushes the ball downfield.
Well, that was a pretty good Kuxter pinch by an Italian. Not quite as good as the original. Here goes Rezi. Now Tadpole. Second touch to throw off Parka. Down the middle, easily sent away by Hyder. Rezi was on his way in, and Parka nudged him off the play. Parka's physical play has been a real nuisance for Wolves to deal with. It's why Juicers opened up a 2-goal lead. And then this is in! Oh, no!
Moxie gets to rest on the bench because Juicers just clutched up in overtime. Rezi, unfortunate touch, and Juicy gets the credit. I can hear Johnny laughing from his couch right now. I can hear it all the way over here across the pond. He's laughing hysterically at that own goal. And it's a forced own goal, okay? Some of you people in chat get really upset when people call things own goals, all right? But that was unfortunate.
It was an own goal.
That was an own goal.
It was. Poor Rezi. I mean, he's got the best and the worst play of the series. And now, the worst talent is out of the way. We send it back to the best talent. Back with Veracity and Gregan to recap what we just saw.
Way. That was so smooth. I was not expecting that. Thank you very much. Gregan, we've seen it all during this matchup. We saw the very, very close games. We saw a bunch of overtime as well. Talk to me about how you think that one unfolded.
That was just a bit unfortunate at the end there to have an own goal decide an overtime, which is never how you want to go out of a tournament. But it was always going to be the case that they needed to win the threes and they needed to win the twos, because even if they won that 3v3 there, Wolves, they were going to have to go off against Morksey in the 1v1 at the end, which is just never going to go in their favour. So Juicers, they just need to win one game out of a threes or a twos, and they did that, and that's what put them in that strong position. In the end, they got 2 of those games by winning the 2v2 and the 3v3 at the end there. So fair play. Juicers looking strong, not only because they've got that amazing 1v1 to fall back on, but for all the other reasons that we mentioned just there. But Hyder played super well across the board, just unfortunately had to go up against Moxie in the 1v1. But yeah, that threes ending with Rezi own goaling, you'd never want to see a team get knocked out like that.
That's surely got to be heartbreaking for him and his team as well. But I want to bring it back to the 2v2 that we actually saw take place and the 1v1. So Moxie absolutely popped off when it came to playing in that 1v1. As soon as I got to the 2v2 and I saw that Moxie was not playing in the 2v2, I was kind of on the edge of my seat. I was like, is this a mistake? Is this a good choice or a bad choice? Of course, they ended up winning out the 2v2, which is great and all, but from your perspective, should they have put Moxie in, and what was their potential reasoning behind not having him in?
Well, we saw this in the North American region. We saw the equivalent, his name's slipping my mind, but there was a 1v1 player brought in for the ones to carry a team in that. I think it was all mid, right? With Chronic coming in the ones, but he also played the twos, and I think that just comes down to the trust in the 1v1 player, whether they've got that 2v2 ability or whether the synergy of the two players who are part of a threes team together, whether that will take them through. So Chronic played the twos over in North America, but over here it seems like Moxie is just a ones main only in this roster. The Juicers trusting the synergy in the 2v2 and putting those players in for that.
And, you know, rightly so as well, because I think that's the most clinical performance I've seen coming out from any of the players that we've actually seen so far. So a huge shout out goes out in way of Moxie for sure. And of course, that leads us to Juicers actually making it through to the LAN finals that will be taking place in Riyadh. I'm so excited to see them perform, and I know that they will certainly be excited as well. But Gregan, coming up now, we actually have... I'm going to try. Right. We actually have Serial, aka Solary, versus Luminosity playing next up. How do you think that one's going to go?
This is a tough one because Luminosity did not look great at all in their first game against Juicers. But then obviously that was a whole different story when they went down to the lower bracket and played against Na'Vi, where they had a really close back and forth game that followed the typical pattern in Crew Battle of alternating games where the losing team chooses the next game. And so they went to game 5 with the alternating back and forth. So it'll be interesting to see which game mode they excel in. I think it's really going to come down to the 1v1 is a big part of it, because Atomic and Ixo have played for Luminosity, and Oli and Tho have played for Solary. So we've clearly seen an indecisive nature as to who the best ones player is on the day. So that's going to be where it gets decided. In the 3s, either team could take it. In the 2s, either team could take it. It really comes down to the 1v1.
I really do think it is all for the taking right here. But I'm curious to have a little bit of a recap for those of you that might have only just joined us, in which case, if you have just joined us, where on earth have you been so far? The TLDR of today so far. Gregan, if you had to sum it up in one way or another, how would it be?
I would say Crew Battle has really shown the variation in 2s over in Europe, where 1s is always the big talking point. I think we've really seen some dominating performance in 2s, which is exciting to see that you can really stand out in that section. In particular, Guild looked amazing in 2s. Solary have got some amazing 2s as well. And there was also the dominating 2v2 performance from, who I think it was Algeria, where they won 12-3, I believe, in the 2v2. So 2s has been the really interesting game mode here in Europe, I think.
Okay, so do you think 2s is going to be the one to look out for once it comes to Solary versus Luminosity as well?
I think so. I think all the game modes matter in Crew Battle. I think anyone who relies on dominating one game mode, like 1s or 3s, they're going to get caught out because it's always possible to get upset. But I think in Solary and Luminosity, they're solid at all 3, but don't really have a standout game mode which they could dominate in. So I think this is going to be an interesting one. Solary, Luminosity could go either way.
I'm super excited to get it underway, but just taking a look at some of these fabulous shots that we've had. Moxie with the back-to-back scoring. I think at one point it was 7-0 if I'm not mistaken. So absolutely wonderful performance coming out from Moxie for sure. Are there any other players in particular that have stood out to you thus far for today's games?
Yeah, of course, Moxie is a 1v1 demon, and we expected that as soon as we saw him enter the pitch. But Exotic has really stood out, been the player in RLCS that's been most underrated, I think, coming in for Semper, replacing one of the best players in the league of Archie. But he shows up not just in 3s, but also 1s and 2s, has looked super amazing, and it was the reason that team swept Juicers earlier in the upper bracket. So Exotic is the standout player who's still in the upper bracket.
Well, it is almost time for us to dive into our game of Solary versus Luminosity. Stay tuned in the chat and keep showing your support. Let us know who you're rooting for, because we'll be back after this break.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
We're back once again right here, Gamers Without Borders, EU side of things this time around. My name is Jasmine, otherwise known as Veracity, and I'm joined by the fabulous Gregan as well. For those of you that have been umming and ahhing in the chat, asking questions back and forth, we have been keeping our eyes peeled. And just to give you guys a little bit of context as to what on earth is going on here, all of the teams taking part today. The top 4 teams will make it through to the LAN finals taking place in Riyadh with a chance to compete for up to $2 million prize pool. Insane stuff taking place. But right now, every single team that is taking part will have a chance of winning some prize money to donate to their favorite charity. And first place will be donating $250,000 to a charity of their choosing. Gregan, if you had to pick one charity to donate to, which charity would it be?
Oh, that is a tough question. I'm a big fan of changing the charity every year. Like, I like to mix up which charities I give to, and I think right now I'm just personally, I've got a connection with Prostate Cancer UK, which isn't one of the charities these ones will be donating to, because they're donating to aid in bigger world problems than just prostate cancer, for example. But I'm raising money for them this year. But some of the charities that we're raising money for are amazing here. I think the UNICEF is definitely one of those names that keeps coming up whenever I see great causes to donate to. And I know a lot of the North American players chose that as their charity.
Yes, I'm definitely looking forward to see what charity is going to be the one for choosing for all of our teams taking part and which charity they're opting to donate to. But as we get ready for our next match of the day, we have Solary, or as I like to call them, Serial, versus Luminosity playing off against one another. Any standout players amongst these two lineups for yourself, Gregan?
Well, it's a tough one because these are both teams that can really pop off if they're having a good day, especially in the threes department. But really the big question mark is around 1v1. They don't have a distinct, obvious 1v1 player on both lineups. It really comes down to who's feeling it on the day. And both teams have used two different players. On Solary side, they've used Tho and Oli. On Luminosity Gaming side, they've used Ixo and Atomic. And I'd say out of those two, Tho and Ixo would be the expected 1v1 players. But then when it comes down to twos, all of these guys grind 2v2 ranks. So I think any of the combinations of twos players could pop off if we went into that game. So really it's going to come down to who wins that threes, who wins that twos, and the 1v1 could go either way based off of who's feeling it. So not really an obvious standout answer for any of the game modes.
Well, I'm going to continue showering our two fabulous casters with all the compliments in the world. The beautiful Jorby and Stax. Take us through it.
Oh, Jorby.
I work hard for that. I work hard for that, Stax.
You do. You work harder than anybody I know to keep up appearances. Here we go. Last match of the day. It is always a fun one. How you doing, Jorby?
I'm doing great. I am excited for this Luminosity versus Solary. And I think with some of the other teams here, we note their 1v1 or superior 2v2 ability. I think that Solary actually might have the advantage here against Luminosity, because I don't think they're strong in 1v1. I think that Solary are definitely stronger there with Tho, and I think that Solary, I gotta go with them in the 2v2 as well. Mike Boy plus either Tho or Oli is going to be a really solid team to try to win. But for Luminosity, I don't know. They didn't look good earlier in the bracket today. We'll see what they can bring.
Luminosity swept down to the lower bracket by Moxie and friends. Juicers with the 3-0 sweep. That was Moxie's 12-5 performance over Ixo. But then Luminosity wins the fourth Game 5 of the day as they advanced past Na'Vi. So now, here we are. So not a bad 48 hours for Na'Vi fans, but that's fine. Here we are now. Luminosity fighting for a spot in the LAN, fighting for a spot in the top 4. We're waiting to give the players the green light to go, because certainly we are ready. We hope you are as well. 3v3 as always in our opening game. And then, of course, loser chooses the format until we get through 5 games. I actually have no idea what everybody is waiting on.
I've never seen every player after the admin says go. Every player also says go, 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 or go.
Well, that's the thing. The admin didn't,
and then nobody
say
joins.
Go. Oli said go. So to peel
Oli
the curtain
baited
back
it.
a little bit. Yeah, normally we have our admin who's in contact with production and everybody. When everybody's ready to go, we send it, and the admin would go, 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 or something like that. So Oli, I think it was Oli, just in the chat, all caps just goes, go, go, go. And didn't actually get anybody fooled, which I'm surprised at. Because normally
someone
I see
definitely
something
joined.
like that, I expected
definitely
like
joined.
5 people to join. Somebody did
I saw
join?
a lightning
Oh.
bolt. I saw a lightning bolt.
You saw a
I
lightning
don't know who
bolt?
it was.
Okay.
They were sneaky. They were like, oh, wait, it was only. No.
What is this, Little League Baseball now? He's like, yeah, I saw a lightning bolt in the distance. We got to stop the game. Come on.
I'm surprised more players haven't done that in the past. That's the first time that I've.
That is, actually. You're
How many
right.
lobbies have we been in over the course of the last, 6 years?
Too many.
Has that ever happened to you? 'Cause that might be the first time I've ever seen that.
Players have the green light.
You can't remember.
Oh, I can't.
Like,
I really
that should have
can't.
happened in the
I
past.
was really trying to think, like, when was the last time? No, I've never seen that. Well, here we go. Players are all ready to go. We hope you are as well. It's our last match of the day, and it's Atomic trying to start it off with a bang, but Tho says no. And here goes Oli to set up Mike Boy. And this team, Solary, has been deadly with their team plays. They feels like they deserved better than they got in the upper bracket. This is Ixo to send one away, and Luminosity has to find an answer for a Solary team that has opened a lot of eyes here in the spring.
This ball pushed down. And you got to think for Luminosity, you can't take their once performance with Ixo you got to give it with a little bit of a grain of salt with how Moxie has been performing overall. So maybe they do have a little bit more in the tank against Tho with Ixo, but I still think that Solary hold the edge in this matchup. I think they have had higher highs than Luminosity have had, and Solary have shown strength in multiple game modes. Tox going underneath. Luminosity might show us something that we weren't able to see against Juicers. But as far as the 3v3 goes, you gotta like Mike Boy as he puts in the first goal.
Yeah, Mike Boy's shot not sent out of danger. And it is indeed Solary that strikes first. Now, for Luminosity, just imagine their bad luck. Now, obviously, in this format, having a ones main, like, it's incredibly valuable because sometimes that player can shift into twos. We saw that indeed with Chronic last week. But get this, their 1v1s have been against Moxie and Luis. You talk about having to go through Murderer's Row. I mean, you just chalk up an L for every 1v1 at that point.
I mean, that's brutal. That's why I think
they're going to be relieved to see someone. They're going to be relieved to see someone like Tho, like
I feel
a
like that's
normal
winnable
player.
for you. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're not like at the top of the ones leaderboards. That's cool. Maybe I have a chance. That's why I feel like you can't completely count Luminosity out on this, but I still think the Solary are stronger in the 2v2. I really like Mike Boy. You can talk all day about Oli and Tho, but I was saying it last Solary match as Atomic puts this one in. I'll talk about Mike Boy later, but good goal here for Atomic. Long shot clear and by everybody. Little ghost touch by Tox.
Oopsies. Still about 3 minutes to go, a long time to go. We've seen some high-scoring 3v3 games, especially early in some of these series. Mike Boy indirect for himself. Oli downfield as well, trying to get in everybody's way, or just score from the doorstep. Oh, what a save, though, made at point-blank range, and then Tox turns it into a goal. I'll tell you what, this Tox, one of the better defenders we've seen, and he quickly turns defense into offense.
Not sure what Tho was thinking on this play. He sees Atomic he sees Tox up for this ball, but he keeps driving forward into the neutral zone, and he's not going for it. So maybe he's thinking Tox wasn't going to get as deep of a touch as he got. I don't really know what Tho's thought process there in midfield was, but that's not what's going to get it done. That's now 2 times a Luminosity ball has sailed over the entire defense of Solary, and they've been given the lead.
2-1 that lead. Still in the early stages, about the middle now of game 1. Oli waiting
again,
and he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, but fortunately the shot's not on target. But yeah, again, just kind of caught up, spectating maybe a little too much, wanting to get involved in the attack. As Ixo just ahead of Mike Boy. Tho will crisscross with him. Now here comes Oli. Never afraid to dive in. Oh, what a save by Atomic. Again at point-blank range and sent away as Luminosity used their get-out-of-jail-free card and almost turned it into a goal.
Oh man, and Oli's touch, he got a high bounce off the ramp. If that's a little higher, it's literally just a rebound right into Luminosity, and it's a guaranteed third goal. Instead, that bounce on the ramp was perfect. Ixo had to jump at an awkward angle just to keep control of the ball, and Luminosity only have a 1-goal lead. Well, nope, there's the 2-goal lead. Right there on the pass, picked them apart again. Solary have no defense right now in the neutral zone. You see Tho pull back, and he knows Ixo's there, but he's not defending the pass. He's only defending Ixo's approach. He's got to get up in that challenge a little quicker. Knowing that Tox is on the far side, knowing that the pass is available, that's a tough spot for him to be in. But when you're coming back like that, the best choice you can make when you got enough boost in the tank is you got to turn up field and you got to try to make that challenge rather than trying to defend the pass. It's always going to be higher percentage in that situation specifically to go for the challenge rather than go for the save.
Cox will dump one in as Tho has to chase it down at his own back line. You know, maturity is always a hot topic within the Rocket League Pro scene, and I would think there are very few players that have had more of a maturing process or made more progress there than Tox over the last 365 days as he's up to challenge this. Not just off the field, but also on the field. He's become far more reliable than ever before, and it really started to come through at the end of RLCSX as Tox got a piece of this, and Atomic will send it away. Nearly a second goal for Solary, and instead now Tox quickly up, but not enough boost in the tank, and Oli will score over top of him. Big break for Solary, back within 1 with 37 to go.
A good steal from Oli here. Like you said, Tox, he only had about 35 plus, and he had to jump awkwardly off the side of his car to try to get to that ball, fighting against the momentum that he had going to the left side. There was no way he was going to get to that challenge in time. Oli picks it apart, and Luminosity now only have a 1-goal lead. I still like the creativity from Solary on offense. They've had a couple of really close looks at the net, and they're certainly trying to trip up Luminosity on some of these pushes. It's not just, one trick and done for Solary. They're absolutely trying to mix it up with sometimes a couple passes. Sometimes you'll see Mike Boy drill the ball with an air dribble. This team is showing that they're capable of mixing it up, but at the end of regulation, they need something now. Tho pops this up. Oh, he's pre-jumped, and Ixo wins the touch and wins game 1 for Luminosity.
Everybody could tell that ball was in field. Ixo was up light years ahead of the play, and Luminosity does indeed take game 1. Led by a huge defensive effort by Atomic, his 4 saves out of the 7 that the team had. And it will be Tho picking a 2v2 for on behalf of Solary here. So a little surprised.
I don't think either team
they
wants
wouldn't
1v1.
just go with the ones. I mean,
I don't think either team wants that.
You don't think either team wants ones? I
don't think Solary like ones. I don't think Luminosity like ones. I don't think either player that are the one specialist for their teams really wants the series on their shoulders. Stacks. I don't think they want that.
So we will indeed see 2v2. Everybody's asking who's going to play, and Oli just kind of sheepishly throws out JG is going to play. And let me tell you something. You think nobody wants to play ones? Nobody wants to see JG7 on the pitch. Sorry, James. We will see who is...
JG7 shade.
Yeah. And he's in here, by the way. He is hanging around in the lobby. There is room for coaches, of course, to kind of hang around. That's something that we haven't really touched on a whole lot, but... that's been a huge topic around the scene. It's kind of waiting for the day that becomes commonplace as we go into game 2. It is 2v2 by Solary's choice. Tox and Atomic taking on Oli and Tho. So this will be the first time we've seen Oli in the 2v2. And then Oli gets promptly obliterated by Tox, and Atomic scores.
Well, right off the kickoff, they go for the fake. And it pays off. Tox fakes the kickoff, gets the demo, and Atomic gets a nice little double tap. And like you said, Stacks, for Solary, no Mike Boy this time. And I'm actually kind of surprised by that. I feel like Mike Boy should be in 2v2. I think he's way too solid of a rotator, way too solid positionally to not have on the pitch. But Oli and Tho are really quality. We'll see.
You know who else thinks Mike Boy should be out there? Oli, after he ate a demo 5 seconds into the game and watched a goal scored right behind him.
You wouldn't have got demoed. You would have just got it clear.
Exactly.
So you're saying Oli's like the Arsenal of EU. He just wants to sit back and collect the free wins. Look at that. Now Oli doesn't feel so bad, does he?
Yeah, he made that one look easy. He had all day as he beat Atomic, and there is no Tox to be found. Oli ties it up immediately. That's a great answer, too, because, again, he hadn't played any of the 2v2s up to this point. Gets demolished right into his first 2v2. Comes back quickly scoring. As Tho will try to leave that for Oli, who nudges Tox out of the way, give him a little stiff arm, and walk it home. Why hasn't Oli been playing the twos?
Absolutely not. That's a nice little move to get around, and Oli pushes it right through them. I mean, that opening kickoff, you think, okay, I like the statement you make with the fake kickoff at the start of the game. But now Solary have just wrested control. Any momentum that you built off of that was immediately snuffed out. You didn't even get a chance for the Flame to build at all before Solary took the lead in the first minute.
They have caught Atomic diving in multiple times here. And Tho is just having a field day playing around him. Atomic shot here does not beat Tho as he's just up in time. And trying to catch Tox, maybe coming up a little too far as Atomic might have to turn on this. He does, but only beat him. And now Tox got the boost and the ball. What can he do with it? He's got Atomic chasing down Tho, and Tho avoids contact, makes the save. Great concentration out of Tho as his focus is rewarded with a clear, but here comes Tox again. He's got Atomic trailing in behind, and Tho might have beat him, but Atomic didn't get back in time. It looked for a moment, Jorby, like he might have been able to pinch that off the post, but he just ran out of gas.
I think for Atomic, he was really relying on Tox to at least drill that ball and neutralize the 50 in front of the box. He just kept inching forward. He saw Tox had control, and then all of a sudden, the ball, you see it just drop. Here's another fake kickoff. Atomic did bump this time, though. Oli drops it down, keeps control. He gets the last laugh this time. But it's just that last play stacks. And thinking about it, Atomic creeping up like that, he didn't expect the ball just to drop off of Tox's bumper, and he got caught out from the boomer. There's another demo for Oli, but no goal taken away.
They're doing a real good job doing all the things that we all hated as new Rocket League players. Like, they're stealing our boost. They're going for bumps and demos. Come on, play the game the real way. They're doing all of that with a lot of success here against Tox and Atomic. There's another demo, another boost steal, but a shot that goes right to Atomic as he came back in time. And Tox will grab his back corner boost, leaving Atomic all alone, and he almost scored. That solo effort right at the halfway mark, and Oli cuts off the pass attempt, and Tho will finish off that defensive effort. That's another job well done defensively by Solar, and they've been solid on defense, but the combination of CRR and Dorito just a little bit too good earlier today. That's a good win by Oli to keep that alive. Tho's going to be able to turn on this as Atomic again goes screaming by the play, but Tox will hold down the fort.
Yeah, Solar got the better reads on the 50s. Oli on that last one, he dropped the ball in front to neutralize it in front of the box. He's got a good head for it right now. Now a full tank off the ceiling. Atomic to contend with, right in an awkward spot for Tox. He can't even get to it. Oli just takes it himself. He says, you're not going to clear it? I'm going to take it. But Tox finally falls back down onto the ball. Tho's going to try again. A quick hit off the ceiling. Lands quickly. Tho still with control, but forces the 50 against Atomic, or rather Atomic forcing the 50. It's really all about perspective, isn't it, Stacks? And some perspectives are wrong. In which case, that perspective was wrong, and Tho's going to push it forward. I can't go back. I can't go back and explain it now. We're too far past the point.
Don't worry. I felt that in my soul as someone whose perspective is normally quite incorrect. It's Atomic met by Oli, and Tho will just kind of wait for Atomic to bring this across, but he's got to get back in a hurry. This is a dangerous play. It bounced right out for Atomic, and as Tho let that ball go, I think he kind of knew his goose was cooked.
Yeah, that good initial 50 from Atomic. It makes Tho's read a little awkward. He comes down, knowing, like you said, knowing he's going to have to defend that shot. It was going to be hard. And Atomic, he put some lead into that one. 112 kilometers per hour, and that was off of Tho's car. Good luck. Oh, no way.
Oli almost got that one to stay inside the dotted lines, but now here comes Tox. Pinch that with Tho, and, well, Tho got the second touch to send that off to the side, preventing an easy look from Atomic. It doesn't have to be easy for Atomic to score. He can, at times, do it at will. Tox around Oli. Tho waiting on the ground and just watching as Atomic scores. He's got nothing in the tank here, so you can't really blame the guy. He's at Atomic's mercy, but this game is all tied.
I just don't think he expected Atomic to jump for that ball initially, because you see him kind of turn inwards. He's not back of the box. He's not rotating in towards the net. He's going forward. And then all of a sudden, Atomic flies across on his screen, and you see Tho just kind of hit the brakes afterwards. And Atomic puts in another one. Atomic, 4 goals now. This one off the kickoff. That's a good catch. Puts it on the far side of Oli and then above him. It's great control. It's just a good play from Atomic that time. He catches Tho out on no boost. What was he going to do the first time? The second time, Atomic does it all by himself and puts in the 4th goal for Luminosity and just might steal this one away from Solary and put this series on match point.
Luminosity has gone nuclear here in the last 90 seconds as Atomic got that away from Tho. It's been all Luminosity. And another one.
Oh, what happened to Solary? A complete meltdown in the final minute of the game. Oli, why are you jumping for that? There's 20 seconds left, but you can't jump for that. That's a free goal you're given. You gotta be able to grab that ball in the corner. You gotta think in 2v2. You just got to score with time left. There's no way that Oli was going to win that touch. He was in desperation mode. You can understand why he made the decision, but that's the type decision you got to make. And it was the wrong one for Oli. 5 quick goals or really 4 quick goals from Luminosity. And look at the Atomic, 4 for 7. Tox picking up 2 assists and 5 saves. And now Luminosity are heading into a 1v1. Dropping their controllers and saying, Ixo, bring it home, baby.
Oh, it'll either be Ixo or Atomic. We saw both take on Luis P earlier today. And, well, hey, neither had any success, but then again, you know, they played Moxie and Luis, so, I mean, what do you expect? No, it'll be 1v1s between 2 teams that absolutely... I'm sure both these teams might even be asking the admin, hey, sir, can we go Tho versus Atomic for the first 90 seconds and then tag in teammates for
mid-game switches?
Yeah, right? We will see. I'm curious to see who. I mean, I have to imagine it'll be Tho.
Should go Atomic. Oh,
I would go Atomic. After that performance?
Well, I think if NA taught us anything, you play the hot hand, even if they don't have all the ones experience. I think you go with Atomic here, and you try to catch Solary out. Ixo didn't play that game. I'm not saying that he's cold. He's probably sitting in free play while the game, or he's in the lobby still. So that can't even happen.
Put in Snasky. Let's see Snasky versus JG. Let's go.
Season 4, baby. Let's go.
It'll be Atomic and Oli. All right.
Okay. I feel like...
I'm not surprised they went with Atomic. Oli, I thought they would have gone with Tho.
I actually think this is the right call. I feel like Tho was looking uncomfortable in that 2v2. And I think Oli did look a little better. And I do believe in these types of scenarios when it's not a clear difference in skill to play which players are playing the best. And right now, I think Oli and Atomic are the 2 players. I mean, screw it. Put Mike Boy in. I want to see Mike Boy play some ones. He might do it. He's got a good head, surely.
You do make a good point, though, especially where Oli actually had a really good, I would say, the first 3.5 minutes of that game, Oli was fantastic in the 2s matchup. And then just Solary collectively vanished at the end, and Solary, or Luminosity took over, particularly Atomic took over. So here are the 2 standouts from that 2s matchup. Atomic just getting there for the save, stopping Oli's breakaway effort. Now he's got the flip reset. Looking for another? No. Atomic there to stuff it away. But Oli not done just yet. Okay, now he is. He let that ball get away. Atomic not wasting any time picking his spot. But you can tell neither of these players are one's mains at all. That's going to roll up and away. So Oli going to have to deal with a little bit of frustration as that gave Atomic just enough time to get back.
I do think that they still have good approaches. I like Oli's approach again. He loves dropping that ball down and trying to neutralize 50s that way. You can easily punish that by pulling a little bit off the challenge and letting the player roll that ball into you, pop it up. And it's going to be harder to roll into a 50 that way. But Atomic, oh, scary 50, goes off the post. Oli controlling, he's got boost. Atomic nullified with only 19. Here's Oli again, just can't really force the issue. Atomic cuts off the post, and Oli's going to keep control, though. Swings and whips around fast. Atomic can't get there. Yes, he can. Perfect save. Now he's got the breakaway. Oli trying to get back. He's able to recover. Atomic took his time. Now he's got to deliver, but he can't. Oli cuts off the post again. I do feel like Atomic had a chance there. He'll pick up the demo and leave very far off the ball.
Yeah.
He was expecting the midfield boost, didn't get it, and I think his threes brain kicked in to go immediately for the corner.
Oh, it worked out.
Goal, though. He's going to get the goal.
Big brain play.
Why is he going to get the goal?
Yeah, listen, Atomic, he's never too far away. He's only exactly as far away as he needs to be. Baited him in.
Oli. This is what killed him last time. He's too aggressive. He's got to pick and choose his battles. You can't get caught with no boost in the opponent's corner in 1v1. Especially when Atomic's already got full control. Oli's going to get this one back. That's a nice return goal off the kickoff. And again, Stacks, what happened in the last 1v1 that Oli played? Where did the vast majority of his goals come from?
Yep.
The kickoff. This time, it happens again. So he's able to neutralize, able to stabilize. Let's see where it goes from here.
Both these players probably will be relieved to know this is the last 1v1 they have to play today. Because you have to imagine, no matter what, Luminosity would have the choice for the rest of the series if they do drop this game. But you have to imagine they'll go right back to 2v2s, and then just because they can't do 2v2 again, they would pick 3s, where they were also successful, but only by 1 goal. Oli. Yeah, it felt like a 2-goal game. There's a late goal, and now Oli right past Atomic. That's the opening he's been waiting for, and he gets one not off the kickoff this time, but after a long rally as Atomic can't keep up with him.
Yeah, Atomic learning real quick that you can't screen that close against Oli, especially when you only have 14, as Oli still had his flip when he came off the wall and easily punched it away. Now Oli's won another kickoff. Atomic side flips off the ball completely, and he can't recover. You look at him he literally side flips on the near side of the ball instead of into the ball. He side flips off the ball, and that results in an easy goal for Oli.
Like a broken record, Oli scores a kickoff goal, scores a kickoff goal, scores a kickoff goal. All right, here we go. 2 minutes left. Atomic scores a kickoff goal. Ones, everybody. 2:01 to go. It's a 1-goal game.
But again, it's because of how you flip into the ball. There's 2 different ways you can flip on that standard kickoff. If you're on the left side of the ball, you can flip out, in which case you'll likely just lose the kickoff. Or you can flip into the ball on your side flip, and you'll get exactly what Atomic got right there. A win as Oli flipped off the ball and got within 1. But Oli's got control again. He's got the reset, got the touch. Atomic's got the save. Might have the turnaround here really quickly. That's a good catch. Gonna swing around, trying to bait Oli in. Oli not gonna bite. He's taking the ball away for now. Oh, Atomic got a little too greedy. You're gonna get punished for it. You can't cut in on that ball. You can't let the ball sail past you in 1v1, and Atomic does so here.
And he got caught on the wall, too. He couldn't get out as quickly as he would have liked. The ultimate arena, the ones battle, going to Oli so far, but still 1:38 to go. And now, of course, all eyes on the kickoff, where a lot of goals have already been scored. Atomic just got to pop this away so Oli can't run into it. And he'll gladly bring this back to his own zone. He doesn't need to chase this at all. Up 2 goals, 1:20.
Oh, he's awkward.
Oli, he's got a piece of that as Atomic had to clear. And then Oli bumps Atomic away. He's just nudging him again. Well, you can't play the man for too long, and the shot's going to be wide.
Yeah, it was tough. He had to
got him again.
Oh, he's done. He's done. It's done.
Holy cow.
I think you mean holy Oli. Pumps him again. He's the bully. Oh, man, there was nothing Atomic could do. Oh, that was so dirty. Tho left the match. Tho couldn't look at that again. Literally, he scored that. It says Tho left the match. I'd leave too. My goodness.
Yeah, go team up with Mike Boy. Get some passes in. Get something. Minute to go. Oli has it in the bag with a 4th goal, or with a 6th goal and a 4-goal lead.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, this is just what Atomic did at the end of that 2v2. Oli's just paying it back to force a 4th game. I have to imagine if you're Luminosity, you just go back to 2s, yeah?
No, they won the 3v3.
Well, yeah, I mean, they won them both, but I mean, the way Atomic dominated at the end of the twos, I just figure you go back to twos and call it a day.
I mean, they dominated in that last minute, but I got to imagine Solary go back to Mike Boy, and then you won't see nearly as much as you saw last time. It's not exactly over here.
No. Hey, this
42
is well
and
within
3 to
the
go is
7-goal
plenty of
range
time.
that Johnny Boy's talked about. So, yeah,
well, look,
we've
man, it's 1v1.
seen a lot happen.
Anything can happen.
Oh yeah.
Like,
hey,
42,
Atomic
you can score 5 and 42 if you're good enough.
We score a lot more than that. We saw Moxie darn near do that. Here goes Oli.
Moxie's Moxie.
Yeah, that is true. He's built a little bit different. You're trying to waste some time here. I like that play by Oli, but you do have to be a little aggressive just to make sure you put this away. And that little turn there will probably do it. That forces Atomic to burn a lot of boost, and then nobody touches the challenge. And Oli just gonna roll this out, but Atomic, if he can get a quick turn, down to 12 seconds, get one in front.
You gotta go.
And he didn't. Oh, he hesitated for a moment. I think he had, you know what happened? I think he was scarred a little bit by what Oli did to him, just kind of bumping him around at midfield.
He threw out the okay.
For that 5th goal. And all of a sudden, Oli will salt it away, and Solary has a little bit of life here in this final series of the day.
Oh, man. Yeah, at that point, you just got to turn and go for that shot with 15 seconds left, down by 3. I mean, sure, you're talking miracle territory, but I'm not sure where the okay came from for Atomic. I think he was expecting something. I have to look at that. I have to look at it again to see exactly what he was seeing on there. I don't know what he was so upset about, besides the fact that he lost 6-3 in the 1v1 and Luminosity got play more.
Well, we're going to go to 3v3s, as Coach Snaski will call it out. And, well, now at least you got some momentum for Solary, and this is the other side of ones that we don't normally see when we're talking about pro players because, let's face it, their mental game is far superior to that of the average player, but the way that game ended for Atomic, I just wonder if there will be any lingering effects as we go into 3v3.
I think he'll probably... I'm not going to make speculation. We're just going to see how he feels here in a second. I think this kind of... I want to say it favors Solary, but they didn't win the first 3v3, so how can I say that?
They didn't, and it did feel like they got outplayed in that 3v3. Like, yeah, they only lost by one goal, but it was a late goal. It was a late goal that got them back within 1, and they didn't really have a good look coming down the stretch. We will see, though, as Tho will try to score early. Tox is in the way. By the way, yeah, Tox exists, as this is sent back downfield. Ixo will send one out. Oli, after the demo on Atomic, double tap, bang, bang.
My God, everything he does just looks so good. He gets the demo to clear some space. He gets to go the full midfield shot on the double, and that's just pretty. It's clean stacks. Everyone's like, oh, I've seen a million double taps. It's not that special, but it's the cleanliness. You always respect the room when it's clean. You respect the mechanics when they're clean. And Oli, that was a nice one.
Although trying to follow it up with a flip reset goal, significantly less impressive these days. And Mike Boy got around to this and to just send it across, make Tox burn some more boost. He's quickly out to mid. Ixo met by Oli and still managed to stay with the play. And there is Mike Boy. You know, even though we've seen all of these different variations of goals time and time again, I mean, hundreds of times, literally, in either case, it's still so impressive to watch this game played at this level by players who, surely it must look like it's in slow motion for them as they play. Mike Boy gonna quickly send one downfield. Atomic will let it go to Tox. Ixo looking for the midfield boost, didn't find it, but he's still in position to challenge Oli here, but it goes right by Tox, and Atomic was also caught up a little far again, and that's been a theme in this series, Jorby.
Well, he was expecting a touch from his teammate in midfield, and then the touch kind of goes awkwardly. It goes by him. But, I mean, honestly, second and third man can't be pushing up the field like that when you don't have full control of the neutral zone. Here's a long pass to Oli. Does connect, but Atomic was on top of him.
So what I'm gathering is, Jorby, your advice, just for life in general, would be for somebody to find somebody in their life who has as much faith in them as Atomic has in his teammates.
Not if you want to win at Rocket League.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't say that would work out too many times.
Got it.
Unless you're on G2, in which case you know that the 50 is going to happen, and, you know, whatever. Oh, Tox just getting that touch out.
Oh, that's a good demo.
I just think it's such high risk, high
pressure.
reward to sit second, third man in midfield like that when you don't have clear possession of the ball, you don't have a clear beat on where exactly the play is going to go, and you don't when a 50-50 is about to happen. You simply cannot just have complete faith that your team is going to win the first 50 and your second man's going to follow it up, and you as third man can just play upfield with no risk. It's just not how it works. You're playing a lot of risk by pulling up that way. There's a tough balance to find with that in the RLCS. Obviously, things aren't standard like they are in your everyday Rocket League, but you got to find a way to cover all of the options, cover the passes, cover the potential loss as well. The 3 players, you got a lot you can cover. Luminosity having trouble, but stabilizing here on defense. Tox trying to push it down. You see Mike Boy harassing Ixo. He's going to chase him the whole way back to the net, but Ixo got the save.
Concentration there by Ixo. He knows he's under a lot of pressure. Still makes the save, but Atomic whiffed that on the corner. And Tox will still send it his way, but Tho's going to be up there. Atomic burned a lot of resource. Now he's back full. Even lands on the ceiling. Again, slow motion. Oli will pop one up. Everybody clears out, though. Ixo's got this all day, but he's going to have Tho in his face. Now Tox, trailing by 1. Oli, right at Atomic. Back and forth they go, and oh no, that's dangerous. Oh boy, we saw Rezi end it with an own goal in overtime last series, and then what a clever touch by Oli to set up Tho downfield.
Oh, everything kind of breaks down. You see, Tox, he's in a good position, but that was a fantastic midfield grab from Oli to set up Tho. He liked Tox positioning. He didn't get overzealous on the play, but then Oli comes in and he steals the day again. And that's when Solary end up looking their best, isn't it, Stacks? When Oli is scoring like, or when setting up plays like that, or scoring, either way.
I know the 1v1 skews these numbers, but I just love it anyways, as Tho will make the save. Oli's got 10 goals in this series. That was his first assist as he sets up Tho for his second. Atomic will roll one in, though, with 1:04 to go. And here comes Luminosity again. And if you're Solary, you got to be wondering, oh no, is this going to happen again?
And Oli got demoed on the back end. He would have been there for the defense, but he had spawned just as the ball was rolling into his net. Luminosity, with a little bit of physical play, put themselves in position to tie. Oh,
Ox rolling onto one, and he rolls it in. Here comes Luminosity again, as Solary again breaks down the stretch.
And it comes off of a nasty 50 from Atomic. He forces the ball to the middle, and the rest of Solary were still rotating back. Nobody had a response for Tox, who was waiting for just exactly that moment on the 50 to strike. Just like that, Luminosity have eaten up Solary's lead. Mike Boy gonna push forward, but it's taken away by Ixo. And Luminosity gonna play on.
Oli will pop one up for himself. This will fall right to Atomic, and the worst nightmare being relived as Tho made the save this time. Oli gets around Tox, and Ixo came way up. Atomic's got to race back. The shot is wide anyways, and that bought Atomic and Luminosity a huge break. Ixo had to pause to grab the midfield boost, and he can't get it back around on this ball with 22 seconds left. Mike Boy right at Atomic. Tho is waiting, and he jumped, but Tox had him beat 7 ways to Sunday, as Oli just avoided getting dunked on by Tox. Down to 10 seconds now. Mike Boy up top. Oli went after Ixo but missed, and Tox can't quite get this away, so Atomic will send us to overtime in a game that Solary must somehow find a way to win after having victory ripped away from them by Atomic and Tox. Mike Boy might have just done it, but Atomic and Ixo will clear.
I think Luminosity did try to go for another fake, but the cheat up by Solary neutralized it. Tox forces the 50 up in front. Atomic shot immediately denied. Now Solary trying to get the counterattack.
Oli, edge of your seat stuff, but this time saved away by Ixo, but Tho will cut it off. He's got Mike Boy in the mid, but Tox will send it away. Atomic is there, so too is Oli, and that's a great job by Oli, not getting obliterated on the wall. That's a little wide, and Mike Boy will send it away.
Oh, Luminosity, I've been really impressed by Atomic's rotations. He's been playing almost a consistent third man for Ixo and Tox. He's gonna have to race back again. Tox gonna come back in to take that ball out. But Atomic has been making sure this back line is clean. He hasn't taken himself out of the play really one time. He hasn't gotten caught cheating up either in this overtime just yet, or even at the end of regulation. But here comes Solary. Ixo just caught in the corner, and Mike Boy misses the ball. Here comes the transition. Atomic touch up close to the ceiling, but not off the bounce, and it's taken out by Tho. Solary survived for now.
Oh, that's just a big, powerful clear by Mike Boy to relieve pressure. There's no intention of starting a counterattack, but they might have accidentally just done so. Oli beats out Ixo. Tho's up the ladder. Off the ceiling, and Tox will have it. And Ixo will send one downfield that Mike Boy should have easily. He'll catch and try and dribble, and Atomic in his face immediately. This is awkward for Oli. Ixo realizes that. Now Atomic for Ixo for the win. It's just wide, and Mike Boy. Oh, a lot of other players might have panicked there, but not Mike Boy, and Solary stay alive.
He's stoic, Stacks. So many times in Solary.
Careful, Asura has no idea what that word means.
Pass out into the middle. Tho slips across Tox. Now a hard shot, but Ixo was there. Takes it away off the post. Mike Boy, another catch, 32, and a dream. Wanted a pass, and that dream is dead. They got to try again from their own half.
Oli up to the ceiling. He's trying to conserve what boost he can, but he's got to use whatever he had left to race back and get involved in the play after Mike Boy makes the initial save. Another Savior medal for Mike Boy. He's had a few today. That's only his third save of this game as Oli and Tox collide. And now Ixo, tough ball to read, but he's got it out of the corner and around Tho. Now can Mike Boy do anything? No. Oli had to wait out Ixo, who was gunning for him. And that's a great win by Oli. Oli put in a lot of effort there, and it's paid off.
His 50s are getting nastier. Mike Boy deleted. Solary not able to really get control of the neutral zone. They've got 13 shots. They need a 14th. Mike Boy's not going to get one. They just find a brick wall anytime Atomic's behind the ball. Oli sends that one down. 2 touches, but Tho's also jumped for it. It wasn't the best clear from Luminosity either. Ixo gets in the way on the 50, but this has given Solary time to get back, and now an easy clear for Oli. He tried to keep it close, but he gave it up to Atomic. Forces Tho up on the defense. And Ixo was playing on the far side as third man. Solary not going to be immediately challenged back to blue territory.
7 shots from Oli, 6 from Tho, but nothing net worth there as Oli will catch. He's got Atomic coming in after him. Tox, awkward liftoff, and Ixo's just got to bounce one away, but it goes right down the middle for Mike Boy. Here comes Tho, out to the corner. That's got Atomic swirling around. And Tox tried to get in Oli's way. I think he got a piece of this ball, but it wasn't enough. And then Atomic off of Oli. This could be the break that Luminosity need, but no. Tho actually screened Atomic away. And this goes right back into blue territory. Now Tox can finally get one onto the orange half of the field, but again, not for long. Mike Boy has just kind of been the repellent, sending it right back onto the other half of the field. Not getting involved a whole lot in the offensive end of things as he'll send one downfield. He's as forward as he's been in a while. And now Atomic shot, easy save, and there's nobody on the weak side except Tho to chase this down.
Tox gonna grab the follow-up as well. Solary able to pull out. They've got the boost now. Tho gets a hard clear. Forces Tox to have to respond. Almost a full game of Rocket League played. A Chronic pushing this one across. And Oli will recover. It looks scary. He was able to control the ball, though. It's taken away by Ixo. Tho hops over Atomic. Now Tox is all by himself downfield. Oli, with control, couldn't really put it away from Tox, who does good enough to keep Solary out. How about the work from Tox at the 5-minute mark?
He has become a significantly better defender than he was in his time with Giants. And that's saying something because he was a solid rock there as well. But nobody's there. Tho had to get there in time, as I think it was Oli who was just respawning.
Doubled.
Yeah, that's a
thought they were going to push.
Break for Solary. Tox for Atomic on the doorstep. Luminosity advance to tomorrow. They advance to the LAN. Solary go down in 4, and it's Tox to Atomic, who does it again in the clutch.
Oh, that was nasty from Atomic, diving at supersonic speed across the box. He had literally just been stealing the boost, swerving across. That's my corner. That's my corner. That's my touch. Hey, I'm open. Pass it to me. And in reality, he was on the other side of the zone, and he still beats the defender to the ball, rips it right on target, and Atomic, absolutely, the bar down MVP of that series for Luminosity. This man scored so many goals. Solary, tough stuff, Stacks. I can't help but think about that one Mike Boy miss. Yep. That he had at the start of overtime, and he whiffed, and it could have been the game-winning goal. But instead, we played for another 4 minutes, really a total of 5 minutes plus in that overtime. I think it was like, 5:26 eventually? And Luminosity end up being the victors.
Yep, Oldie with 10 goals, 11 for Atomic, including the series winner that qualifies them for the LAN in Riyadh, which send things now back to Veracity and Gregan.
Gregan, there we have it. Luminosity winning out as our final team, making it through to the live grand LAN finals. LAN finals, Gregan, this is no joke whatsoever. They're going to be competing for $2 million worth of prizing. Luminosity versus Solary, talk to me. Was this an expected result for you?
Well, I mean, like I said before the match happened, it could have gone either way. Every single one of the game modes was winnable for both sides, and it really did come down to Atomic clutching up in the 2v2. You can see all of those goals from him. You'd think it would be from the ones, because he did represent in the ones, but it was mostly through that 2v2 comeback where he scored 4 goals in quick succession, and it reminded me of where Atomic really came from. He has been a twos grinder. Just before he got picked up for Luminosity Gaming to join Tox and Ixo, he was at the top of the 2v2 leaderboard in ranked and was one of the most deadly players in 2v2, and it's just because of how quickly he can turn around a series with his speed. So fair play to Atomic, but it was just that anti-clutch from Solary coming in at the end, not quite able to close out games, not quite able to close out the threes, and they did miss out in game 4 there. So fair play, Luminosity, you've made it, but Solary need to work on that execution in the final moments to close out a series.
And how about any other kind of words of wisdom that you might have, obviously as a coach, as an analyst and things like that? Any words of wisdom that might actually kind of opt to help Solary when it comes to improving their game?
Well, I think it really comes down to that starting strong, especially in the crew battle. Every single game matters, so they need to be able to come in and win that 3v3 and carry that momentum on. And we saw how momentum-based they were as a team, because they did tend to lose or win on a streak. So they won in the first game of the Solary match and then lost the next game, which was 2s, and then proceeded to lose the whole series. So very momentum-based as a team, and that's something they need to work on, because we saw how good they can be in RLCS in the first regional. When they were winning, they looked amazing. The moment they start losing, things start to look a bit off. So something for them to work on, and we'll see them come back in RLCS with that. But unfortunately, we won't be seeing them at the Games Without Borders LAN final. That will be Luminosity Gaming as our 4th team.
Yes, of course. Just a little bit of a roundup of today's matches. We'll get a bracket up on your screens very, very shortly. Gregan, has there been a favourite matchup that you've kind of watched so far today?
Oh, there's definitely been some surprise performances from individuals, and I think in this format it really comes down to that standout individual who steps up. And so for Guild, it was CRR who stepped up in the ones department and played amazingly well across the other 2 game modes. For Semper, it was Exotic who did that. And I think really for the other teams, there was a whole mixed performance from all the different players, and that's the big standout from Europe compared to North America, is that the teams are a lot more rounded. It's less reliant on the 1v1 game mode, because there's less one specific players in this particular tournament, and that may be due to teams like Dignitas not being here, who've got the ones, most of the ones players in Europe. But yeah, 1v1 not as much of a standout decider in the European region.
Yeah, once again, the teams that have made it through to the grand finals, the LAN finals, should I say? I keep calling it a grand final because
it will be grand.
It will most definitely be grand. It is going to be taking place in Riyadh from the 14th to the 17th of July, where all of these teams will have a shot at competing for a chunk of the $2 million prize pool. For today, however, some of these teams, actually quite a lot of these teams, will be walking away with prize money to give to a charity of their choosing. losing. So that will only be decided during the grand finals that we have taking place. So make sure you guys are here tomorrow as well. For myself, I feel like Luminosity absolutely popped off. For Solary though, I'm a little bit disappointed, a little bit disheartened for them. I know it's got to be heartbreaking stuff for them most definitely, but in terms of the EU side of things, obviously these 2 days, today and tomorrow, is going to be solely EU based. In comparison to the NA scene that we saw last week, how do you think the two compare?
Well, I think it was really twos that differentiated it for me, because 3v3, we know that the best teams in both regions can pop off in threes, and they have a strategy there, they have a way they play, and we know vaguely which teams are going to be better than other teams. Ones, again, we know who the best ones players are, but twos, I think the performance over here in Europe was a lot more grindy, a lot more challenge-based, because people are much more aggressive at twos over here, where over in North America, it was more about the mechanics, who can 1v2 solo play the opponents. So really interesting how the unique 2v2 styles differentiated across the regions, and it really helped those faster teams like the two Spanish players from Guild of CRR and Dorito. We saw it with Atomic coming through the faster playstyle there. In fact, it's the Spanish players. All of the Spanish players have looked amazing. Stizzy and VK Salen looked amazing on Algeri. So the players who are a lot more aggressive, fast-paced and challenge-focused looked really strong here in Europe.
So basically you're saying all Spanish players are going to be absolutely unreal at Rocket League, in which case, Greg, I need to learn a thing or two from all of these Rocket League players, because I'll be honest with you, when I play, it's a little bit like bumper cars. So maybe, Gregan, you'll have to coach me through it as well. But to round things up for today, Gregan, before I get into the nitty-gritty side of things, any final words from yourself?
No, it's been amazing. We love the crew battle format over here. We say it over and over again. Hopefully you guys at home have been enjoying it too. Crew battle is one of the most enjoyable game modes to see how the different personalities of the playstyles come through. And in particular here in Europe, it was that grit in twos that was really exciting to watch.
Yes, absolutely. Once again, the teams that will be making it through to the live grand finals, because it will be grand, over in the LAN finals for Riyadh will be Guild, SMPR, Juicers and Luminosity. Certainly looking forward to seeing all of those teams battle it out. Get it? Crew battle it out. But I made it funny, okay, Greg, and laugh.
Let's hope people come back tomorrow after that.
Make sure you guys are here tomorrow, because we have lots more Rocket League action still to come on your very screens. I'll catch you guys later.